That's probably a good place to start. Anyone want to go first?
Probably. Yeah.
Fine, I'll go first if nobody else wants to.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then I'll go, and then the guests can go. How about that? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Dr. Leon Cyphers, but you can all call me Leon. I do. This is the MindSeifers podcast. This is our second episode, so I do this on Fridays, and then Mondays I do another podcast, just open podcast. So I get a lot of small streamers, which is really fun.
Are you an actual doctor?
I am. I just finished my PhD this month.
In what?
Technology management with emphasis in digital communications.
Good shit.
Good question.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, buddy. I don't think I ever congratulated on you that you won that.
Guys, you don't need to clap. You don't need to clap. There is a clap. Oh, it's a wave. No, there's a clap. There's a clap in this.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
That's
If your
easy
spouse
and
is
quiet.
away, do you
Please,
get
please
to,
no longer clap.
do you get
I
to say
wanna
that you're
do
like
that.
Mr.
Oh.
and Mrs. something? Doctor and Dr.
Pixies, I just blew Pixie's whole fucking world apart.
Yeah. I'm actually only gonna communicate through these tonight. I'm sorry, guys.
Awesome.
Good. I think that's about it. I may or may not be running for office, but that's still yet to be seen. And I'll update when I figure that out. Thank
Where
you
do
for
I
the thumbs
send?
up.
How do I send an emote?
At the very bottom, there's a chat button.
Don't educate
Yeah,
them.
but
The
I
boomers
see
will
it.
take us over.
But I don't
if we
see
don't,
where
if
you
we
put
don't leave
an
them in the
emote.
dark. You have to leave him in the dark. He has to learn on his own.
Oh wait, I figured
Teach a
it
man
out.
to fish. Teach a man
Wait,
to
no, I
fish.
didn't.
Leon.
Tell me, how do I do it?
Teach a man to fish.
You.
Wait.
That's not how you do it.
Close.
No.
You're warm.
Oh, man.
Typing
warm.
wave in the chat. Come on, Ram. Come on, Ram.
It's actually /wave.
It isn't.
Did it anyway. Oh my
Wow, debate one. Synth wins.
Debate one.
Wait, maybe it's.
Fucking.
Oh wait. Okay.
Oh, Dave.
I can't figure it
This
out.
is a different emote.
I
Some
give
Dave's
up.
in chat.
I give up. I don't know.
It's fine. You
Yeah,
got about
leave
you got
him
3
in
or
the
4
dark. Leave
hours
him
to
in the
figure
dark.
it out.
Leave him in the dark. Just no one tell him, please.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Don't share our power with him.
Okay.
Wait. Here we go. Fuck! I had it. I thought I had it.
It's
How
not
the
the way I
fuck? I'm
was
clicking help.
describing it.
I'm clicking the help button. Instant answers. Emote. No help. They don't. Okay, I have to. Oh, there's a live chat. Start a conversation. No, it's an email, but they'll respond within a few hours. So knowing how long these take, I am quite certain I can find out. How do I use emotes? remthebathboy@gmail.com. To whom it may concern, I am currently utilizing your platform for entertainment purposes because I simply
Ram, hover your finger over your fucking cursor over where it says chat in the bottom of your screen. Okay, there you go.
I thought we weren't gonna.
Thanks, Dan.
No, it doesn't do anything.
Oh, well, you're
does.
broken though.
Oh, I don't know what to tell you then.
Take your mouse cursor down to the bottom where you have the cam and microphone and share and chat set. You know, I don't care. Fucking deal without emotes, Ram. If you're too.
So I've sent a message. I've sent a message to them, and they say we're on it. You'll receive an email reply within a few hours.
Wait, are you serious? That was an insanely quick response.
So we'll see, and hopefully by the end of this
person sent that,
podcast,
Ram? Do you think they're actually on it in a few hours?
I don't know. We'll see. Otherwise, I'll never be able to use whereby again because they lied to my face. So.
Okay. Mindwaves, do you want to continue with intros?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
It's top tier
No,
content,
let's
that's
do
serious.
intros. Yeah. Well, hopefully, I hope Rem figures out how to use emotes.
Well, Rem already did his intro, so we're good, right? I mean,
Is that Rem's intro?
So yeah, guys, I'm Mindwaves. I do these shows, I guess. I do the Big Brain podcast on Tuesdays, and I do this show, the MindSeifers, with Leon on Fridays now. And I do politics, and yeah, follow me, something. Yeah, Mindwaves TV on Twitch. Yeah, that one. Also, thanks all the guests for coming here. Yeah, that too.
Oh yeah, I should have said that.
Also, who wants to go next?
North, you're
North,
right.
go ahead. It's all you, buddy.
I'm
All you.
North. I'm North. People tell me that I'm not, but I'm actually, I actually control the powers of the arcane in real life. You know, I'm a IRL wizard. So, yeah, I also play a lot of classic WoW. I also probably am deranged. I
you know
do not do
magic?
politics stream. Yeah, yeah,
Wow,
real
you
life. Like I can look at this. Look at this. This water
So you can defy the
Conjured.
very laws of nature?
conjured laws of physics, not nature. There are no laws in nature.
Oh, I thought you could help
Have you not read
anarchist out.
Smith? Hello.
Damn,
Not your
you just
philosophy
owned Rem in
major,
a
bud.
debate. Easy clap.
Yeah, debate owned. Check. I'm also the smartest man to play World of Warcraft. Obviously.
Have you met
a
Athene?
studied
I don't
wizard.
know, man.
Athene has 3 IQ compared to me, and I'm a certified genius master mage. And I stream at twitch.tv/northmage. I don't do political streams though. I literally just come on these because they're fun. So I just play classic WoW all day long, and like if you looked in my room, it's just covered in fucking takeout bags because I'm ranking to 14. I'm a complete fucking degenerate. So
Like a true gamer, dude. Hell yeah.
Darn right.
My
I'm
man.
the only gamer here. Let's be honest.
Excuse me? Do you see my mess?
What you can see the floor, Pixie. So no,
Yeah,
I
you can
cannot.
actually see the floor. You're good.
Yeah, I'm a gamer.
You can see the floor. There's no stains on your current clothing, right? Your eyes are not bloodshot from being in Alterac Valley for 14 hours at a time. So no, I cannot. Sorry, I'm gatekeeping now. All right.
That's my job. Thank you very much.
I think we're gonna have to see a Pixie and North one-on-one in like Minecraft or something, like a 1v1.
Minecraft
That's
PvP.
the only way to
I'll
settle who's the
practice.
true gamer in this
I need to
situation.
practice. I haven't played Minecraft since I was like fucking 14. What
I only play
do you want
Fortnite.
from me?
Fortnite. Okay.
Oh.
I would.
All right,
would
calm
sooner-
down,
I would
Zoomers.
sooner-
All right,
I would
chill.
sooner fucking vomit in a bag and then shower in one of those like bag showers with the vomit than.
Well, speaking of Zoomers,
Oh,
Cynthia,
yeah.
do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Nice.
They're gonna say, speaking of a bag of vomit.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Rim.
No, I'm not.
Chill.
I wasn't.
Damn,
no.
chill, Rip. Damn.
Sorry.
Shots fired.
Yeah, I'm the Cynthia. I do games, politics, philosophy stuff. I do a philosophy podcast every Thursday at 10 p.m. EST because Leon was nice enough to give me his time slot, where I just kind of took it.
I didn't know this.
And yeah,
It's good.
I mean, okay. Yeah, my bad.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Wait. If I messaged you, would you have come on?
What do you think I'm? Do you think me? What am I? Do you think me 70 viewer? Oh, I'm just too big for you or something?
Look, okay. I mean,
there are
What
some
do we
people
do?
who would
Like,
say
we
that.
get the right
I'll
buff
console
on
my
fucking,
schedule.
like, night
I'll
one.
try to squeeze you in. I mean, what do you think I am?
yeah.
When I
Alright, yeah.
messaged Rem to come on the show, he's like, I guess I'll roll around with the pigs and the plebeians. Jesus.
I can't believe people actually have this perception that I'm like some big, massive streamer or something. I don't know why.
Dude,
Maybe because I'm up, but Wes. Well, no, Wes has a ton of viewers too. I don't know.
I
You
don't
straight up
know.
ignored me twice.
You're very visible. That's the thing.
Well,
Rem.
no,
It's-
I didn't. Well, I've been
Yeah.
off for the past 3 weeks because of exams, so I haven't gone on anything. Yeah. So this is my first podcast back.
Oh, that's cute.
Hell yeah.
Then
Welcome back.
I mean, you
Boomer.
wouldn't have come on to the last two because they would have been. Yeah, welcome back. They would have been during your exams, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
Rem doesn't have an excuse.
I mean,
now,
yeah,
though.
you're invited, my dude. I mean, I'd love to have you on.
Sounds good.
Pog.
Yeah,
All the philosophy
uh,
nerds are pogging in the chat, I'm sure.
All three of them.
Oh yeah. All three of them, and they're the only ones in this call. Yeah. Go follow me, Twitch TV Cynthia.
Awesome. Thanks for coming, Synth. Next is Puffshake. Go ahead.
Oh, hey everybody, I'm Puffshank. I'm a lefty politics Twitch guy. I'm kind of small. If people know me for anything, it's probably for my pretty good takes on gender. I don't know. That's about it. You can find me at puffshake.soy.
Weird flex.
Nice.
Wait, .soy?
Yeah, there it is right there on my name card.
awesome.
There's no way.
No, it's
bet.
real.
No
I actually,
way.
it actually is my URL. Yeah.
You can
Oh,
look.
no.
I have my URL too.
Puffshake.soy, does that actually work?
.com's not
Okay.
as cool as .soy.
Oh, it redirects automatically to Puffshake. Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
But how do you get a website to do that? That's sick. I want to do
Just
that.
gotta get like domain hosting. It costs a little bit of money, but I'm doing it through Google for like it's like $20 a year. It's not that bad.
Oh, nice.
$20 a year
All of
for a
us
flex
has
like that?
$20
Hell yeah.
to spend.
Easy, right? Easy choice.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on, Puff.
no
If
problem.
there's
Thanks
any
for having me.
gender
I appreciate
issues,
it.
well, I'll make sure to consult you.
Okay,
The
sounds good.
expert. All right.
Hopefully, I'll have takes on things besides gender as well, since I don't think that'll be coming up super often.
All right. Awesome. I'm really important. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you guys for inviting me. I go by I'm Really Important. We talk politics on my channel, focusing on the 2020 races and what's going on Capitol Hill. Tomorrow, I'm going to be live streaming from a Bernie rally with AOC.
Awesome.
So it's going to be awesome. I'll be there about an hour early, interviewing people and talking to people afterwards too. So it should be a lot of fun.
Nice. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Nice. Hell yeah. Rem, I guess that means it's you.
I feel like I hijacked it for a little bit. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's good.
I'm Rem the Bath Boy with an I. I do philosophy stuff and yell about how leftists should read philosophy a lot. And I guess I'm known for like talking to Destiny and stuff on the Raj Royale. And yeah, that's me.
Oh yeah. Thanks for coming, Rem. Dan, what's up, my dude?
Hey, I'm Dan. You can find me at twitch.tv/Harkdan. And, I don't do too much politics, a little bit. I'm mostly a tech entrepreneur who has an interest in Twitch, things along those lines. And yeah, that's it for the most part.
Nice. That's awesome. Gushin, I guess that's you then.
Sure. I'm Gushin. I am predominantly a YouTuber and a streamer second. I have a total of 6 years of university behind me, but only 2 years of that actually matters right now. And yeah, I mostly do politics, sociology, gender theory as well, to a degree. Yeah.
Did you end up switching majors or?
I've got a 2-year philosophy degree that I dropped out of. I have a 2-year history/classics degree I dropped out of, and I'm currently doing a 2 years into a media and sociology degree.
Why did you drop out of philosophy?
Because it was fucking boring.
I see.
Big surprise, yeah. Hey, well, that's actually really cool.
I mean, I don't disagree, so.
I
Yeah, those-
disagree, but you need the right professors. If you have the wrong professors, it's gonna be boring as fuck.
Yeah, true.
Well, I mean,
feel
you
like
have
that's
to,
true for a lot
you
of
have to
things,
find
yeah.
the right area. Like, I find certain areas of philosophy boring as, all hell, but, others I find super interesting. So.
Nice. Well, hey, thanks for coming on, Gushin. It's good to see you again. Pixie, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Pixie. I talk politics. I usually wake up from a nap right before I go on these or from stream. I had a nightmare of Bernie Sanders right before I woke up, and it was terrifying. And now I'm here.
Oh no, what was the nightmare?
Yeah.
It was so stressful. I had a nightmare that like Bernie Sanders outside of the debates is like completely incompetent and doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's like an old man. So he asked me to be his campaign manager, and I was just stressing out because I was like, how do you act like competent on stage but so like useless out of it? What do I do? So that was my nightmare.
It's probably kind of what managing a
Nice.
Joe Biden campaign is like.
True. Got him. Everybody clap. There we go. Good joke.
Thanks.
All right. Yeah.
That's kind of
There
a.
we go.
Please clap.
Please clap. I don't think Mindwaves did a clap.
I can't do a clap.
Please clap.
Did I not? What did I do?
You wait.
You waved. What are you doing?
Rem, cursor over chat. It should show up with an overlay of all the emotes that you can do.
Look, it doesn't, okay? I've tried. Saying it over and over doesn't help. I've sent them an email, and I patiently await their response.
Are you
You
the
know what
old
it
or new
is? They probably
one?
don't have the new whereby in Canada yet. That could be it.
Oh, really?
Oh.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't know. It's a hypothesis.
The whereby.
All right. Well, with that being said, Leon, what was the first topic you wanted to touch tonight?
I mean, we got a lot of topics. One thing I want to throw out really fast. I've got people are in chat there saying they want to vote at the end of this to see who won the debate. So we might
Sorry,
open up.
you cut out there for me.
Yeah, me too.
My chat is people are asking they want to apparently vote to see who won the debate at the end of this.
Oh,
So
Pog.
Oh.
yeah, don't log off before I make a straw poll and distribute it. We'll see.
What's the fucking Raj Royale?
Is
Well,
this
thank
Roger
you.
Royale?
They actually
Paul
did
included
ask
in
for
All
that
right,
it?
too.
vote keep not
but-
kick, guys. Keep not kick.
Can I get a watch at the
no.
end too?
I'll watch. I can tell you what. Whoever wins, I'll gift a single sub in their channel. How about that?
Yeah, we're working
I
on
mean,
sponsors.
That's nice.
All right. Yeah.
That's the
We do,
best I
like
can
Stakes
do.
are high.
debates where like we get like see who spoke the most, you know, who was doing the best approval rating wise going in,
True.
who had a wine
Who
cellar
talked the
meeting with
most.
40 billionaires, you know, the standard.
No, we can actually go into the debate if people want to. I thought that wine cellar argument was actually really good.
What made me want to do? Well, what it made me want to do is get a wine cellar for myself. I was like, now that's a goal on the list. Now I'm gonna have like a $900 wine in a cave with what was it? Something crystals.
Do you think wine
Savorkian.
stocks went up at all?
Yeah, big wine.
Big wine, yeah.
No,
I thought he responded very well to that, though. Like, I hate Mayo Pete, whatever. I don't think he's a very good candidate. But he hit back hard by like calling out Warren, like in her hypocrisy or whatever.
Why?
So I,
Why is the Mayo Pete a thing? Why? I've been seeing that in the last few days. Why?
Because
is
he's
that a
very
thing?
white and
The
vanilla.
whitest dude alive.
Yeah, he's just very mayonnaise-y, like, right? Like, it's...
It's not just that he's white; it's also that he's boring. I think that's probably the
Like,
joke.
we've all seen the Panic at the Disco fucking high hopes Mayo Pete dance, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he is very
Unfortunately.
vanilla. Yeah.
but who do you guys think won that debate?
I think Amy Klobuchar won that debate last night.
Same. Yeah,
Thank
I think she
you.
did really well.
same.
Now I'm not happy to say it, but like
Oh yeah, Klobuchar sucks, but she did great. She did a good job.
that's the only reason she's in the race still is because she has been doing really well at debates.
I thought she
Really?
did kind of bad in the last one. Like in the last one, she was like very shaky and stuff. But in this one, she just like I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed, but I felt like she came in to kill it.
I don't know about the previous ones. Like I've seen the highlights from this one, so I haven't really seen the whole things. But like in every previous debate I've seen, Amy Klobuchar has been absolute garbage. Like they've said like they've said nothing except, hey, we all need to let's stop attacking each other and work together to fight Trump, and then just like dropping occasional jokes that make nobody in the crowd laugh, and just like awkward silences for like 2 seconds after she says them. Just,
But
I
she's
fucking
ra-
hate appeals to like civility politics. It's the most cringe thing in the world.
Oh,
But
for
it's
sure, yeah.
it's obviously working because she's raised money and she keeps coming up in the polls.
isn't she still
So
below Bloomberg polling wise though? Like I thought
well,
she was like 4%, 5% still.
she's got a lot more aggregate than that guy, but I mean he's come in like 5% in a couple of polls.
I mean, she's apparently doing better than Cory Booker, right? He wasn't even there.
Yep.
Nah, Yang's promising to bring him back. Yang made the promise.
She
That
may
Cory
not make
Booker's
the
coming back.
January. She may not make it in January though. They're upping the ante even more, and she hasn't. I think you have to have 5 in national polls and 7% in a couple early voting states, and she has not reached that threshold yet.
Yeah, I can't imagine she's going to stick through till that point, honestly. I think like her and like Yang and stuff will probably drop by then.
Yeah, we may have seen a Yang for the last time, honestly.
Oh darn, there's a
the
lot
I
of.
thought it
Yang
was funny. I thought it was funny that line he said. What did he say? He was like, "I know what you're wondering. Why am I still here?" or something like that. I was like, hey, nice, got him.
Yeah, poor guy.
I mean, it's true, but like, why?
It seems like Yang has good like speechwriters or whatever, people who help him prepare statements for these debates, but he just seems so like nervous to be on stage, which I get, right? But like, I don't know.
I mean,
Well,
didn't
I
you
just
get
I don't think
Donald
he's
Glover as like a creative consultant on the Yang thing? Yang
Wait,
Gambino.
what?
You really have Donald Glover
Oh,
as
Yeah,
creative
Donald
consultant.
Glover.
That's sick.
What, you mean like
That's a
Childish
creative
Gambino?
consultant
What are you,
for Yang
what
Yeah.
are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, no, yeah.
That just
Donald Glover and
happened.
his like team joined.
Wait,
It was like 2 days
this
ago.
isn't a
There you go.
meme?
This isn't a meme. This literally happened. Like,
Oh,
That's sick. He's
oh,
gonna win.
boy.
Gambino's nuts, dude. I'm Yang Gang now, honestly. If you hire Gambino to fucking direct, to help in his
I'm waiting
campaign, I'm
for the, like,
all
Yang
for it,
Gang
to be
versus
honest.
America, like that has to. Come
Yeah.
out, right?
That
Like,
honestly, people will vote
Wow,
for
this
that.
is for
People
real.
will vote purely because of a fucking music video. I could fucking see it, dude.
Oh,
Music
I don't
video
know.
would be
Even if it's just like a 3 percentage points or whatever, I feel like the majority of Yang Gangers would like Bernie for some reason. That's just the impression I get. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're like, Bernie's the second choice, but my first choice is Yang. So I'm happy with that 3% perhaps going to my favorite
What policies of Yang's are you guys really in favor of? 'Cause for the most part, anyone I've ever talked about to Yang is literally just fucking bought and paid for by $1,000 a month. I feel like I can just be like, hey, Harkdan
Yeah.
2020, $1,100 a month and fucking win. It's such a stupid policy.
Fan supporter now.
So generally speaking, I think that one of the appeals for Yang is the fact that he's one of the few candidates who's actually talking about automation in the future, kind of thing. Like basically, no other Democrat candidates have really like had a decent platform or like really talked about that a lot. Like his the way he's dealing with it isn't the best way, perhaps, but like at least he's talking about it. I think is the big thing a lot of people are like noticing an appeal there.
I suppose so. I still think we're quite a bit away. So
Yeah.
even if I don't know if you've been to like Japan or any of these very modernized kind of Asian countries, even when you go there, yeah, there's some stuff that's modernized. Like if you go into a lot of restaurants, like you'll interact with a vending machine versus a person. But there's still waitresses, things like that. The amount of jobs that I feel like have been actual lost to automation, even in something that you could say is years ahead of us in accepting this type of stuff, is still pretty minimal. I think
Well, no,
maybe
it's
at the tail end of our
manufacturing,
lifestyle.
Dan. It's
I
manufacturing.
understand that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that in
But those are the
general,
jobs that he's talking about because tons of jobs are now being lost to, factory workers are no longer able to work because it's just not as profitable
Well,
for the business as
well, the
it
thing
is
that
to
Yang
just get a
usually
bunch
goes-
of robots, right?
The thing that Yang usually goes for is like the trucking
Yes.
example, right? Like how trucker jobs are going to be lost
Yes.
to automation. I don't know how real of a threat that is. It doesn't seem to be like it seems like it would be a massive expense for trucking companies to undertake all at once. I don't know.
I'm
Not at
curious
all.
what the
Like, truckers make like imagine how much, right? Like yes, like the technology's not quite there, but once the technology's there, like truckers actually make decent money and would make worse time than a fucking machine doing the same goddamn thing.
What
It's
about
true,
the
yeah.
robots?
It's worse for the
We've
environment as
got to
well,
stop
isn't
during
it?
extreme weather.
For
I don't know if
sure.
we-
Truckers, yeah, it is worse for the environment as well.
I don't know if we care about that or not, but if you care about the environment, you should hope that these truckers lose their jobs immediately because the robo fleet's going to be faster, better, without less accidents. and
Why
better-
aren't the RoboFleet worthy of moral consideration, huh? Have you thought about that? Maybe you're being bigoted against
Ram, if you try to
robots.
turn everything into fucking
Wait,
philosophy,
isn't
I'm gonna
that-
have to destroy you.
I mean,
it-
automation.
it's
one of the
true.
areas Where they look at it as like
Is
a
it
situation
true
of
though? I
going
mean,
to-
like it's like should we have more socialized policies that make it so that those truck workers aren't like as fucked by
For sure.
right, like by their jobs getting replaced? Like yeah, and that's why people like Yang. It's because Yang is concerned with that. Yang is concerned with the truck drivers who are perhaps it's not next year or the year after, but like 5-10 years down the line, say like even half of those jobs are replaced. There are a lot of fucking truck workers. I don't know how many truck workers there are, but there are a lot of fucking truck drivers.
At least
drivers.
20.
At least 20 to 50 truck drivers.
I saw a few on my way into Toronto, and there's definitely those guys.
Yeah, I think the major thing with automation is that it's one of those areas that's looked at as like
There are
a
approximately
rapidly
3.5
progressing area, right?
million
Hold on,
professional
hold on.
truck
Like-
drivers in the United States.
Hold on.
Was I wrong? I don't-
The automation.
What was
right,
that,
like,
Grushin?
is going
What was that,
I said at
Grushin?
least 20.
I'm just going to keep talking. So automation.
Yeah.
Just gonna keep talking.
I'm sorry.
So automation basically is like one of those areas where it's going to rapidly progress, right? Like normally with tech, we see like areas where like certain like once they start like developing technology for it, it starts moving rapidly and starts growing rapidly as like an area they invest into. And automation is one of those areas that they're probably viewing as like an issue. Like in 15 years' time, it might be like most things might be moving towards that kind of point, right? So that's like why it's like it's an up and coming like issue that I think most people are focusing on. That kind of
I think if we're being realistic and fair with ourselves, I think 9 out of 10 fucking Yang voters probably don't care too much about this and are more enticed by the fact they're going to get a partial student debt bailout and get $1,000 a month. If we're
For
being
sure.
honest with each other, there's
I
a
know.
reason that every time Yang comes on the stage, he's like, "Hey, and don't forget about my freedom dividend that's going to give you $1,000 a month." He's not talking about robots and shit taking over jobs.
Well, yeah,
but
but
he does also
$1,000 by saying the automation though. That's like
Yeah.
his lead into that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's the lead into that. I
This
think
is
fucking a one-trick
Well,
pony.
why
that
else
just-
should we be concerned? Why else should we really be concerned with that automation? We're concerned with people losing their jobs. We're concerned with
This
like
is
the
all
bridge
fine.
between
I'm saying
employment.
Yang-
Yeah,
Yang
Dan, I
has
think you're
lied.
generalizing here unfairly.
Not really. I think that Yang has done something that's incredibly fucking scummy. I'm not against the idea to a certain extent of UBI, but I think that the whole fact that Yang is there and essentially is even a somewhat meaningful candidate at this point pays to a bot election. It makes me wonder how any fucking run-of-the-mill bullshit, nobody fucking Democrat could be a presidential candidate and say, hey, you know what? We're going to give you $3,000 a month and have just as much a chance as Yang. I think it's bullshit. I don't think it's thought through, and it sure as fuck isn't thought through how it's going to be paid for. I'll tell you that much. You can get rid of the entire fucking military, get rid of huge parts of our stuff, and it wouldn't even cover a dent in this thing. Okay, this is ludicrously expensive.
I don't agree with his policy, but he does explain it. He basically said that it'd be out of welfare, like long story short, right? So theoretically speaking, instead of people using like welfare services, that's what they would get instead. And with the whole assumption that I don't personally agree with that, like, oh, everybody would rather take this than welfare, or the vast majority. That's where almost all the money would be coming from.
And that doesn't make any sense because the whole point of welfare is to prop up people who really need it.
Yeah, exactly.
and to
That's
fly-
part of why Yang's
that's
UBI
why
is so
most
shit, though.
that's why most Demsocs don't like Yang's policy.
That's why it's so
because they recognize
stupid,
that it's a way
yeah.
of cutting social welfare out, right? They
But I mean, but
couldn't
it's like that. It should go
to
counter,
remove it.
not even to socialism, but even like the very basics of liberalism and a welfare state that goes essentially counter to
Well,
it. as
it
well.
doesn't replace all welfare, but it also does cut.
But if it's
into it,
taking money
right?
out of
Because
the
you don't
welfare
need-
system,
But it will take some inherently because it is a welfare system itself. You don't have to spend as much if people have a dividend so they can be afforded certain things. Obviously,
but
shouldn't
the-
replace like a form of healthcare. They shouldn't be relying on that money just for healthcare, but right, like it provides them like a bridge, right? The entire point is
I
some
don't-
of it can become from welfare, but I'm pretty sure his policy mostly relies on taxing larger tech
Yeah,
companies.
so that's what the policy relies on. But the argument that people are saying is that because it opens the door for that to be an option for like removing welfare and stuff, that future governments might be able to utilize that same thing as a way to further remove welfare along the same like line, like
Well,
for
no,
like,
Yang
right?
said himself on
potential
Dave
movement.
Rubin like forever ago that it would be a choice that you'd have to choose between like welfare programs and receiving those benefits from the government or like receiving the UBI. I think he said that. I'm pretty
He
sure.
did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
Yeah.
was on the campaign, yeah, or like one of the debates he said that.
that's
pretty
not,
sure.
that's not bad. That's not a bad idea.
No, it's totally
Well,
shit.
that's
That's an atrocious. Yeah, that's not a good idea
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah,
No.
'cause here's
No,
the
I
thing.
understand because pragmatic, but that would give people the ability now. Like, let's assume that money isn't going to be taken away from these welfare systems. That would then provide people the ability to stay on their welfare and give the chance to people who need it the most to get more funding than someone who doesn't need, that type of income. So
Well,
Maybe,
but if
chances
that
are
money
if you're
comes at the-
welfare, you need it,
no,
right?
I
And
agree. It's bullshit because it comes at the expense of people.
Yeah,
who
but if
are
it comes
actually-
out
Yeah,
like if it
exactly.
comes out dollar for dollar out of something like something like Snap, does it
Yeah.
really matter if they still have the money to pay for the food that they would need?
right. No, I agree.
Like at the end of the day, I think that's why that like doesn't really suffer as an analogy, is because you can just take it out of systems that like would one-to-one work. If you have if you have the freedom to then use that money, sure you could not spend it on food and then starve, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, but if they lose their SNAP benefits, most people get like $200-300. So now you're talking $700 a month for people.
Sure,
Exactly.
but we're ignoring the major issue that most people have, which is that the putting this in without putting any controls on like stuff like rent, like on like a corporation like hiking up prices, we might just see like that kind of thing just go up instead as a way of countering
True.
like that influx of money, right? So most
Which
of that
is
money
which is
might
the biggest
go
problem
into,
with
like,
UBI in general, right?
Yeah, price hikes and stuff is the biggest issue with UBI in general. But like if it's just UBI by itself, then more than likely you'll see that money just end up going to like corporations or like landlords that will hike up like rent and prices and stuff as a way of like getting that influx of cash that's coming to the economy.
Well, it's also going to run into a brick wall in Congress, and they're going to have to negotiate it down. So, and people are going to be stuck with Andrew Yang getting maybe $300 a month. Like, there's no way in hell that thing makes its way through Congress $1,000 a month. No way.
Sure. I mean, this is all pointless because he's been pulling 3% for like his entire life. So I don't know how much value there is in Yang talking about Yang.
Yeah, I think we should stop talking about Yang and Klobuchar. Both are.
We also stick to like Warren, Pete, Biden, Sanders are like the ones I think matter.
I think
think Warren.
Pete is
I think.
total sellout. I really.
I think
I'm
Warren's
like,
done.
Warren, you think she's done?
Yeah, she's been
Yeah.
dropping massively in the past like week. I think Warren's going to drop in like.
And her
a
performance
month's time.
yesterday was not good. So
Was it not? I thought Warren did okay.
I feel like she like served as a martyr to basically make, because I think she harmed Pete, but at the same time, the way that like she was not sufficiently able to defend herself enough against Pete's own objections.
You're saying
So
she
I
like
think-
suicide bombed his campaign
Yeah,
a little
exactly.
bit?
That it's gonna yeah, essentially.
She's
Sorry.
running it down mid, just like taking out Pete.
Yeah,
Bernie behind stage, just giving her directions, just
Bernie is basically gonna benefit from it. So
I guess that's probably true. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Bernie definitely does benefit from like Sanders, or sorry, from fucking Warren taking a fall to like knock out Pete. But I don't
Also,
know, is
can
it
I
enough?
just-
Right? Is it enough? Like all this fucking moderate like movement in the fucking Democratic Party is just, I don't know. It's kind of fucking gross.
well,
really
like,
is
can I
kinda
just say
fucking
I'm
gross.
so thankful that Bloomberg entered the race. Like, thank you, Bloomberg, because he hopefully will just siphon stuff off from Biden. So
honestly,
'cause
when I saw from the polls, it suggested that actually Pete lost mostly when Bloomberg.
well,
came
either
on.
way, I don't care.
Yeah.
Either way, whatever.
One of the watered down fucking moderate like Democrats losing is a win for everyone else. So it
Yeah.
really doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day who the fuck it is.
Bloomberg.
Well,
I legitimately agree.
wait, sorry. I think
Yeah, go
having more moderates there is better because, in my opinion, it would split up Biden.
Mhm.
No, like
Biden
Yeah.
seems to be strong regardless. I can't see Biden seems to be like
Yeah,
hovering at
exactly.
like 28% regardless of what the fuck happens at this point.
But that's not
Biden's
true.
pretty
That isn't
pretty
true though,
untouchable
because I mean, if you look at the poll, whenever there's been a spike of a moderate, there has tended to be a dip from like the
Are you looking at like the aggregate of polls, or are you just looking at
Yes.
like because the aggregate of polls like shows that like Biden had a drop from like 40% down to 28% in like I think it was like April sometime, which is when he had the first debate. I think it was the second debate, and then since then he's hovered at like 28% to like 30% like the entire time.
Yeah, no, I
I've
understand.
seen it
But
drop
then
some
if you look at the dips and you look at the increases, they are almost always correlated with one of the moderates, one of like who aren't Bernie and Warren, increasing in their poll numbers. So like if you look at, for example, November 6th, there you see the spike of Harris and you see the decrease in Biden. And then as soon as they start to drop, Biden goes up again. And it's just that repeated like, look here, November 21st, there's the dip and there's the increase for Buttigieg. There's Buttigieg's dip and there's Biden's increase. So it's all definitely correlated with one another. So you could see the moderate vote is shifting. I just don't think that a lot of people, I mean, I think the people who are on board, I wish that one of Warren or Bernie would just get out of the race, to be honest. I do truly believe
It'll be.
that.
I said Warren will probably drop in a month, 2 months time. I reckon.
I
honestly.
would be so thankful because I think that guarantees Bernie's success. I do.
Wait, I thought it was more likely that Bernie's going to go. It seems like he has a lot of health problems, already having a heart attack on the campaign trail, right? I mean, if not, we should really talk about
FDR was in a
Bernie.
I mean,
wheelchair.
we want to talk about like Biden's
Sure,
health
but he's-
problems.
I
Like,
mean, being in a
FDR is heralded as
doesn't
one of the
mean that you're
greatest
gonna die.
presidents. No, he was heralded as one of the greatest presidents of all time, and he was, physically disabled. And
This is
had a
a very
lot of-
different thing, Rem, and you know it. You should not.
How's it?
be
Wait,
saying
how is it a different thing?
Because being in a wheelchair doesn't mean that you are having imminent fucking health
No,
risks
oh,
that are
but
indicative of dying.
But above and beyond, because if you're worried about the mental state of someone,
I
there
didn't
have
say
been-
I was. I said I was worried
Oh.
that Bernie's going to die.
Oh, you're
because
worried he's
got
gonna
a
like
heart
pass
attack.
out. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I mean,
the other
he's,
thing is,
1 year older than Biden, though. I mean,
Yeah, but he had a heart attack, so it's a big difference.
Biden
It's
was
a huge-
bleeding out the fucking eye. At the, like this
True.
is like it's like fucking Hillary collapsed like last year, like the sort of 3 years ago now. Like I don't know, like health. Like
I
they're
mean,
all
no, I
pretty
think a
old
heart
fucking
attack is
people,
worse.
Right? Like
I
I don't
think
know.
a
I've
heart
had
attack's
I've had like,
but I mean,
like,
we can act like it's the same thing. If
It's
passing
not.
out or
Yeah,
fainting
it's
is the
not
same
at
as
all.
a
no,
heart
but I've
attack.
had
No,
people in my
but I
family who've
feel
had
like-
heart attacks, and like you could heart attacks.
Oh
don't mean,
well,
like,
we
they're
got some.
fucked, like
We
how
have
does-
some
No, but if you look at the
ideas.
average, if you look at the average cause of death among older people, it comes from the heart, not from the brain.
sure, but
So
he
Yeah,
had,
but I
he
mean,
had
I
surgery
wonder-
for it, right? He had the heart surgery
Well,
that was like,
yeah, of
and now
course.
it's showcasing that it's stronger than ever with that kind of thing, right? I mean, like if we're gonna help,
What do you mean stronger than ever?
stronger than it was beforehand the surgery.
Well, of course.
so then
but-
now he's better off now. Yes.
Look, I'll give my own heart to Bernie Sanders if he needs it. All right, like chill.
Whoa, wait, are
we'll
you
get him in
making-
office,
Did you
right?
say
and
that
then we'll
his
figure
heart
it
is
out.
stronger for having had a heart attack? Was that the?
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
saying it's stronger
understand.
than it was before
No,
the
that
surgery.
got better because of surgery.
Okay.
But here's
But
the
like that,
deal, right?
Okay, but having the
I
heart attack
agree.
means
That's
you're
a
more
really
likely to
low beta
have
set.
more.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
agree. The heart attack thing is kind of worrying, but I mean, like, I guess I this is just personal or whatever. I rather like take the odds or whatever than a president who I feel is going through obvious mental decay, which I think Biden
Also,
kind of is.
I don't know if
There's a reason we have vice president.
What's that?
There's a reason we have vice
Oh
president.
yeah, that's why I was saying I think we should, if Bernie somehow does get the nomination, I think we have to be very
Gotta have Biden
tuned
in
to
there.
who is
That's
his
the vice
VP.
president.
Yeah, I mean,
Biden is vice president. Not like that.
They both dropped
Not
dead
like
at the
this.
same time.
That's what I was thinking.
That'd be President Pelosi.
Good job, Mr. McConnell. Wow.
President Pelosi, if that happens.
Oh yeah, no, that's right.
That'd
It
be
would be
so
Pelosi.
great.
She's been doing a good job with the impeachment stuff. I
She
wouldn't
has been
mind.
doing a good job with the impeachment stuff thus
She's
far.
been
That
doing
is
a
true.
good job of being a politician, which is all that really matters in passing policies in the first place. That's all that you have to.
I mean, that's
In
her
fact,
whole job,
that
right?
should be the number.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
I guess
stand our Queen Pelosi. Amen.
stand people that actually know how to politic. Fuck ideals and shit like that if you can't get anything passed, which I yet to see Bernie be able to do anything.
Well, yeah,
that's
but if you
okay.
can get
I-
things done and you
well-
don't get good things done, that's a bad,
Excuse me,
that's
did you not see the
necessarily bad.
Yellen bill, Dan?
Listen, we are talking about plans like Yang scan. Let me give me some.
A politically effective sycophant is not a good thing.
No,
Right?
no,
Like-
no,
like,
no,
just
no.
because.
That's why I say it's the second most important thing. First thing should be.
Oh,
right.
okay. Yeah. No. Agreed.
That's why people take like watered down candidates who can actually get the job done. Like again, using an example like
how
Yang,
politically
his plan-
ineffective do you like? How politically effective do you think the current like spread of Democratic candidates are? Like, who's the most? Who's the least? Well, who's the most?
We're
Just, like,
definitely
who
the
are-
best
who are
at
up the most?
losing. That's for sure. We're really good at that.
Dare
The
I
reason-
say that they're all pretty lousy, but if I had to bet on one of them, I would just say that Biden probably has the most experience. Just has he been in the game the longest? I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I think
He
since the
has.
70s.
I think with this type of thing, it's really just the amount of it's like 10,000 hours or something makes you a master. I would kind of trust.
Well,
his
but
judgment
I
on
would
how-
Bernie's
say-
been in politics since a super young age as well, and like there are things.
But
that
it's
we
a
can,
different
like,
kind of politics, right? That he was in a
He's
municipal
opposition,
position,
right? Yeah.
and he
Yeah.
never had executive positions in the
Sure,
actual White House.
Fair enough. I was just saying, I think who would be best at politicking is two things. One, it's knowing all the back alleys to getting things done, and this guy owes me a favor for that. That stuff is incredibly popular and powerful in Washington. And then I think the second avenue of that is actually being able to pull people together and having relationships. Relationships, as much as everyone wants to kind of disparage and say they don't matter, are hugely important for doing shit in Washington. Like so many deals get done just by nepotism as a result of that being your coworker or being guy, whatever. I mean, I hate to say it's a fact. I think Biden probably knows the most people, has the most relationship, and has the most experience doing it. So I go with the most, lackluster, lukewarm candidate, but the one who's likely to get elected and get something done. And last thing I'm going to say.
What is he likely to get done though?
Okay, that's a good example. I'm glad you do it. So like Obamacare is something that got passed. And again, I was trying to say this before. Looking at Yang Gang's fucking $1,000 a month thing, dude, I don't think people understand how expensive it is. So the plan, just that plan, the best case scenario is about $2.5 trillion a year to pay for that. Do you know how much total tax the United States took in last year? $3 trillion. That's for every fucking thing we did. I don't understand. I guess we can try to double the tax on everyone, but that's going to send the country into recession. There's
Wait, but this is fallacious, right? Like, we don't necessarily have to tax to equate government spending always. This isn't how we
Okay, so how am I wrong? So we are going to have to pay out $2.5 trillion a year. Where would you like that to come from?
The government just spends money. They don't necessarily have to collect it through taxes first. I mean, when we spend money,
the Fed.
Isn't that the whole
If
thing
we're
about the deficit, or am I super
if
wrong
we're
on
going
that?
if we're going money tree here, I mean the Fed can just print the money, and it doesn't deflate it at. I'm not gonna money tree it, but
I really don't
it
want to
doesn't
do that.
fully
I've
match
got a
the inflation.
we don't have to, but we can just drop this
Dan.
entire topic then, because it's.
Oh well, no. I mean, yeah, we can scuff the topic if the solution is just print more money. Yeah, sure, okay.
Oh,
let's
no,
actually
that's
get it done.
insanely
Well, I mean,
reductive, Dan, and you
being
know
said,
it.
no?
Come on, Dan.
Is that not what we're saying?
That is,
Just-
But also-
isn't that what
but
North
also-
said though?
Wait, how's
that is
programs
what I
more
said.
money?
It's technically true.
Yeah.
I looked into it. It's not like the inflation that we would expect from the amount of money that the Fed has printed is not lined up. So it's not fully right, like, which is not fully understood or agreed upon in any economic sense. And I'm not an expert in it at all, but like that doesn't line up fully. But B,
Don't worry,
right, like the amount of
economists aren't very good at it either. So.
no, they're not. They're not. They're just all shit. Okay, they're not. They need to fucking keep the magic, and they don't. But more importantly, I think is like the discussion around the economic, like actual, like the revenue that it generates. Like each dollar of Snap, I think the estimate was like it generates $1.7 like in like economic revenue. So I mean, like, who's to say that like we probably would want to increase taxes based on this kind of program, and like a lot of the like a lot of like what it, so I mean, like discounting it in terms of like payment, yeah, like we double the tax rate, but would we double the tax rate on the tech companies that don't pay taxes? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
for
what,
sure. I mean,
like,
we don't have to increase taxes across the board, and it's like,
yeah.
We go over budget all the time. That's what the deficit is, right? So we're not even really spending like our exact money when it comes to taxes as much as we are, like, I guess, overspending in a sense. Which, if that's an issue important to you, like decreasing the deficit, then that's another thing, right? But if that's
yeah,
not
and there are
something
good
that's
reasons
like,
to do that. To be clear, yeah.
yeah,
Can
if
we
that's
just
not, Mhm.
like acknowledge like economics in terms of like macroeconomics specifically, which is obviously going to be what is relevant for a discussion like this, is just its track record in terms of actually being accurate is fucking abysmal. The accuracy of economic predictions, macroeconomic forecasts are absolute garbage. So I'm always extremely skeptical of arguments like for or against certain positions just based on, because obviously we have to take into account we have to try to calculate it in some sort of fashion, but I honestly have no idea how, like, even on the debate stage, right, that all underlying this discussion are just these very wishy-washy, extremely vague types of predictive behavior of human beings and their relation to capital that almost always end up being completely bullshit at the end of the day. It's very unsettling to me.
I don't know about that. I know that I'm not sure about that statement, because I do know that there is like certain things that usually do happen. You're right that it's a predictability sort of thing, so you're never gonna get 100% correct. But I don't think it's safe to be like, oh no, like, this is all like wishy-washy bad stuff, because it's not that exactly either, right? There are things that surprise us constantly when it comes to like econ, but it's not fair to be like, oh yeah, it's just kind of like a random dart that you're throwing on a board.
Well, I don't
if
think
that
it's a
makes any
random
sense.
dart. Like this. Obviously, you can all see what I'm doing because I don't necessarily. I don't know if we want to get in. I mean, I want to get into this, but I don't think anyone else wants to get into it. So we can move on if you want. But I would just say I'm skeptical of economics playing as big of a role as it ultimately does in even academic circles, or like what was that podcast? Was it this podcast recently where that guy came on with his big brain? Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about Nate a few weeks ago with the
Yes, yes,
talking
yeah.
about
Right?
yeah.
That was
Yeah,
absolutely. And then I pushed him a little bit, and he's like, and there was no substance under there. It was just a ton of claims, and when asked to justify it, there's nothing there.
Wait, what about Nate's
I
claims weren't
disagree. I don't. That's not
substantiated?
how I recall it.
That's
Nate
not
in
how
here.
that happened at all, though.
Bring
It
Nate
wasn't
in.
that there
Where's
was no
Nate?
substance. We kind of went in circles, though. That was the thing. Like it ended up being to the point where it's like, okay, well, this is just like sort of an observation. It's not like a new finding, and then we were just like, oh well, economists disagree on it, and that was like essentially that's where we ended up. Was like it's kind of not. It's not as
No,
novel
the issue
as we
is
thought.
it can't be used, or it has no purpose in terms of predictivity, because at the end of the day, it can't inform us as to how to essentially make policy decisions, because
No,
it is
but I mean, it like in terms of being able to fund policy like more liberally than people believe based on the numbers, and not having to be like, okay, we're spending 2 trillion, we have to tax 2 trillion. That's what it allows. Like it's just theory. Like that's all. It's not like it's not as practical as you're tearing it apart.
Well, no,
a
it's
theory for
not
being
just.
impractical.
This isn't true.
Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
like,
It's not just theory though. It's a descriptive analysis of like how our
images-
right. And
current
the
system is
objection,
set
though,
up.
is that it's descriptive in the same sense. Like it can't be, in essence, like falsified in any meaningful sense of the word. There is no
No.
possible event that would ever occur
No,
that could
that's not
possibly
true
prove
either.
that
No,
theory
that's
wrong.
not true.
All
at all.
MMT
Like
attempts
what
to do.
event?
But
This is what I was
No, no.
pushing.
Wait,
Emma.
yeah.
What
So
could
the
happen
event,
in
the event would
world?
be they print money,
We're saying things that are
and
not
the
true.
currency deflates at a rate that is not conducive to them just printing money to make it happen. Like hyperinflation would be like what disproves it. If the Fed printed money and we hyperinflated as a result trying to spend policies like that, the money tree theory would just fucking fall.
I remember that being brought up in the previous discussion, though, and he said that something. There was some response
What Nate would
to that.
probably say is that the real constraint is unemployment. That's usually what MMT proponents say. All MMT is really trying to do is just describe how the government, like with a government with a sovereign currency like the U.S. or Canada or what have you, manages to spend in the way that it does. Right? That's all that MMT tries to do. We're trying to figure out like the U.S. spends a lot of money all at once, and it seems like it can do that without creating like hyperinflation. So why? Right? That's what MMT is about.
Yeah.
Right. Well, honestly, I don't know enough about macroeconomic theory to really, push back on it. But I just recalling that conversation with him, I just knowing the makeup of different economic departments and the way that economists actually interact with one another. It's, like in the sciences.
And he was insisting that economists are largely just shit. Like that was a lot of his he was just like, oh, they're just not used to it. It's not like it just.
But I mean, I don't think that's
so fair, but like it is just because it's a descriptive model that like doesn't apply in the ways that you are expecting it to. I don't think makes it invalid.
No. My point is that it doesn't seem like we can employ any sort of macroeconomic theory to actually justify, in a real sense, a lot of the policy decisions or policy debates that are going on in the Democratic
people
because they are not descriptively accurate usually.
No, but people are constantly shitting on like larger like universal healthcare, UBI. People are constantly shitting on these programs because of the fact that they're not affordable. But the U.S. has historically been able to spend insane amounts of money without it hyperinflating us. So theoretically, we could just do that. Like it's changing the model in terms of how people think about it. In terms of we have to tax X dollars to spend X dollars, because that's what MMT sort of pushes back on, right? That we don't tax a dollar and then spend the dollar. We tax it and it eliminates it from right. That was what he was trying to explain to us.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's currency.
The, like,
I want to go ahead and ask.
right?
I want to get somebody else's opinion. Gushin, what do you think about this conversation?
So economics? You want to bring me in for economics?
You put up the thinking emoji, so
I'm honestly, I want to learn about it. So because I've come in.
Emoji was
I'm definitely not a good person to learn it from.
Rim, I've got a
Either
connection
am I.
for you that I can send you if you want it. Okay.
I want to hear what Harkdan has to say about
sure.
this.
Well, I have a question that's kind of an interesting one. So it sounds like everyone's like, "Oh, MMT is good when you give $1 to someone."
Not me.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't. I think it's. Stupid
I'm not
as
saying
well.
it's good either. I'm just saying it's descriptive.
Okay.
It's not actually applicable.
If you give $1 to an average person and somehow it produces $1.20 in economic gain, or however this is defined, if you were to give that same dollar to someone who is let's say upper class, and it was to produce $5, would you be in favor of giving more money to the wealthy?
Well, if that was the case, then Reaganomics would work, right? Or
I'm asking. Yeah, if you would.
Wait, you're saying if you
no. But the thing
explain
is
that again, Dan? I
historically
don't
we haven't
understand.
seen this happen. But yeah, theoretically, if that did happen, I would be more in favor of that. But the thing is, like, historically, it just doesn't happen that way. Usually, when we give like huge tax cuts to like really rich people, or kind of like invest in those companies, they end up either like buying back stock or.
Well, in this case, we're not really talking about a tax break. I mean, it's similar, but different, right? It's less of a. It's more of a giving, right? Because everyone's going to get $1,000 a month. So I don't know. It's less of you pay us less money and more of we're just giving you money. Granted, it's mostly
Dan, I guess the question I would ask you is: are we trying to create the most like economic revenue, or are we trying to make sure that people have decent standards of living?
Yeah, it's a welfare program, not an investment program,
I don't know
right?
what the goal is here. But I mean, if the idea is that we'll just take print money to pay for it, I think there's a lot more cool shit that we can do.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so
I hugely agree with you there.
Space.
Yeah, UBI isn't that great of a policy to me. I would never defend UBI over like a social program.
I mean, I would defend UBI. I just hate the idea. I mean, again, bringing it back to Yang, I just hate the idea that it feels like we could have had an actual like visionary candidate pushing UBI, someone with big political experience, someone who has like a track record on this shit, and instead we got some fucking failed tech bro that's out there possibly poisoning UBI for years.
I mean, okay, that's
right?
like totally specific. You don't like Yang seems like that, but like, how would you make a UBI that works then? If you're gonna you're pro UBI, but you're just anti Yang?
Well, I think UBI only really comes into a place after it's tested small. So I know that there's a program called Y Combinator that's tested. I think it was in Oakland, giving a bunch of people $1,000 a month to see how it increased their lives and if they became beneficial. I think that essentially it has to be tied into some sort of education budget. So in the same way, I think that we should vastly improve our education in the country. If doing these things, if giving $1,000 a month to people not only pulls them out of poverty, but somehow saves the government money as they no longer require welfare programs, that is just something we do. We have to test it. We don't fucking go with Yang, $1,000 a month for fucking everyone. This should work, hopefully. I don't know, maybe. I mean, not that he could ever pass it, but still, it just seems fucked. I think we have to have smaller tests and see
Wouldn't
if it works. But
wouldn't the incremental progressional approach be to to pass it in smaller communities first? Like, wouldn't, like, if you were Yang, right, or like, well, it's not if you were Yang, if you were a UBI candidate, right, wouldn't that be the way that you were initially passed it? Wouldn't you just like go incremental, like Warren plans to do with healthcare?
I think incremental is definitely the way to test it.
Do we know that are we 100% that he just wants to get in office and then just like push it to everyone immediately? Is he on record there?
Well, I mean, that's sure as fuck what he's been telling all of us on the stage every day, and if it's not, that's some pretty politician bullshit. Because I'm ready for my $1,000 a month, man. I'll be fucking.
I thought
he was
being
gonna start
politically
with 10
savvy.
families or something.
Listen,
Like,
this motherfucker, every time he's going up there, he's saying, I'm going to get $1,000 a month. If I don't get that shit now, after all this, I'm going to be fucking furious.
Hey, last night
Well,
he
Dan,
actually
we're
was
all
highlighting
streamers
that.
here. It's not even about us getting the money. It's about our viewers getting the money so that they could donate it and sub to us, right?
Yeah,
Interesting.
that way our viewers can all hit that.
UBI
that
is the
button,
best
right?
policy for streamers. Let's be
I just
real.
love the
Yep.
comic of the basically
Needs to give me
yanking
your money.
$1,000 to a tenant,
Yep.
the landlord just jacking up the rent by $1,000 a month. Not that would happen, but it's pretty funny. Anyway.
How are you guys gonna feel when somebody burns their $1,000 on Instagram within the first day they get it? Just for
boycott, yeah.
internet points.
Wait, what do you
I
mean?
think
How
the-
can you burn money on it? Buy things on Instagram?
You didn't
Burn
seem like.
it.
I mean, like,
I
you
think
said
you-
you-
As in, like, physically burning it
on fire, yeah.
and then taking a video.
Oh.
my heart would
Oh.
hurt.
That'd be disappointing.
There's some rich
I-
shitheads out there that will do it. Trust me,
Well,
like
wouldn't
some
that be
teenagers.
incriminating? Isn't that illegal?
That is,
believe it or not,
I'm pretty sure destruction of currency. is
Capital
actually
binds
illegal.
us.
No. Destruction is legal.
Oh, it is?
Modification is illegal.
Oh, wait, wouldn't destruction be modification, arguably?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
Modified
modified
into
this
ass.
money into a pile
Into
of
dust,
ass.
right? Yeah, I don't know.
But you know what I'm saying.
I thought destruction
I
of
get you,
currency was
yeah.
actually illegal. Is it not illegal?
Yeah, that's what.
I don't believe
It's
it
illegal
is.
here.
I remember looking into it before, and it was very to the point that destroying currency is not illegal. But if you attempt to modify it in any way, so it's like turn a 5 into a 10 or something, that would be if it was altered.
Wait, so if you
Huh.
draw like a
There's,
mustache,
I'm not
wait.
getting into semantics, but there's a definitional difference. I just don't know what it is of what modified versus destroyed is. Okay,
So
Now,
I
if
can
you
draw
get
a
Maybe it's that
semantics-
you're allowed to reduce your own wealth, but not try to increase it. That might be it. Yeah.
something along those lines.
All right, we
So
can
what I
test this
found here,
out.
it
Somebody
says
get a
that
dollar
according
and
to
burn
the
it in front of a
title-
cop.
I'm good.
According to Title 18, Chapter 17 of the U.S. Code, which sets out crimes related to coins and currency, anyone who alters, defaces, mutilates, impairs, diminishes, falsifies, scales, or licenses coins or currency can face fines or prison times. The same goes for
Okay.
debasing.
bam,
I
you
feel
just
like
got
mutilate.
owned, Dan.
Mutilate
You
is a
got
strong word to
absolutely
describe
demolished.
defacing money.
Holy
Hold on.
shit! Oh, Dan! Oh, Google Dan! Google
Slow
Dan!
your-
Wait, no.
my
Dan, I
God.
will
Anyone-
fucking destroy you like no one on this podcast has ever before. Because don't forget, I've gone toe to toe. I will fuck you up, kid. All right?
No.
Don't
Anyone who
fucking fuck
mutilates
with me.
cuts, like anyone who mutilates cuts, defigures, perforates, unites, or cements together, or any other evidence of debt issued by a national banking association or the Federal Reserve Bank or the Federal Reserve System, with the intent to render such bank, bill, note, draft, or other evidence of debt unfit to be issued, can be fined or imprisoned.
I mean, if that's the case, then
Yeah, like you
I'm
can
wrong.
try and go at me, but I'm
You
not. I'm
got
just citing
owned,
the US
Dan.
fucking code. I'm not like. I'm not.
Oh.
This is just my head. This is the code. I'm just reading it out loud.
No, I mean,
Oh my
I remember
God.
I was reading something about this that wasn't.
Is this the
in-
end of Dan's career? I like. Holy shit!
Like
What
you
were
want to
the
find some
Twitch-
shit? Go down to the.
I remember
Twitch
reading
video.
something
It
about
is
this, and it
destruction.
had-
It is
it was
destruction
a
of
legal
federal
case.
instruments,
It
right?
was a
Like it's
legal
definitely
case.
not.
You guys remember the
okay
machines
mass.
at all these places where you stand? Man, shut the fuck up for a second. Jesus Christ!
You did the laughing
At all these theme parks where you can stamp, like, put a penny in it, and it'll like turn it into some shit. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh yeah, it'll crush
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, there was a legal case between them and the federal government, and they won. So.
Oh, so there's precedent for it being okay.
I wish I
Yeah.
could do it.
You're actually.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I looked into it as a
He's
case.
so
If it's
sad.
not, it's not. But sure.
What would the Twitch roundtable version of sexual tension be called? I feel like that's what we. That's what we have here.
Wait, hold on. You made this
What?
weird. Why did you bring up
nobody
sexual
hears
tension?
that.
No. Don't misunderstand me. I mean, like, what would the sexual tension?
Hey,
version of,
Puff
like,
Shake, look
debate
at my
tension
screen right
be?
now. Ready?
Okay, chill. Like debate tension is what I'm trying to think of a term for.
Oh, well, why say sexual tension? Just
Because
say
that's how people
tension.
usually use the term. I don't know.
I mean, it does look like Puff and Mindwave are in like the same room, basically.
It's like if you like
You can't
act
prove
like
that
if
we're
you-
not.
True.
I don't
The
know.
camera
if you
pans
spill
over, there's
someone
just, like,
if
Puff
you
hiding
spill
in the
someone on
corner.
something on someone's shirt and like that's an awkward situation, you're not gonna say, "Oh God, the sexual tension is like really." You just say
All right, just omit the sexual part then. Just call it
Wait, they
tension.
are
I'm sorry.
kind of wearing the
It's
same
the
shirt.
tension.
Okay. Yeah, it's called tension. What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
That's okay.
All right.
We can
So we
move
were
on.
talking about the dumb debates and the dumb primaries.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to ask y'all: have y'all ever met a Globochart like supporter? I've never
No.
met one. Not
I
a
know
single
one.
I
one.
haven't either.
I
One,
do.
just one.
My mom bought her book. Was a big fan
Really?
of her. I think she still might be. I don't know. Look, I'll ask Mama Rem soon. Do you want me to call her? Want me to call my mom
No.
and see? We can ask her
Wouldn't it
why
be
she
better
likes
to
know?
Teenage
Klobuchar.
tension, okay? Just keep it to yourself.
My dad was a Tim Ryan supporter till he dropped out, and now
Oh,
he's an
yikes.
Amy Klobuchar supporter.
It just can't win.
Wow.
Oh wow.
I think he bases it off who gets a nice interview on PBS NewsHour. That's about it.
Anyways, I think
Yeah.
people they like that her whole thing is being pragmatic. That's the whole shtick. So for people who want a return to normalcy, feel like they want stuff that will actually get passed in the Senate, because people are worried about Obama happening again in a sense. Obama essentially overpromised, and people were disappointed, even though that's literally the nature of politics in itself. But people think that the way to correct this is just to have someone who passes really lukewarm policies where we don't see any real change in the status quo. So it's for people like that.
She's also
Yeah.
from the Midwest, and like none of the other candidates are.
I
Yeah.
feel like it's strange when
didn't
people
I
are
know
like,
she says it every
"Oh."
10 minutes.
Well, Pete is right.
I think it's strange when people talk about like, oh, we should have Biden in because he's like a moderate or whatever, and that way more things will get passed. And it's like I guess you could make the argument that Obama campaigned as a progressive, but I mean, he was able to pass anything like that. Do you really think his VP, who is like so intertwined with like Obama's name in itself, is going to get some sort of effect done and with like a similar Senate, or even you can argue a worse one because of what
Yeah, but if
happened when
Biden
Trump got
just
in?
gives in to everything the Republicans demand, he'll get loads of things passed. So technically speaking, get the fucking shit done if you just immediately crosses the aisle on every single issue.
Yeah, as opposed to
Hey,
someone like
actually
Bernie
true. That's
who
how
will
we
get
got the
fucking
Affordable Care
nothing
Act.
done.
I have a
Actually, isn't
question.
it?
Do you guys think that Biden actually understands what being transgender is? Do you think he has any sort of like
No.
comprehension about what it actually means to be
I kind of doubt it. Yeah. Although I kind of doubt that Bernie
Not at
does
all.
too. After last night, he gave
I
a really
think
bad
no,
answer.
Bernie definitely does, because I saw an interview of him literally talking about gender, and I saw him talking about it.
okay.
And he seemed to understand it.
I'll check
So
that out then. Maybe I just.
I
haven't
think
seen
he
it.
was. Yeah, I don't think he was prepared for that question. I don't
Yeah,
think
he
like he knew what to answer, so he just
That
redirected
was a
it
very
back.
good answer.
So just to reiterate for anybody that doesn't know, maybe in the audience, like what are you guys referring to exactly? Because I know that there was a question that was directed towards Bernie, and some people have criticized him for not like directly answering the question. What was the question again?
I probably can't
The
recap
race
it verbatim, but sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, was it the race one where they were asking like the race and he was like talking about climate change instead? Is that the
No, there was something
thing I
about
was thinking of?
transgender people.
No,
and he was
yeah,
just
they
like,
asked him. Yeah, they asked him like how would he help the transgender community, blah blah blah. And then the guy basically responded, the transgender community has like gone through a lot, and that's why Medicare for all And I,
And
you
sort of just
know,
like lumped
maybe
trans people in with black people, and then it was like, good, done.
Someone's in my chat and they're spamming the N-word, but someone took the time to make an account called Rem the Soy Boy Cuck. Like, does this mean I've made it when someone has
Nice.
I think you've made
spent
it.
time to
Sounds like somebody hates you.
Congratulations, Rem. Actually, Rem, you've made it. Here's a clap for you, buddy.
Yes.
There you go.
So wait.
Everyone clap for him.
You need the affirmation. There you go. All the claps. Look
My
at
friend
that.
said this
Okay,
was
the-
N-word, and my mod said, "Wow, Destiny's alts are really getting like."
Oh no.
Got him, dude.
I mean, I seriously like asking like, does like Biden like or Bernie get trans issues? I seriously doubt that like 90% of like cis people get trans issues. Like honestly, like talking to a lot of them, like a lot of cis people
Probably
have no
higher
fucking
than
clue
that.
about, like,
Well, no,
like,
but I wonder
Conservative
if
estimate.
Biden thinks of like transgender as being the same thing as transsexual or something. Is what I mean. I feel like he might have that kind of because I know like
I have
older
0% confidence that any of them know like any distinction between any terms related
I
to
mean,
the
even if
LGBT
you think
community.
transnudity, like, transgender and transsexual isn't like a very concrete thing nowadays. Honestly, it's moved a lot more.
Transsexual.
Well, no, but I'm saying I think a lot of people, like I'm sure a lot of older people think that if you are transgender, it necessarily means that you want to or have undergone some sort of sexual reassignment surgery, which isn't the case, obviously, but you know.
Sure, but there are plenty of people that I would say that also. I mean, like it's identity based stuff. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, like a lot of people there who have gone through like gender transition stuff who would still not say transsexual. It's still say transgender. So it's not like an explicit thing. It's a lot more.
Well, of course, but I'm saying, but he probably has no idea how to make any sort.
But like I said, like I think most of the population like doesn't have any fucking idea. Like I mean, they see very little. Right? There's like 4 or 5 trans people, and that's like enough for them to like kind of get like a vague idea.
I think Warren, nobody really gave a good response to that. I think Warren made kind of like a decent appeal, not the best, because not specific policy. But I think like the idea of like reading the names of all trans people who have been victims of violence because they were trans.
That was the most cringe thing I've ever heard in my life when she said that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it was
I
awful.
don't know.
What don't
You like that though,
was
Pixie?
I said like I think that at least like acknowledging the amount of like violence trans people to go through was like a right step. I don't think she worded it the best way. I think the Rose Garden, you know, that was like still a little bit cheesy. But I think at least it was like, I guess, better than I could think of what any other candidate would say.
I would just rather her speak to how she's actually going to take the time to protect, you know, the lives of trans individuals and
I
protect
agree.
their freedom and liberty.
Sure, I wouldn't call it cringy though. Someone reading out a list of people who've been killed.
Oh no, it was definitely cringy.
I don't
It
know
was
how you
cringy.
say it wasn't cringy. It was cringy to the fucking max.
Yeah, it was also the cringy. One of the cringiest moments came from Bernie when he said, "And white." I'm like, I still don't really understand what he was.
Sanders.
Well, I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, that's what I
Did you
said.
want to
I can't
elaborate on
argue.
that? Like, why you think that it's not necessarily like cringe to you?
Okay, so I mean, the problem is we're talking the idea of cringe here, and I mean, we might all have different versions of what the fuck
Right,
we mean
yeah.
It's
by
a
cringe,
subjective
right? I mean,
term. Yeah.
yeah, like it's a subjective term. Like, I don't know, like maybe you have a different version when you say cringe kind of there, but I think it feels like when the implication there, like I would say it was possibly a poorly misconstrued way as showing a understanding of the issues that trans people can go through. But I wouldn't say like someone like listing out people who have been killed because of who they were is a cringy thing. Like inherently, I wouldn't probably go that far, right? Instead, when there's someone like listing out like, oh, all these people got like shot, all these black people got shot, I wouldn't be like, oh, cringy. Like, because I'd be like, that seems a little bit like insensitive to like the people that like were killed. Because at least they're trying to like showcase they understand that like this is a issue, right? Even though they don't really showcase it very well, I'd say it's more of a political mishap or political fuck up than like a cringe moment. I would just be like, cringe. I guess a cringe I apply like different like circumstances, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think, for example, Dan is trying to say that like there was something wrong in what she did in a certain sense. Just that, like, I think intentions were good. Well, actually, I don't know about that either. But I mean, I think there was part of it where she was trying to get, in a sense, you know, like I feel like those types of symbolic moves are often indicative of people who don't want to necessarily take the time to really, you know, speak about or look into policies that can protect the transgender community and other types of minority communities. And I don't know, they've always rubbed me the wrong way personally.
I think if she really wanted to make a difference, she could go up there and say, hey, I'll make sure when I'm president, I will fight as hard as I can to make sure that trans people are not able to be discriminated no matter what across any issue. But instead we get this wishy-washy, I'm going to get, okay, yeah, that's a concept. But instead we get something going up there, I'm going to go and I'm going to say a bunch of names. And it's like, okay, that doesn't really help policy at all. I'm sure that most people are... I don't know. That I thought that there could have been a lot more meaningful things that could have been said, and it just sounded like you were trying to make it seem like you cared a lot about trans people without putting anything forward that mattered, that was going to rustle any feathers of anyone in your people who voted for you who didn't like trans people.
Yeah, like if you want to draw attention to the discrimination that trans people face, why not actually give us the statistics that are harrowing against the treatment of trans individuals. It seemed it was like if you're trying to draw attention to the impact, there's a better way to do that. So I don't know.
Oh yeah.
They could have literally gone up there and like.
Well, hold on, real quick. I wanted to get Cynthia's take on this real quick.
I mean, yeah, I agree with Rem. They could have just like, if they really wanted to highlight it, it's not hard to find the statistics on like how much trans people are like sexually assaulted, how much they commit suicide. And it's, I don't know, I don't even think gender stuff is that hard to learn necessarily. So like it doesn't seem like you would have to put a whole shit ton of time into it. And it seems like it would be something that would be really good for the left to learn, because that's, I mean, well, as far as I know, that's where a lot of the trans people reside. I know there's like Nazi trans people as well, which is like a weird sect.
You're a bit robot-y, I have to tell you.
I was gonna say.
Oh no.
Your mic does sound a little bit scuffed right now.
As far as the cringe thing, I think I can put that into perspective. The reason it's cringe is I felt like that would be what you would say if you want to appear like you cared about trans rights, but you didn't want to piss off anyone in your coalition whatsoever.
Yeah,
so
way of engaging.
I'm
with
not
trans
disagreeing on the idea that the performative nature of it could be a cringe element there. Like I said, like I think the problem was that the way that it was phrased, I didn't like know like what element was like calling cringe. Like it just calling it happening cringe was like, I guess.
Yeah,
like,
for instance, it'd be like
general.
If someone was talking about like African American issues and they said like, every year I'm going to take a day and I'm going to read a Martin Luther King book or something. You'd be like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, how about just, you understand like the kind of logic. It's like, that's nice, I guess. But like, how about doing something that matters here on this front?
Sure, but I mean, almost
I agree. It does seem like she's towing the line. She's trying to pander. Like it seems it's the fucking hot sauce in the bag shit, but with trans people, it feels like it's a little less. It's a little less aggressive. I think it's not like as aggressive pandering, because at least it's at least it's acknowledgement, right? And that's more positive than the hot sauce in the bag thing. But right, it's attempting to toe the line without actually pissing anyone off, because you say, oh, I will fight for trans rights, right? You're up there, and now it's the shrill aggressive woman yelling about trans rights when I don't like trans people or this, that, like the moderate base doesn't like.
No, that's
right?
a lot of it, right?
Upheaval,
you have to remember,
right?
Biden's the front runner. And imagine who votes for Biden, right? And that's essentially who Warren's trying to take voters away from. Do you think that Warren's taking away a lot of people that are like trans fans? Or, I don't know how to say that, but you know what I mean? Like, no, they're taking some.
That's how I
they're taking away a bunch of fucking boomers. And the
I'm
last
not
thing
an
that
ally. I'm
yes, the trans fandom. Yes.
Ally.
A bunch
Trans
of fucking, boomers that don't give a fuck about trans rights or anything, Democrat or not. They're fucking old. They want to know about Social Security and taxes.
Unfortunately,
and,
true.
Yeah. So yeah, of course.
Sure, but I mean, I think you could probably use that, the argument of like, oh well, I mean, almost every Democrat debate, almost every Democrat candidate I've seen so far has been into like pretty cringy to the fucking extreme. Then, if we're using like that like standard as a way of judging them, like I've seen every fucking Democrat candidate.
I think that's a
come
fair
out and say
assessment,
the most
honestly.
like woke shit,
Honestly,
like,
yeah.
people.
Sure.
I mean, fucking Amy Klobuchar and that
if-
fucking debate just watched with the fucking women shit, like non-fucking stop. Just like, oh, I'm up here for the women for fucking like every time she had a chance to speak, it just pissed me off so much. Especially post the Barack Obama thing, where Barack was like, oh, if women were in charge of the world, everything would be fine. I was like,
I actually think the DNC might be the
the-
biggest producers of cringe in the world, actually. True.
The Dem debates actually feel like just a giant gimme for votes. Like it seems like every single answer is just crafted to like appeal to the audience. It feels like a lot of them just like don't actually give a shit about the issues. They just give a shit about like their position. And like maybe Bernie is less than that, but like it seems like a lot of it is that.
I wanted to touch on that actually, because like I think we touched on it a little bit, but I wanted to get y'all's opinions on like, because apparently a lot of people are saying that Bernie didn't answer the question about trans issues properly because he shifted towards healthcare, I guess, like single payer. Why do you guys have any opposition to that, or do you guys think that that's
Yeah, I don't
know,
think
problematic?
that was well done.
I think it wasn't something anybody was prepared for, which is like, you know, kind of sad
Yeah.
in a sense.
I feel like
but
Bernie does that though. I feel like Bernie does
I
that
feel
a
like
lot.
that's
I feel like he
also-
just like pivots things. that he
I
doesn't
feel
have,
like he's like a
well, I
commie
feel
who
like-
reduces everything to class or something.
Yeah.
But you just like we've just had like a discussion about like how like we don't want people to like just like say, oh yeah, hashtag trans rights, and then like not provide anything. But like
We want policy.
pointing out how, hey, look, my Medicare bill will ultimately help trans people
Yeah.
provide Medicare.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that what you wanted? Was you wanted to point out where you're actually going to benefit?
But
from the policy?
it's constant. It
you
seems
don't
like
get one on
it's,
top.
it's a lot of reductionism, which is.
But is it reductionism when it's
Yeah,
when it's
but, like-
trying to like when you provide a society where those people actually like when
But
they
that's
have
not
the
going to
right to
get rid
healthcare,
of
that
a
is
lot of the. That's not going to get rid of a lot of the discriminatory issues that come from people's attitudes towards these individuals.
no.
Well, yeah-
it's
Right,
not.
yeah.
So-
Well,
and
here's
so
the
that's
thing. Here's the
Okay,
thing.
mhm.
If he had actually been prepared to answer the question, then like that would have been one thing. But it seems like it kind of caught him off guard. And like,
Yeah.
healthcare isn't even a bad place to go for trans people because that's a pretty like being able to just like fully cover estrogen and anti-androgens and androgens. Like that sounds really fucking appealing. Like not having to
And
pay
it's
for
not
that
just
shit
access,
and like not
yeah,
having really dumb prices for that. Like that sounds really good. So like yeah, I think like that's a pretty valid way to go if you're not actually like
Sorry.
able to answer the question direct.
Yeah,
and not
I
just
mean,
access to being able to like transition or getting HRT or whatever, but also like access to therapy and other like mental health things
Yeah,
as well, right?
yeah.
Because like I know like a lot of the trans community suffers from like depression and other stuff like that, and tackling the suicide issue is like hugely important.
Yeah, if there
I
was
think he
anything he
pivoted-
was going to
he
pivot
pivoted-
to, I think that
Did he
was
pivot
it.
into mental health? Yeah. Did he? He didn't. Did he?
Do you
Well,
guys
no, he
remember on
pivoted
the
to
health
healthcare
issue?
for all.
Sorry,
It's
on,
good
Yeah, but he didn't
connectivity,
specifically
Hold on,
talk.
on
If he
the
had
health
specifically
issue-
talked about the mental health, I think
Do
he
you
would have
guys
been actually like a
remember-
very good response.
Mhm.
Do you remember during the health issue when the moderator asked Bernie, "Hey, listen, if you can't pass your stuff, what type of more incremental stuff would you do?" And Bernie just said, "Oh, I won't." Was that like not telling to
No,
anyone?
that's not what he said. He said that no, we will get it done.
Yeah, which is a non-answer.
No, you are right, but he is banking on the Democrats winning the Senate in 2020. So
Right, but I feel not answering that was so just.
I mean, it's ultimately he
apparently
doesn't.
no one cares, but
I mean,
I don't
Yeah,
know.
no,
I think,
people
I
don't
think
care.
it's
you
a
could ask that
political
question.
move in a sense, right? Like the second you start giving out this early, like the second people are going to like try to push you more and more and jump on that, right? Like for example, we know Yang isn't gonna get, if he gets in somehow, it's not gonna be $1,000. It's gonna be like $500 or less. You know, I think if you
Or
start,
nothing at all.
you know,
Or nothing
yeah.
at all.
or nothing at
Yeah,
all. I
or
think if you
not
start
nothing
giving
at all because he
ground-
can't put.
Yeah, if you start giving ground this early when it comes to this stuff, I don't think you're going to get very far when it comes to pushing it forward, like further down the line, because people are going to be like, he's already willing to compromise, focus on like pulling him more this way, right? So I think at least like early on, it's important to have these strong values and be like, yeah, no, this is going to happen.
Sure. I think also another element of that is you have to remember, like, we are in this is the debate part of the process here. So it's predominantly performative, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, he's not going to like say, oh, well, actually, here's my backup plan in case things go that way, because that makes him look weaker as far as it goes in a like polling sense kind of thing, right? So like it's designed, it's political, like it's basically designed to be the most politically advantageous positions, even if those positions might not be the most like actual like realistic ones for like going into like actual office kind of thing, right? It's the most ones that will potentially get you into power kind of thing. That's for every candidate across the board is going to be doing the exact same thing, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like you could ask pretty much any candidate how they'll deal with their policies in the face of Republican opposition, but that's like a legitimate question, no matter who you're talking about or which policy you're talking about.
I mean, but here's the issue, that like Warren does have a plan to it, but like when Warren released her, for instance, like talked about that, there was massive backlash. I think we have like a perfect example of what would have happened had he like given the incremental like answer, which is what potentially people like are looking for in that question, right? It's not like he doesn't have a better answer to it because there. I mean, maybe there isn't one, right? Like,
Well,
maybe, like if you're.
I'm sorry. It just feels like people go so hard on Biden because they say he has like lukewarm plans and lukewarm takes, and like even Biden's like lukewarm take, that's going to be incredibly difficult to pass, and that's like nowhere
sure.
near what like someone like Bernie is after. And just like I don't know, it seems like so just. I hate the fact that like politicians just consistently fucking lie, and people are like, you know, standing certain ones like, oh, mine's better. Like, bro, Bernie's lying like a motherfucker. Just like Yang, just like Collier, because there's no fucking chance that in 2 years that you guys are going to have, you know, whatever, universal health coverage or $1,000 a month.
But what about
We all
in
know
4,
this.
right? Like,
no.
No, but this is psychology 101, right?
So,
like
okay, but
when you
red
have
line.
two sides, well, when you have like two sides, right? Or at least what we see or have seen, everybody always wants to feel like you compromised a little bit, or the person went further to you, so it feels like a fucking win for you, even if it wasn't, right? So it's kind of even like Trump in a sense, right? You start all the way with, we're gonna build like 1,000 like mile wall or whatever, like super large. Like, you know that's not going to happen, but hey, we got like this much money, and if it wasn't for the damn Democrats, we could have gotten more. But I'm fulfilling my promise here. You know, I'm doing the best I can in this scenario. It's literally that same fucking logic across the board, and I think that's why so many people are hesitant about Biden, because it seems like the further middle you start, the further right you're going to be when it comes to compromising.
Yeah, but
I mean, this is two separate, like, you're having like two separate arguments here. Like, the first one is like against the idea of them like going in and promising like utopian vision as a way of like trying to like appeal to people, right? Like, but that's a different thing. Like, you normally, the best way to go is to, like Pixie said, aim for what you definitely want, and then as you like, and when you actually get in, you start like basically making concessions as a way to actually try and get something across, basically. The other thing here is the other argument would be against the very concept of like democracy in itself, right? Which is that the politicians are going to promise things that are going to get the votes, because that's the way that a representative democracy works. I mean, you need to go in and like drastically change your entire system as a way to fix that issue. And like you've already said, like, how the fuck is the USA gonna do that, right? They can't even like do like the minorest fucking changes. Like, well, fix gerrymandering first before you get to like that shit. But like, again, like, I mean, like this like is like another thing. Like, it's like the democratic system, like in almost every country, has the same issues all over again. It's Democrats, politicians will promise what they need to get the votes that they will get to get in, right?
Do you think? Okay, yeah, sure. I'm not sure what to say. I mean, if we're just assuming that candidates can fucking lie, then yeah, I'm fucking with Joe, the one fucking candidate.
Well, they
like
can, right? Obviously,
that has a chance of going to. Wait, no, because Joe Biden has a fucking chance of putting what he's saying into practice. The other candidates.
Well, no, because we know that when it comes to practice, at least like look at Obama and stuff, or look at almost any politician before that, they never get exactly what they want. They always have to concede to a further left or further right. So we know, like with your logic, Biden is also lying, because he's not going to get his exact policy passed. He's going to get something further right.
There's no reason that Biden can't do what he's done, because it's all paid for, it's thought through, and there's actual dollars attached to all of it that can make it happen. It's a fucking very big difference between, hey, let's just double the amount of money the government spends every year. These are things that on different scales that are fucking possible of happening.
But acting like no. But it's so disingenuous to just talk about like the doubling of the money, because it like the amount of money that is spent by this country in fucking healthcare is ludicrous. Right, like we spend more per capita than anyone else. So acting like there is no way to save money on that, and that there is like that money that's not going in through other means. If you taxed everyone what they paid in healthcare per year, who's to say that that won't pay for the vast majority of it? Because people spend ludicrous amounts of money on healthcare in this country.
Well, yeah. Well, there's an answer to that. Is that people who are middle class or above don't want their healthcare insurance to experience to turn into a DMV trip. I'm one of them. I don't want it. I don't want to be on the same fucking medical plan as you. I mean, I'm sorry that this is like so shocking for you guys. I don't want to go fucking take a ticket and wait a month.
And we fundamentally disagree on that, because we believe that healthcare and your access to it should not be constricted by the amount of capital that you produce for this country.
Not even that. It's not like every governmental department has to be a DMV, right?
Right? No, people constantly wait anyways, even if you're upper middle class or middle class. Like, oh my God, that bill might be kind of expensive, or my health insurance is going to go up. Might as well wait like a week or a month to see if this goes away before I decide to go to the doctor. Like, this waiting already happens. Like, we already see it happening like pretty constant. So this whole idea of like, oh, but it's faster. Is it really if you're waiting like a week or a couple of weeks or a month?
I can pair this all out for you very simply. The health insurance industry is one of the biggest in the country. It employs a lot of people. It has a lot of lobbyists. Okay, those jobs want to stay being fucking jobs as a result of that. They don't want to go anywhere. And the people that are the senators and the congressmen, they don't want those people to be unemployed. So these are businesses that are going to stay, right? That's a fact. We're not going to wake up tomorrow and the healthcare insurance industry is going to be fucking gone. We're
Dan,
not putting out all these people.
Dan, if like those same type of people were manufacturing like I don't know,
a slow and steady crawl towards a better system.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no, no,
possible.
no. What if like all those people in those jobs were manufacturing something like completely useless, for example?
But they're not.
But let's
They are,
suppose that they
though.
were.
They are.
Okay, so they're manufacturing.
What
something
value?
like-
What
The
value
point
is
is
a
like, why do
middleman-
why do you
no,
care
but-
so much about these jobs?
No, but ask him the fucking value. What
Chat,
value
behave
does
yourself.
fucking middle, like other than being the
Well, no, I'm
arbiter
asking
for
why
which
you ask
people
these
have
jobs
better
for.
values?
I can answer that. Profit drives innovation. There's a reason that most of the advances that we have.
How
in
do
the
you
military-
innovate a trip to a fucking generalist for a checkup every month? How the fuck do you innovate that?
There's a
Yeah.
lot of ways
You
that
innovate
people-
ways
What?
to extract value off the
Okay.
top of the handing off the money. That's how you do
Listen,
it.
you're
I
going
know, but it's hilarious because when
How
you
do
look
you
at these
innovate- how do you
pharmaceutical
innovate
companies,
the
when
cost of
you look at the amount of money they put into research, it's minimal to like the paychecks, to the like advertising, to almost anything. Like the majority of this funding already comes from public taxpayer dollars or universities who are already studying this. This idea that like, oh, but a lot of this money spending into research for new medicine isn't even true.
No, it's not. Most of the funding does, yeah. I mean, but the funniest thing to me is that Republicans, they hate bureaucracy so much, right? They hate, all these basically useless jobs, and it's a waste of money. And then at the same time, that is literally what goes on in the private healthcare sector, and they have absolutely zero issue with it. So
I guess it comes down to the point if you think that the government is going to be a better arbiter between
absolutely,
you and
Well, not the government directly, but the government drives a lot of
Dan,
research, right?
why do
It
you
funds
say that when
universities.
we have a ton
because
of
my
funding
existing
on
experiences
other
that I have with the government. Some
What about
are
other
fine.
countries?
Okay, listen, we're not talking about other countries. The United States is
No, but
incredibly different than other
hold
But
on.
are we
But
worse than them? Can
Dan,
we
you
not
have
do
to
what other
admit-
countries do? I thought America is like awesome and could do like a shit ton of stuff.
Honestly, if you're not making six figures, you don't deserve healthcare. There you go. Bam.
That's not what I'm
Also,
saying.
I think, so just jumping on the innovation idea.
No, but
there,
if
like,
you're
the biggest
poor,
issue we
if
have,
you're
like,
poor, you don't. If you're
innovation.
poor, you don't deserve doctor visits. Like you.
That's not what I'm
we have
saying
to pay.
either.
We have to pay too much money to encourage innovation in the pap smear sphere. Okay, that cannot be given
it's not-
unless
hold on.
it costs $3,000. Okay, right? The ambulance that I took when I was
But
drunk
it's not.
drank
You're
that one
missing.
time
This
needs
isn't
to
fair to
cost
Dan. Like I agree. Dan's
well,
argument
it's unfair,
is
but also
bad.
his shit's unfair.
But
right?
you're
He's
missing
using unfair arguments. I'm gonna
but this
fucking
doesn't help anyone.
I'm gonna
because you're
straw man the fuck out of it. Well, I'm angry. I'm not trying to be helpful.
Yeah, but this might make. But look, if the people we're trying to convince at the end of the day if the people are trying to convince at the end of the day are people like Dan, straw manning is not going to change anyone's minds.
No, I'm not trying to.
Why not directly address the argument?
I'm not trying to convince the rich of why they should give to the poor.
No, I'm not saying.
Then
No,
lose the
no,
election
terrible-
because
that's a
the
terrible
rich people
thing to try
literally
and
buy
do.
elections, and they will continue to do it. You know that's the case. That's
Until
what
we
fucking
eat
happens.
you, until one day
Oh,
we
well,
wake
yeah,
up
and the
we
pigs fly,
consume
and then
your
we do that
flesh
too.
for breakfast, buddy.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, if we're playing imagination, I'd like to have like a fucking golden toilet as well.
I can't
Is
tell
there any
if
other
if
dreams
North
we
is
can have?
memeing or not.
I don't know. It's so fucking stupid. Do we want to just completely disregard how politics in this country work?
Yeah,
and hope that we get
look.
things
I agree. Dan's
Oh, no.
argument is bad,
that's the
but the
thing,
way
I'm
that
not-
people are responding to it is even worse.
So hang on, I blanked out for like 10 seconds because it got real fucking memey for a second there. What the fuck actually? What happened? Like I was like on the innovation train, talking about like how like we were talking about like how like private innovation is not necessarily like the same as public innovation, where private innovation quite often can be stuff that like is innovated to be more marketable rather than to be actually more beneficial to the majority of people. Like I mean, like a good example of like the recent one was that fucking like the I mean everyone's seen the fucking like 15-degree angled like 30-degree angled toilet or some shit, right? Where it's like it's innovated as a way to ensure that people won't spend so much time on toilets, well, which is well about like its actual beneficialness to like the workers and stuff is beneficial because it's like it increases the it's an innovation purely for economic gain with regards to the corporations and stuff, right? There's a lot of like that kind of situations where corporations will stunt innovation as a way of ensuring that they can still have economic advantages, right? I mean, oil companies and climate change is a very good one that everyone remembers. Like, I mean, do we doubt that like healthcare companies or private insurance companies have like possibly stunted certain like health innovations as a way of ensuring that they can maintain market control? Like, I doubt there's any way that hasn't happened, right? To some degree.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I think it can go both ways. Do we think that the government is a great example of like being frugal? I mean, so here's the question: do you want to employ as many people or as minimal as possible? Because with no competition in the government, I can tell you that we can certainly get rid of a lot of jobs right away.
Dan, my argument here is who they're responsible to, right? I mean, a corporation, a private company, is responsible to its shareholders, whereas a government is responsible to the people that compromise that, like, or vote in the people for that government. Right?
Let me ask you a question.
Who they're responsible to.
Have you seen like Last Week Tonight or like any of these other shows? Have you watched any on the VA and how long it takes to get?
I mean,
are you excited about that being your new only option for healthcare? Because I'm not.
Argue that VA is.
I mean, I don't live in the.
Yeah, isn't that one of the most popular programs?
Like universal health.
We
already have universal healthcare.
I mean, there's parts of the VA that does well, but there's parts that are horrible. You're asking me if I want to go to some of these things. I mean, yeah, there's real fucking problems that exist with.
What parts of the VA are horrible?
Do you not remember the huge fucking backlog of veterans trying to get benefits going back years? And people going up there literally having to fight Congress to get it.
82% of veterans express high patient satisfaction.
Well, I guess
how do we demonstrate that these are immutable qualities?
This is from this year. 82%, Dan.
I'm just curious.
I understand, as opposed to like. Okay.
As opposed to like probably less than 20% who are satisfied.
That's not what I'm trying to say here. 82% are happy, but there's very real flaws and very real problems that need to be addressed.
Absolutely, but those flaws are outweighed by. Hold on. But the flaws are far outweighed by the flaws that are inherent in the private healthcare system.
I'm not sure
Nothing's perfect, Dan.
I think that because I disagree with you. I don't think that a single payer system is better than having an Obamacare type system.
Can I ask you then? What is intrinsically different about the American political system, that makes it so impossible to do what every other country has done? What is it? What is the feature of the American government system?
Well, you could argue actually that Citizens United is a pretty important feature of the American election system, or the electoral college or whatever. But yeah, I mean these things are not immutable for sure.
It's hard. I can't really nail down one thing specifically. I'd want to point to a lot of different factors, but I don't know which one is most relevant in this case. I'd say that we're a very large country. I'd say that we're a leader of economic power in the world. I say that we're the most diverse country in the world. I'd say that we have rampant consumerism, which has some of the most unhealthy people in the world. Take all of these things, combine them together, and then you get something that's different than fucking Norway.
Hold on. What about that makes it implausible to have a single payer system? Each of those, what about diversity is going to make it harder to have a single payer system?
It's complicated. Again, I don't think I can answer this.
But rich people want better healthcare than you. That's what the diversity is.
I mean, I think that to a certain extent,
that's what the diversity.
I mean, come on, I'm actually having a conversation with Dan here. No need to.
No, but that's actually true. That's legitimately fucking true. That's what it is.
I don't think that's wrong to say. I think that United States is a very capitalist country, and I think that if you've been in this country long enough, you have it ingrained to a certain extent. You know that wealth prize privilege, and I think you're going to be in a very strange spot where if you have someone saying that they,
Canada is also a very
hold on, because I know you can choose your doctor, but I'm saying. Losing a choice here.
What is the real difference between Canada, in terms of our economic systems? They are we are both welfare states. Both Canada and the United States are welfare states.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to get Pixie's thoughts on this real quick.
Hello?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
What happened?
No, I was just gonna say you wanted to jump in, right?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, it cut out for me. So here's the thing, this whole argument of choice is already kind of faulty, right? When we have our insurance providers, we're only allowed to go to certain doctors, or only have certain medicines covered. If your insurance is under your company, then it's even more restricted. This whole idea of you can choose your doctor. What do you mean it's not true? Does your insurance?
It depends if you're on an HMO or if you're on the PPOE or whatever. I forgot. There's two. With HMO, yeah, you're limited. On the other one, you're pretty much not limited.
But for the vast majority of people, aren't they covered by their employers? like healthcare
Probably
plans?
both, but yeah, it depends. Some
So
healthcare
you don't have real
companies
right like
don't.
within that healthcare package. Most companies
No, there's different
like
plans you can choose. with
probably don't provide. Like I don't have experience
No,
with
you
this.
have
'Cause the
multiple
company that I
options
work
to
for had a good
choose.
health
Well,
plan.
yeah, no, you,
But,
you
like,
choose the plan, but that plan still limits the doctors you can go to or the medicine that it provides.
I mean, if you choose the fucking bargain shit tier plan, then yeah, you're gonna be on an HMO plan.
The one that
Well,
most
not-
people can
fucking-
afford.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah,
true.
see, not everyone
That's
has
what most people
options.
afford to do.
Healthcare is I mean, listen, I don't understand. What I think a better system is probably some sort of grants from the government, some sort of payment based on health, and keeping the existing system in place versus completely trying to fuck everything up and put everyone into a DMV experience. So that would be my take of how I'd probably want to see it.
Can I
doesn't have
wait? Can
good
I ask you, Dan?
funding.
Dan, are you
Yeah.
familiar at all with how the how Canada passed our single payer
No.
system? Like, it's a very sort of similar type of story in that there were all of these fears of exactly what you were describing, but the transition ended up saving the overall populace a ton of money in the long run
Real
because
quick,
it
is
being
Canada single payer?
Pardon?
Is Canada single payer?
Yeah, we are a single payer
So
system.
you can't have private insurance in Canada?
You can have private insurance.
So it's not
on,
single payer then?
No, on dental.
That's it. So you can't. What about other things, cosmetic surgery, etc.? Does that not exist in Canada?
I
It
don't know
does.
about cosmetic surgery.
I mean, you telling me I
Cosmetic
can't
surgery.
get a boob job in Canada?
Pharma, dental, and cosmetic. But what's your point?
Just something here, like literally, like New Zealand has the exact same thing as the Canada model, right? Where you can like there is like private insurance. It does exist for like cosmetic surgery stuff and dentistry, but everything else is a single payer healthcare system.
Yeah. So what's
also,
the point Dan's trying to make?
You can pick your doctors, right? You can choose your doctors.
Yes, you
No,
can.
no. I would just say in general, I've been displeased with a lot of the government experiences that I've had, and that I would be nervous
In the
about
United
trying to go
States,
find-
I
Yes, in the United
understand
States.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
in the
No.
United
I
States.
understand. Yes, I understand that,
I
but
don't
I think
that
that
healthcare
hold
is
on.
somehow magically
I believe that is
different.
but that's in part because you have this division between private and public. So the government is obviously going to be limited in a certain sense of what it can actually do.
Well, I mean, not only that, but the Republicans have like a pretty long history at this point of defunding public programs and then complaining about how ineffectual they are. Like,
Yeah, that's
You know where
literally
that
the whole
doesn't happen
shtick.
with private companies. Yes, I don't want all of a sudden a new president comes in and I get a radically different form of care or anything like this. I don't like that. Okay, now you're asking me.
what would be a
as
radically
as
different form of
wealthy guy.
care?
Okay, like let's say a new president comes in and says, "Listen, we have to change the way taxes."
What
are.
if you
We
get
have to change
fired,
the-"
Dan?
I'm answering. The
Or if a
fucking
new
question,
president
Raph.
comes in
Wait,
and
let Dan answer.
dismembers
Let Dan answer.
Obamacare.
Wait, I wanted to know what Dan's answer was.
Okay. Again, to the point here, I don't like the idea of my healthcare being determined by who's the president this year and what programs they're trying to fund. So that's my answer.
In the same way
to
that a lot of people don't like their healthcare being tied to what employer they're
the board of
currently with, because that
directors.
limits them
Yeah.
like incredibly, or like incredibly in terms of like professional opportunities and growth in any independent kind of industry, like streamers, especially. Like this is like obviously you're talking to a lot of streamers. Of course, streamers think that you should fucking have healthcare provided like not through employment, because we never fucking get healthcare through employment. Like that won't fucking happen. It should be a thing that's independent of your fucking healthcare, independent of your fucking employment.
Yeah.
There should be some fucking essential free healthcare that you can get. Okay, that's what you should get. I definitely agree that no one should not have
you
healthcare.
should. And then for for
But I
pharmaceuticals,
don't agree with me
right?
being able
Cosmetics and dental, you should be able to pay extra because those are largely cosmetic things or incredibly experimental things that need a profit
I
incentive
disagree with you
to
there.
work properly. What
Also,
area of your care? What area of your care needs innovation? Because I agree with the premise that innovation is driven by profit in a lot of cases. Where do you need a profit incentive in your healthcare outside of pharmaceuticals? Like developmental pharma. Where do you need a profit
developmental
incentive?
pharma? How does that have to do with an insurance company? I'm not.
Because insurance companies are the ones who pay the pharmaceutical companies for the medicine.
Sure.
That's where they make
fine.
their money.
Okay.
So
well, I guess you could have an
where
argument
in the
being that
Canadian system, in your current healthcare, where do you need a different standard of care from everyone else in an area that is not in pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, or dentistry?
Sure. So the idea being that wealthy people would pay more to have additional levels of care that the average
what
silver-
specific level of
I mean,
care
if I
in
can
your
talk,
care?
I
Hold
can
on,
keep
I want to
going.
hear
Yeah.
his response. Hold on.
Okay, the idea being that wealthy people would be able to pay more and funnel more money into the system to get a higher standard of care or get access to things that people on essentially the dirt government plan couldn't, that would essentially put money into additional programs as a result, instead of having no option whatsoever.
And I
Like
know
what?
that this exists in the UK as well, so I don't know
Like
why
what?
this is such a shock. Like, we mean
No,
like
but
what?
like what? Like what in your care that is not as outside of those
I mean, what's a
three
really
categories?
shitty example of this? If like I had something wrong with me and I wanted to spend like $50,000 to go see fucking Dr. House, you know, instead of seeing fucking whoever happens to be like, you know, on my local plan here, that would be an example of putting money in the system. Okay, does that make sense to you?
Well, couldn't we just allow for supplemental insurance? That way, like people
No,
like you
can't,
can.
because then the whole system fucking collapses unless you force everyone onto it. The second you have supplemental
I
insurance,
don't
it
think
all
that's
falls
true.
apart.
There's other governments that have universal health care and allow for supplemental health care insurance plans. Isn't that true?
Well,
I mean, you can
that's
still
what the
pay to
UK
go
is.
see Dr. House, though. Like, you can still pay to go. Like, you can pay to go and see that specialist. Specialists are available to you, even if you're not on the insurance system. Obviously, they cost money, but you can fucking afford it, can't you?
So I can
Are you
go and I
poor?
can have no. I would go have a different insurance plan that allowed me to go to see what doctor I wanted to bypass lines, to not have to deal with sort of government bureaucracy. Yeah, I would be on that plan, and as a result of that, that plan would suffer. Don't you?
Yeah, it
I
would.
mean, not my plan, your plan.
No,
Do you know
it
why
would.
it would
And you
suffer?
shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, but see, the
You
thing
should
is,
not
the
be able to
wealthy-
skip lines in
Yeah,
society.
well, would the wealthy people pretty much control the elections, and the wealthy people don't want to be on
Sure.
this type of
Should
system?
they? Should they?
Oh, I mean, if we're talking about should or is going to happen, these are
No,
very
no. I'm talking about should. Should
Oh,
they?
well, should. I mean, I would like to have, like, you know, a lot of
No,
things.
no.
that
But
aren't going to-
right.
Well,
Answer the question though. They shouldn't. Obviously.
I don't know. Are we talking should?
And
in
we're
the
fighting
moral
for
sense?
We're trying to speak
We're fighting for
prescriptively here
change.
because we're on a round table.
I mean, if we're
No, but-
if we're talking about what's real, I'm trying to go a basis of reality of being passed, and you're going on what morally feels right. So, on what morally feels right, then yeah, sure, we should. There should be a girlfriend for every boy and boyfriend for every girl,
Oh,
and vice
no.
versa.
Okay.
No, but see,
Before we
see,
get
like,
into
don't
insult
strawman the
territory,
plot.
Forced
if you wanna
monogamy
talk
shouldn't-
about- okay,
when
if
we
you want to
became
talk about
cringing,
reality,
what
we can look
happened?
at 8 years of Obama. We can look at, almost like the last 10 years or more of American politics, and we see the thing that I was describing before, right? That doesn't matter where in the spectrum you start, you're going to concede a little bit. So I don't understand this idea that Biden is going to get what he says passed through, when you look at all these other politicians in the past, like recent history, that haven't been able to do that at all, no matter how moderate or centrist they are.
Because there's two fucking differences. Biden has a chance of getting this because it's realistic. Bernie's plan.
I'm talking about Obama.
Wait.
I'm talking. What do
Now
you,
we're
do you
talking
think
about
Biden and
likelihood of
Obama are
Wait,
radically?
no one was saying that what Obama was trying to do was impossible to do. It was very possible to do, and there was a benefit for a private corporation to a certain extent. The idea was very simple. You force everyone to buy health insurance, and as a result of that, you get very real gains for everyone else. You have pre-existing conditions covered. You have other things, because this made up the shortfall for the insurance companies as a result of it. That was something that could happen. That was something that could happen.
Wait. But I have an honest question.
Sure.
Obama was his original plan, his original promise or whatever. Was he able to get that passed through, or did he have to concede?
I have to look exactly. what
Obama
the
started with a
plan is.
public option. They worked him back to what we got in the end, which is Obamacare.
Okay, so
he
are
had
we
to
going to public option again then?
I mean, I think what I would argue is that you start with a single payer option or a single payer plan, and then you work your way back to a public option. That seems like that'd be like the best strategy.
I mean,
Yep.
Sure. Also, I think there's two other things.
Why would you not just?
There's two things I want to flag. First one was the and this is way back at this point. It's kind of almost pointless to bring up, but the ethnicity thing with America or diversity thing with America is like a point that's to bring up, because America's diversity is about the same as most Western countries at this point, if not slightly worse than like certain places like New Zealand or Australia, right? Like, I mean, ethnicity-wise, it's mostly 70%, 75%ish white. It's like across the board for Australia and everywhere else, right? Like, your diversity isn't that much more crazy than other places. It's like actually average. So like that's an important thing to bring up with regards to like any kind of like policy making stuff. The second thing to bring up here is that the universal healthcare thing as like a single payer option thing is something that's been put into place because it's going to cost a lot of money right now, because you're trying to put an initial plan in over the course of 10 years, whereas a lot of countries in the world have already done this over the course of like 15, 20 years kind of thing previously. The initial investment is going to be a huge amount of money, sure, of that 10-year span, but over the long period of time, it will eventually end up saving a lot more money by the reductions that it brings later on, right? Like that's like the thing. It's like initial investment's huge, but over a longer period of time, it ends up working itself out to be more beneficial.
I mean, I guess you
It's
can
most
say
things
the
I've
same
seen
thing.
have
A lot of people say the same thing about like climate change, and we're having a tremendous amount of difficulty even passing that, where there's actual science saying a lot of these things about how we're going to save
trillions of dollars if we just act now, and we can't do that. And that's with something
There's
that's
actual
like
science on the universal healthcare thing. I mean,
that's a very different level of science. Saying that giving someone essentially this healthcare is going to push back into the economy, like saying that we're going to save. Wait, sorry, let me start over here. Where do you think exactly the difference is? You're saying the science is there in healthcare that's going to pay for itself?
So the science and the healthcare would come from the examples from other countries that have put a similar sort of process into place, right? Where like the initial thing was a large investment, sure, from across the board, especially moving from a conservative health system, which most places did end up having in the past, right? I mean, like that was a thing that a lot of countries ended up having to do. Like the same thing with the UK, same with fucking New Zealand and Australia and all those kind of things, right? Like had the same kind of issue where it was an large initial investment, but post that net investment, we've seen that overall, like the healthcare system has been cheaper than it would have been before the investment you put in. Like that's like the example that's been drawn there, right? Like is like it's a comparative. Like the investment is a big thing that scares people off initially, but post that investment, it looks like it like ends up coming even being much cheaper long run.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a question if you can somehow convince most of the voting public that that's the case. I think if we can't, I mean, I don't know. I'm skeptical. That's all.
Just I'm still kind of stuck on some Gutian. I guess I'm just still kind of stuck on something, Dan, because like this whole idea that like his is the most realistic, therefore it will pass. To me, like that doesn't make sense. Even though like logic tells us that. Even though logic tells us that our past like historical examples have not shown that at all. It's shown that like literally everybody has to concede or change or move themselves more towards their opposition if they want to get anything passed. So it just seems like, I don't even agree with you on this, but let's say I did. Let's say I agree with that. Biden's is the one that makes the most sense, most realistic, the best one. Doesn't fucking matter, because when he gets on that stage, if he becomes president, and when negotiation starts, you think Republicans are going to be like, you know what, we're going to pass exactly what you said?
Yeah, exactly.
No, they want to bring something back to like look at their base. Like, you see, Biden had this horrible idea of whatever, but we changed it towards this because we're the good guys. So
it depends on how good a politician he is, and also you're arguing against ridiculous things. You're saying, oh, well, my candidate's better because he's saying something that has no chance to pass. Okay, well, then I'm going to give everyone $1 million free healthcare and a Ferrari.
No, I think
I'm even better than Bernie now.
Right? That's a fair point here. What's so special or unique about Biden that would make like Republicans, put away their war flags and say like, oh, you know what, we're actually going to work with a Democrat for once.
Well, I mean, it depends. If Biden has enough experience and enough things to negotiate and actually go, and Republicans are willing to negotiate to him, then yeah, I think that there can be things. You're going to have to compromise.
I'm just really doubtful.
This is fucking.
Republicans already look at Biden as a freaking crook with the whole Ukraine thing.
I mean, they're already dropping like literal socialist memes on him. I
strongly doubt they're gonna turn overnight. Like, you know what? Biden's actually kind of okay. Like,
Biden is an establishment
to me that's more
person who has a chance of getting things done. You want to talk about voting and passing bills? Let's look at what Bernie's done compared to Biden. Would you like to do that?
Let's stay on Biden for a second, because
I mean, we can if you want. We can compare Bernie and Biden as far as passing bills. Is that something we want to do?
I don't even know if that's it feels like a non sequitur point. What we're talking about is like whether or not Biden would be an effective negotiator with Republicans.
Okay, well, he's passed a lot of bills. He's gotten a lot of stuff done. Things that some of these other candidates haven't gotten things done.
Sure, I just don't know. If we're talking about the contemporaneously the Republican Party, like I don't know what incentives they would have to suddenly work with the Democratic president when they haven't.
Well, then I guess no one's going to do it. No one's going to do it.
Well, we have to flip the Senate, right? I mean, I think we all agree on that. But like, otherwise, we have some. I'm going to keep throwing out these doomer takes.
And which candidate is going to inspire more actual, right, like more people like in more grassroots movements is I think like an actual concern for a lot of Bernie supporters, because they legitimately believe an establishment candidate is worse because it doesn't excite people, right? Like change and the prospect of change excites people, even if you think that it's unrealistic.
Well, no, I think that's a very small vocal, what you'd call online left, who has almost no actual real value towards any indication of where politics are going. You can look at that with Labour in the UK right now. It doesn't matter. Right, the online left is extremely vocal, but has no real effort on change whatsoever. If you ask me, Dan, who's going to win? I'd say and I base that off Twitter, Bernie, no fucking doubt. Are you shitting me? Bernie's going to fucking just destroy every other candidate. What's the reality? Fucking Biden's.
I don't like the comparison of UK politics to like US politics, because as a whole, like
I think Dan's right on this one. Yeah,
Wait,
I think he's right.
Yeah.
I don't think he's
I'm-
right because if you look at the UK election, the fact that Labour was put in this position with this Brexit position, where I mean Corbyn essentially had to find a way to keep both of their bases, one who is hardcore Remain and one who is hardcore Brexit. What the fuck? What did you expect? That it's not at all comparable. It's an awful analogy, Dan.
I mean, I think we expected.
But I think in
most
terms of
people
the
on left
relative populations of like social Dems and like the Twitter left, I think like relatively in terms of like their vocality, it's a fair
Yeah,
comparison.
totally.
But
Moderate
I
Democrats
don't
still
think
control
I
the
don't
entire
think-
election was
by far,
based
by
on
a huge
Brexit.
margin.
No, but I think that it's a non sequitur because the only way that you would ever increase like that population in the first place is to like vote for people who are who are somewhat viable candidates in that position and try and enact change in that way. Just because right now, like just because the vocal left doesn't have as many people as it should, doesn't mean not voting for people who support the ideas of that like constituency. That's not like that's the only way that you change like roll the ball towards them, is you have to start somewhere. Right, I think that it's a non sequitur because you're not pushing towards that by just voting for establishment candidates over and over and over again, because that's always what's going to happen, right? Like if you don't ever take a chance, you don't ever try and go for the candidate that's in support of change, you'll always end up with more establishment fucking
Well,
politics.
first off, I think this goes on a cycle. Second off, I don't think most people want the type of change that's being pushed to this level. I mean, there's some incremental parts that are nice, but I think Bernie's time, I said this before, Bernie's time was last election. Now, with Trump, people want a return to normalcy. Last election, it was like, fuck, this is just boring. That was Bernie's time to go in there and shake shit up. Now, ask anyone what they want. They just want to not talk about the president anymore. They just want to go on their lives and not have Trump on the fucking news every day, tweeting some crazy shit. North Korea, just let me forget that the fucking government exists and go on my life. We want to return to normalcy, and I think that that's going to be a difficult challenge.
I agree.
Like Bernie
that's
in there.
why, but that no one's. I don't think anyone really disagrees with that. I think that like that's why Biden is the most viable candidate. I think
Why do you disagree?
Look, okay, look. From at least what I know, correct me if I'm wrong. You have a certain percentage of like Trump's fan base who like love him, completely in love with him, and you even people who don't love him who are like, well, the economy is good right now, so I just want to like continue voting for him. Right, you do have a good percentage of the population who just wants Trump out, right? And they're gonna vote for whoever the fuck is in Trump because they hate Trump. And then you have a percentage of like progressives or like even like young folks or like middle-aged folks who are like, well, why am I gonna vote for establishment or whatever? It's basically kind of like I'm fucked either way. So to me, when you take like all these populations into account, it's going to be like, who the fuck is Biden gonna motivate? He has appeal of like freaking oatmeal, and the people who like might have like appeal to him
Did
or
you say
whatever.
opium?
Oatmeal.
I was gonna say opium is
very appealing.
Yeah, no, oatmeal. But yeah, the people who like might have voted for him or whatever, who are in like that older age demographic, like, do they even have incentive to? Like the economy is like doing pretty well right now towards them. So like what's the fucking point of change?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a real challenge that the left has coming up here, is that things are, for the most part, okay right now.
Just to jump in here with this kind of thing, right? So what Pixie's describing there
What do you mean they're okay?
So
wait, hold on. I want
Yeah.
Gushin to respond. Yeah,
you can go.
Thank you. So what's being described here is populism, right? Is populist tactics, is populist division amongst society, right? It's a thing that we've seen before in the past. It's a thing that we've been seeing recently in the past 5 or 6 years with regards to the UK and the US especially. In the USA right now, there is currently it's estimated to be about 30 to 35% of people who will vote for Trump regardless of what happens with regards to any impeachment, with regards to any kind of like whatever comes out about him. Like I said, like if he goes and shoots somebody on fucking whatever street he said he was going to shoot somebody, they would probably still vote for him at the end of the day because they are basically dedicated to that candidate and to what he says, because at the end of the day they've been pushed to that point by predominantly Steve Bannon's campaign during the 2016 election, which was an incredibly well-run populist campaign. Steve Bannon also did the same thing in the UK, where he ran a similar, very divisive campaign that effectively targeted the there's a group of people that's called the middle percentage people, which during a populist campaign is very important because you have about 30 to 35% of people who will vote for left or vote for right regardless of whatever, like what they do. But there's a middle percentage of people who are not normally targeted, who are the main group that you want to be going for with populist in a populist thing, right? And those people you get through stuff like social media, and you get to them through aggressive campaigning on stuff like we need to fear the immigrants, we need to fear, like we need to put up a wall kind of thing, or the corporations are taking away all your healthcare and your rights and stuff, right? Like all those are populist messages that are designed to get those people energized into politics and stuff, right? That's a very popular that's a message you need to adopt in the US, because that's US as it stands right now, because that's what it mostly is moved to as a model of like political society basically in the US. So the idea that's like a normal right now, I think, is a real fucking like sheltered one, because there's a huge amount of people in the US who don't think it's normal and don't think it's okay and are really worried and are willing to vote for whoever the fuck is giving them any option out of this kind of thing, right?
No, I don't agree, actually. I think that for most people across the board, they're not really putting this towards a political candidate. Like, I'll give you the example. What you're saying is that there's the left, the right, and then the middle. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think you have the left and the right. There is a middle, but it's very small. You have the left and the right, and you have different outcomes of how many people are coming to vote election day, and that's it. So there's your left and your right, but there's a certain excitement level of how many people from each side are going to come out and vote. It's kind of boring.
The middle's not like a centrist. The middle is not like centrist. The middle is a non-voter. It's the I don't care about politics, or the non-aligned voter who has no opinion and like no investment kind of thing. But if you can convince like even 5% of those people to come over and vote for you, that gives you enough to push you over into like the kind of thing. And that's like this isn't me like saying this. This is literally like if you read like Steve Bannon and like Dominic Cummings with regards to like the UK, this is exactly what they're like initial.
It's the no-show votes. It's the no-show votes. You're describing the same thing.
Yeah, both of them were going in with the intention of trying to get even just a small percentage of those people to come and vote for them, because at the end of the day, like the percentage of people who vote is like 70%.
I can kind of tell you why I think this doesn't matter. So the portion that you're talking about, and especially the people, like I would guess pretty much everyone in this call for the most part, they are essentially irrelevant to voters. Boomers matter. That's a fact. Boomers determine election. The people in this call don't. The people in this call, let's just take it, the people under 35. Fuck, I wish I had these stats on me again. It's something incredibly small. You take the amount of people in this country that are under like 30 years old, and then you take of that, you have like maybe 60% will vote Democratic. And of that, then you have those that were the smallest voting bases. Young people don't fucking vote. And then you have, you just go through all these issues. Then you have the fact that of those, like 30% of them are going to be Biden for whatever reason. You have such a small, participating minority that these push the issues, all these small things, they just don't matter. Appealing to boomers is way more successful and way more practical. Energizing the left means fuck all. You know what you want to do? You want to get old people out to vote because they are the ones who will vote. Energizing the left means nothing. I mean, that's a fact.
What evidence do you have to showcase any of what you've just said?
Okay,
literally anything.
Do you want to go over voting turnout for people who are 25 and under? We can do that.
Okay, you want to talk about voting turnout? We had a large voting turnout of young people in the UK election recently, but ultimately that didn't end up convincing people to go left wing. In fact, most of the people ended up going for Tories, and that was because of the campaign that went into that kind of thing, right? And like also because of a bunch of stuff around the Brexit Party and around like the Liberal Democrat Party, right? Like I mean, like this idea that like the boomers are the key. They decide everything. Is like I mean. Like I said, you keep saying yeah they are, but like what are you providing beyond just saying that yeah they are? Like,
I also don't understand. We're talking like because this is very much a united, like in Canada, for example. The
I was gonna say
is like almost the same as like the difference between like 18 to 24 and like 45 to 54 is like, I don't know, less than 10% usually. Like over almost 60% of 18 to 24-year-olds vote in Canada, at least. So, I mean, I don't know how, and also when they voted, it was because there was someone, Justin Trudeau, it was someone new who's supposed to bring about big change, So if that's the kind of thing that we want, I mean, we have to go after someone like Bernie, who is going to be able to drive that youth vote,
because that's the middle percentage.
Right? Like the boomers are normally the people in those camps that are already like predetermined to like go for vote.
Yeah,
like,
they're already going to go vote.
They're already predetermined to vote for conservatives. Like you don't want to drive them out because they're already fucking voting. Like it's pointless thing to like target them effectively.
This is like completely anecdotal or whatever, and it's gonna be a doomer take, and I might get like flashed out for this, but whatever. So here's the deal, right? Like personally, as a young person who like wants to vote or whatever, part of me is like, okay, I have to vote like Democratic candidate no matter what because fuck Trump. But there's still a part of me that's like, what's the fucking point if it's Biden? Like,
you
said that. No. I will. Chill. I will vote because I understand Trump is like terrible for minorities and shit, right? But I'm not gonna lie that there's a part of me that kind of has like that fucking pessimism, right? That it's like, okay, Biden's gonna get in there and like change accelerationist hashtag, but not really, right? But I'm just saying that there's a part of me like that. But you know, there would be absolutely no question if I would go vote for Bernie Sanders, right? I wouldn't even have that little like part of me or that little doubt. It would be completely gone. So what I'm trying to get at here is that I'm sure that there's a lot of young people who maybe feel some other way or who have that like accelerationist part even bigger, right? Like the question is like, oh, young people don't vote. But then the question becomes, do young people not vote because perhaps there isn't a candidate that they relate to or like? Like maybe that's the reason they're not voting.
And if you look at the Canadian election, like in 2015, the youth vote like increased by 20% because finally there was a candidate who was not seen as just, you know, I mean, Trudeau is in a sense, it's true that Trudeau wasn't established. His father was literally the PM, but it was actually because of Pierre Trudeau's charisma and his appeal to the youth and talking about issues that really concerned them is what really drove out that vote, both when Pierre Trudeau was elected and when Justin Trudeau was elected. So absolutely, I think you could literally see the youth.
When those pictures of blackface came out, I'm sure a lot of young people related to that.
Well,
sure.
no, I'm talking about the 2015 election.
No, I know, I'm just memeing.
Do you think Trump or Hillary is going to be a bigger challenge for Bernie because he's already lost to Hillary here, right? So I mean,
well, what does that have to do with anything?
I mean, the fact that you're saying that young people this time they're going to come out and vote.
No. I'm talking about in the general election, Dan, because the general election is a whole different beast.
No, I understand that, but I think if there's this level of passion right now, and I guess you could say whatever you want about Debbie Wasserman Schultz poisoning the pool here, I think that we would have had Bernie as our candidate last election, and we didn't because there wasn't enough motivation to push him to be the nominee.
No, but again,
he came out of left field as completely.
You do recognize he was literally an unknown figure, and he almost beat Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Also, large scale anti-DNC fucking involvement, right? Like, I mean, we're going to ignore the DNC.
What's that? Say again.
Pixie?
Yeah, you literally had like the DNC like basically completely against him, as well as like multiple counts of I don't want to say election fraud, but you know, very like shaky, weird things. Like at least like in Arizona, you only had like 6 polling stations open, and when they went to investigate like why that was a deal.
Why are they against him? Why, like, who else is against Bernie?
Because he's not a Democrat.
So, like, all the other Democrats are going to be against him too, then?
In 2015?
No, but the establishment, like the establishment Democrats are, of course, against a person who has for his entire life not been a Democrat. Of course, they're fucking against him.
Oh, I got it.
Like,
so it sounds to me like he's not going to be able to pass fuck all if everyone's against him.
No, this is wrong. This is because the party has shifted left, Dan.
Oh, yeah. Really? Doesn't seem like it. It seems like we have, like, who is it? Omar and the other ones that barely fucking won in Democratic stronghold.
You're wrong.
Wow.
Look, if you add up the total number of progressive candidates right now in the primaries, that number beats out like the people voting for
better than
Warren
it was
and voting for Bernie outweighs Biden. So that is the majority of the currently polled voters in the Democratic primary. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
Also, yeah, I mean, like so many people on the Democrat stage right now have like adopted like stuff from Bernie from like.
Biden has literally moved quite significantly left compared to what he was before,
and that's a good thing. I think that listen, I would have no problem with Bernie coming in and being the candidate. I think that'd be great. I just think that it's unlikely, and I don't think he can pass any of this stuff. That doesn't mean I don't agree with most of his views, because I do. Okay, I just want to put that out there. If you're getting the wrong idea, I'm just trying to be practical and realistic about the idea that this guy has a very slim chance to getting the nomination. And if he does,
but why?
Well, we're also trying to be practical, which is why we think
you're not. You're putting your head in the sand.
Coming in and
why? But why?
And provide reasons why. You're like, well, I just feel like that's just like not.
But here, I think it's more important to ask why. Like, why do you feel the need to be practical in a Democratic primary? Do you like if you would want him as the nominee? Why are you not like in a public forum rather than for content's sake, right? Like not supporting him, right? Not because like in belief of his viability. Because when people say things,
because it's
people
a dream.
Listen.
It's a dream. I want these things, but I know that they can't happen. That's the whole thing.
But based on,
I'll give you an example. If there's a candidate who said it was Yang, why don't I like Yang? That's $1,000 a month because it's not going to happen. Why don't I want Yang 2.0?
You don't like Yang for a lot of other reasons.
Can I ask this though?
It's not practical. It's politics. It doesn't work.
But I've been thinking about this for a bit actually, because like I understand that Bernie is asking for like a lot more than example like even Warren is or Biden is, But so obviously he campaigns on this, right? And so there is then this chance, you know, that we then can get his policies passed. Not a guarantee, of course, but there's a chance. And so let's say that he can't get that pure policy that he ran on passed. Why is he not able to then pass the exact same legislation that, for example, Biden ran on? Right?
Because he's not apparently he's not as good of a politician as Biden. Biden's passing bills. Biden's worked in the government, done a lot of shit. Bernie, for the most part.
No, hold on. No. Because why do we think that Bernie cannot?
Because he hasn't.
But he
in his
has.
career.
What do you mean? He would be the
McDonald's,
president.
The reason why Amazon, the reason why Disney are paying like any of their employees $15 an hour right now is because of Bernie Sanders. The reason why we have like, you know, a veterans bill passed is like low key, like has to do back with Bernie Sanders. Like almost all our policies, like right now, I'm not gonna say, oh, they're all Bernie Sanders, right? But to this idea that he hasn't influenced the government at all, I think is just like, you know,
no, it's bizarre.
Yeah, I guess I just disagree. I would rather have someone whose lifelong career has essentially been an effective politician versus someone who's just going to promise the fucking stars and hope that it comes together with no meaningful plan to making it happen.
But what do you mean? Like Bernie also have passed all the major
Biden
legislation that the Democrats have passed in the past 15 years.
Okay, like you literally just said like, oh well, I just want someone who's like showcases that they can do stuff and like against like in comparison to someone who like showcases that like they have like promises us stuff. But literally, people here have just presented to you examples of when Bernie Sanders has managed or succeeded to be able to get policies in place and stuff as a way of showcasing that like his aim for the stars is maybe not quite so like phrased in such a biased manner as the way that you're doing here. And also what Biden stuff.
That is completely incorrect. This is aim for the fucking stars 2.0. Okay, and I mean otherwise. Essentially, the counteract to how this isn't is we'll print money. Well, sure, let's just do everything like printing money. If that's the case, then sure, it's totally doable. If you think that Bernie Sanders can make it that the government can just literally fucking print trillions of dollars every year, then sure, fuck it, let's do it. Why not? I don't think that that's very likely to happen. Personally, I think it's fucking no chance of happening. But aside from that, it doesn't seem very likely to.
Wait. So what is your objection to? Is your objection?
My objection is
hold on. I want to give you the two. Is it the fiscal reality of implementing those policies, or is it passing the Senate?
I'm looking first and foremost for a candidate who has ideals that I align with. Bernie would be the one that I would most align with. Second off, past that, I would be looking for political efficacy. Someone who has the ability to pass things. And I balance these two things together. Bernie, I'm most aligned with, but I think he has zero chance of pushing a lot of the stuff he has into being law. Biden, I don't have a lot in common with him. It's mostly going back to a state of normalcy. Whatever. It's boring, but I'm pretty goddamn sure that he can get it done. And it's a safe alternative to what we have with Trump right now.
Do you not think the way that the Republican Party has shifted, that they're literally just going to label Biden a socialist as well?
That's the take I'm looking for, Ram. Thank you.
I don't understand how. Yeah.
What was Biden? Look at what happened in the Obama years.
Yeah, I mean, Look at how hard it was to pass Obamacare, right? Do you think they're going to let Biden pass any of what he has through? Like, do you think it's ever going to happen?
It comes down to if you can. So, do I think Biden has a better shot than Bernie? Yes. There you go.
Why? We know that.
Why do you think that though?
They struggle
because he does.
Yeah, because he does. Because he's been a better.
Look, what about the last 4 years of the Obama administration?
Okay, you guys are going back. Why don't we go with counts of working with the other side? Let's see how many times Joe Biden over his career
that's different. That's different. That isn't, because that's not what we're concerned about. We're concerned about the ability.
I can't argue with this then. Basically, it's like I'm trying to say one of these guys is a better politician. He's worked with the other side hundreds of times, gotten bills passed, gotten shit done. The other one's done 4 times and barely a Democrat and is be going against all the establishment.
Wait, but wouldn't it be more pragmatic to see how like recent Democratic presidents interact with? Wouldn't it be more pragmatic?
Why are we limiting? Okay, 10, 15 years. Yes, I would say Biden's been more efficacious than Bernie.
What showcases do you have?
I'd have to spend more time going through and getting out a fucking.
He was
PDF
VP.
Or not just that, right? Let's be clear here. You were talking about how you just like Bernie Sanders because he's promising these things, and obviously he's not going to be able to deliver them as they say. But you think Biden can deliver what he says. So let's look at what bills he's proposed that he hasn't shifted on either. Okay, like this is double party.
I'm not saying he might not have to shift, but I'm saying there's a chance he won't. I'm saying he might be able to offer something to the Republicans to get it exactly how it is. He might get his exact health plan as it is today by working through Republicans saying, you know what, I'm going to put in a new mandate.
You really think?
Hold on.
You could say the same thing about Bernie Sanders.
Obamacare?
Bernie Sanders could.
They almost repealed Obamacare, Dan.
What?
Dan, they almost repealed Obamacare.
Yeah, they almost did. I agree. That's bad.
You think that these people are going to be on board with any sort of expansion of Obamacare?
It's give or take in being a politician.
I think that we go with momentum, we go with energy.
I will not disagree that Democrats are the worst. Republicans
We need the
are way
people
better
that are
being
going to get a
politicians
turnout
than
in the
Democrats.
Senate.
Democrats
Biden
are
is not going to inspire people to go out and turn out and elect new people to the Senate. Bernie will.
I think that's the entire argument,
I
right? Like that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
You have to
What do you
energize
mean you
the middle
disagree?
percentages.
You think that Biden is going to churn out massive numbers of people?
No,
to
I
the point
don't.
where we
I
can
think,
fit
I think
the
that
Senate?
old people
We
will
want to talk about
vote for
this
Biden,
wave
and
thing,
they
right? Like
won't
we
for
can
Bernie.
look back to how.
You think that old people will suddenly stop churning out in a way that they never have in history?
I don't think they want. Yeah, I don't think that old people.
They've
are
never
motivated by
done
Bernie.
that. Old people always fucking vote.
Hey,
This is
old
ridiculous,
people just
Dan. Don't die on
vote,
this hill.
Dan.
Don't die on
Dude,
this
they're
hill.
definitely, dude. If Bernie gets nominated, then they're going to vote for him. Like if
I'm
they're
not sure
being
that's
like
the
less
case.
people.
Oh
I'm
my
not sure. You could see.
Dan.
You know what? Bernie could push more people to the right than
Bernie
ever.
is also
That could be a
old.
fact.
They literally can see that he's
The opposition is Trump.
Yeah,
You
but
think
if
that
the
establishment
opportunity is
Democrats are going to vote for Trump?
Listen to
What do you
yourself.
think
If the
is-
opportunity is pushed by Republicans, that it's either you can vote for Trump or a socialist who's going to raise your taxes.
They're going to vote for the socialists because they're not crazy.
You are. So
All right, I want to get
fucking
Gushin's
wrong.
take.
Literally, like,
I
I don't know how.
Yeah,
how is this
and
like-
then
like,
we
presenting
might jump
examples of
topics here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gushin.
So okay, so like two things here. Like the first thing, like I've literally provided examples to you of this conception of like the Democrat voter, the Republican voter are people that regardless of what happens will end up voting for that party regardless of who's in charge of what Democrat. Like these are like the statistical like polls, this kind of thing. Like going back to 2016, right? With like thing like, and this isn't me saying this kind of like you can go and look up like my best bet for you would be go look up Steve Bannon's thing about this. He literally talks about this when he's talking about his plan for Donald Trump going into that election, right? Was he knew that like there were people that would vote for Trump who would vote for Trump regardless of what the fuck Trump did. So it was like pointless to like even think about them, right? That's where a lot of the Democrats fall into. It's the same kind of boat, right? They'll end up voting for the Democrat candidate regardless of who the fuck it is at the end of the day, right? Like they're not going to matter. It's the people that like in that like I said, the middle bit again. And you want to look at like a recent example of that middle bit being a thing to push like Democrat like a newish wave of Democrat people through. Look at the House of Rep thing recently from like 2 years ago, right? That was a large scale change in like the representation of like who the Democrats were putting into power, right? There was a ton of those like younger voters coming out, a ton of younger candidates who had a much more radical leftist agenda as far as it went coming into power kind of thing. Like you want that kind of thing? Like there's an example of that.
With the stuff I saw earlier, and my memory's fuzzy, I did not see any statistical difference with the voter turnout for that of younger people. But if you have data, I'd be interested to see it. But I think that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, I don't think that's really true, actually.
But I mean, we can make up stuff on the fly if we want, but I haven't heard nothing about young people switching with the House election. Anyway, go ahead.
But I think that's largely because, honestly, young people don't give a shit about anything other than a presidential election. So you need someone running for the president who will, like, really put almost all of their energy into really just highlight as part of their message that we need the Senate in order to do
that's
what
the
we
only
want.
effective strategy at this juncture. Otherwise, getting a Democratic president elected is totally pointless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Let's talk some philosophy, eh?
I don't know about that.
Please.
What's the next topic, Leon?
Voter turnout in the elections for the Democrat House of Reps thing was 50.3%, the highest it's been since 1914.
Yeah, that's
so like
total
that
turnout.
voter turnout was like
Yes,
much
total
like
turnout.
the
But you're
increase?
talking about young people.
massively, right?
Yeah, we're talking about young people specifically.
It was 19 in
Yeah.
2014. It was 19%.
Wow.
In 2014, it was 19%, and it was 33%.
Where can I see these stats?
Here, one sec. Let me get the
14
links.
14% increase. It's not bad.
36% in
2018.
2018.
Fucking
Yeah, so it went from 20 to 36. Census.gov.
Wow, that's pretty good, actually. I take it back.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it's good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna post it in.
especially
It's
on
fine.
I just got a source as well.
It's fine.
on a non-presidency year. Like I think that's pretty amazing.
It's not good numbers, but it's a damn good increase, right? It's over 50% in
It's
increase,
massive.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's huge.
so it's insanely high, like relative to the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
right?
on a non-presidential year as well. Like a lot of people don't go vote when it's not a.
But I think that was largely just opposition to Trump rather than embracement of leftist policies. Maybe I
Sure,
think
and
that could be
that
the
yeah.
response.
And that can be the unifying
True.
message in 2020 as well. I mean, it doesn't have to just be a
Yeah.
2018 thing.
Right, right.
There's a general increase across the board from 2014 to 2018, right?
Oh wait,
Mhm.
this is everyone had a higher turnout. Yeah, I mean, yes, it was a very highly contested thing.
Well,
believe.
particularly, I
that's
mean,
true.
Proportional
that
to
young
original
age
turnout is
group
what we
does
should be
have
looking
the
for,
biggest
right?
increase, though, right? So
But
it
about
is,
how
it is
much?
noticeable.
Yeah, we should be
mean-
looking at overall change and increase in turnout, right? Not about.
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to give something like the young people shifted the vote, but that's very much not the case.
No,
I mean, yes.
obviously not. I don't. How could you interpret that? You know,
No.
their
I mean,
statements
well,
like
that's what I was saying is that the young people basically put people in for the House, and that's not the case. They just came out like everyone
Well, yeah,
else
but
did,
but
and
the
that's
reality that a 50% increase in that like demographic is definitely gonna have some we don't know like the specific impact. You have to like actually go into that and like do some serious fucking math, but right like and have the statistics available to you. But in the absence of them, we can agree that that's a pretty big fucking deal that the left being energized, if that were to be the case, like hypothetically.
Sure,
Right,
and
like,
also
that is a
regardless
big
of the
fucking
fact
deal.
of like the increase in the youth vote, like sure, like I'm gonna yeah, I'll concede at that point maybe that wasn't the biggest possible change, that kind of thing. But honestly speaking, the point that it was making behind that still stands, which was that there was a large swing to Democrat seats in a much more radical, who had much more radical / left agendas, in a huge swing like House Representative wise.
I thought there was like a bunch of states
and
that
a
like,
large vote.
we didn't even win that we were expected to win for that. I understand that
I'm pretty sure Democrats went up like 50 fucking seats or something ridiculous, isn't they? Like
No, they
like,
did. They
so
took,
many.
they took a lot of seats, but there was a lot. Like, you know, we could have taken the Senate as well. I mean, there was a chance if their motivation was truly there to do it. I'm not saying it wasn't remarkable that we did it, but I'm saying it could have been more. It doesn't really. I mean, it was just hatred towards Trump.
From what I read, and I have to refresh my memory, so I'm hesitant to say this. Like all the predictions were that the Democrats were not going to get the Senate because hashtag gerrymandering, like the positions that were there already, as well as like the way that I guess the same thing as gerrymandering or whatever, but the way the district maps were like drawn up. I mean, I can find analysis for you later, but that's my memory of it. I remember just reading everywhere that was like probably will take the House, not the Senate.
Okay, I'd like to just sign off of this as saying once again, before like, you know, fucking 12 YouTube videos are made by all of you in here, that I am very much most aligned.
What do you mean YouTube video? You think I have the energy to do that?
Sorry, I'm shocked from the surf.
I'm literally editing it right now as we speak.
If I make a video of like, oh my god, beat Dan in crazy debate, all my comments are gonna be like, who? Like, what do you mean? You're not.
Yeah, I normally focus on like interesting topics. This seems like a waste
All
of
right,
time.
everybody clap for that joke. All right, there we go.
Thank
Good one,
you.
Ram.
Yes. Also, can we talk about communism now?
Oh,
Okay.
What's the next topic?
I'll be right back. Okay.
Ram,
Okay.
why is
That
the
wasn't
vote
on the
so about
topic
communism,
list.
right?
Yeah, it wasn't on
You
the
want to
topic
lose
list.
people from this fucking call?
was
Like,
not on the
that's the way to
topic.
go about it.
I don't know if we. So do we want to talk about the spending bill? I wanted to talk about the Army Navy hand signal as well because I got an update today, but I don't know what people here are more interested in.
What was the update?
Dan, do you want to talk about communism?
Hold on, I'm looking at the acronym.
Fuck off, Ram.
They.
Well, I think. Look, I think.
I am talking here.
Oh, sorry.
We have a host.
The Army Navy
Sorry,
investigation. The Army Navy investigations
Yeah.
ended, and they both said that the hand signals were them playing the circle game, and they weren't white supremacist signals.
What's a
Oh,
circle
nice.
game?
It's where you.
It's where you put
basketball.
the circle. You put the circle below your waistline, and then if someone looks at it, it's like I think it's you're gay or whatever or something. I don't know. It's some really
Oh.
dumb like high school game.
The way we
Awesome.
played it,
It's
you
a-
could punch them.
Or vagina
You
or
punch
something.
them. Yeah, you punch them. It's not.
Oh yeah, you punch them. Never mind. Yeah, that's
Today
what
I
it is.
learned. Today I learned.
There are several variations.
That'd be funny if it were like funny and sad if it were a fucking real life gay if read like Discord PM with like this blocked out.
I think the thing I saw with that kind of thing though was like the as far as the hand thing goes for like the circle game, like I don't know if like the US has like a different version of it, but like I don't remember ever being like as like that kind of like thing. I don't think it was ever like that level of shit. Like it was only just like that kind of thing, or like Like a this
Wait,
kind of thing? Like, I
you
mean,
guys know how?
it's like
No,
this.
no,
it's
I
like
had
this,
I had
like,
people
don't know.
doing that one.
You know how people
Uh.
Democrats, like the House leaders, they all have like a WhatsApp group, right? But can you imagine if they had like a Discord server or something? I think that would be so fucking funny.
Dude, I mean,
Oh my
imagine like 20 years from now, there's gonna be
Yeah,
they're gonna
like
be
I
sending,
legitimately.
if AOC had a Discord
Hell
server,
yeah.
that wouldn't be too out of place, right?
I mean,
Hell yeah.
Discord logs are confidential. Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, what
I'd
kind of
really enjoy
person
that.
would ever leak private Discord logs?
Oh yeah, who would leak DMs?
Wow. Yikes. Actually, I
Talking
don't know
about the
what-
circle
I don't know who you're
game.
talking about.
Talking about the circle game, do you guys know? I don't know how well known this is. It's a variant. It's a sort of spin-off of that game, where I don't know. Some of the dudes might know this. Where you
Here it
you
is.
you bunch your nutsack together.
Here it is.
And
Yeah.
you pinch it and then you hold it and you go, oh dude, I stepped in gum. And then your
Wait,
friend looks
what?
and you're like, ah, you're gay for looking
Yeah.
at my nutsack.
Yeah, I've seen it.
What?
Yeah, that was like a thing in
remember
middle
this.
school, dude.
Damn.
I remember this
Okay,
one.
then.
It was a
Dark times.
definite
That's
middle
some,
school thing.
that's some exhibitionist
Yeah.
shit right there,
Wow.
dude. I remember, like, what?
Yeah, it was the thing, dude. The stepped in gum game, yeah. That was a
Why do you have to scrunch your nuts though? I don't understand the connection.
because it looks like gum, dude.
Oh, okay.
Look,
Okay. Your nuts are out of
Everyone
your
else,
Yeah.
suck right now.
We don't need to
Just
go
have a
fur-
quick look,
further.
okay? Just have a quick check, make sure.
Look, I'm not condoning this behavior.
I
all right?
will
I'm
say
just
this.
saying.
I will back you
It
up.
was a
Mindwaves.
thing.
I will back you up. There was a game when I was in high school where you wrap your little schlong around your wrist and you go, "Hey, look what time it is." I do remember people doing that.
What the fuck is wrong? Like, what is wrong? with people?
Wait, how
Dude,
far
young
around your wrist?
teenagers,
Like, how big is
young
your dick?
teenage boys
Wrap
are just
it
looking for a
around-
reason to show you their genitals. All right, trust me.
I wasn't. What the fuck is
I
wrong
mean,
with you?
we had
Maybe this is some
when
Freudian.
I was in
Freudian stuff.
when I was in 8th grade, we had a game called the Dink, and we would literally fucking run around, and as we would like run around, we would fucking pelvic thrust into the air and hit people, and we would yell "Dink." And then that person would have the dink, and they would be forced to pass it off to someone
Oh,
else.
but you
It was,
weren't
like, really
naked.
fucked
Pretty
up
awesome,
tag.
dude.
No.
Oh.
We were
Oh.
Fully
like-
naked.
No,
In the play.
Naked is
It's not like anybody got
We were
fully
fully
naked.
naked at school.
It's not like anybody got fully
bunch of
naked,
fuck-
scrunched their balls, and was like, "Hey, dude, I stepped in gum." Like that's not a thing.
I thought genitals would be out during the dink game.
That's
all.
commitment.
Did you not have access to
I
don't know,
mean-
handball or some shit? Like the fuck is wrong with you? Like, is American
the
school
worst-
system
the worst
so
that
bad
we
you're,
had-
so starved for things to do and break, you're just like fuck it, we're just gonna we're just gonna do random shit about genitals, fuck it.
The worst we had is the one where someone comes behind you and gets on their knees like a table, and someone comes in front of you and pushes you over. That's the
Yep.
that's the
We
Underdog.
did that.
Yeah.
We just
Yeah.
played with fucking silly bands and fucking shared Facebook posts. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah,
You
I
know,
think
like,
middle
no,
school
dude,
is
there was a
sometimes
lot
I
of
just go on
games.
episode, I fucking slap him in the face with my dick. Like, where the fuck did you guys go to school?
No, dude, there was legit games that middle schoolers would play that was borderline excuses for sexual harassment, like Slap Ass
It
Friday
actually
or
was.
fucking going up to people.
Wait, Slap Ass Friday.
Yeah, you know where was that ever a thing for
that's
you?
true.
Oh,
People would get pantsed. Pantsed was a thing.
Oh yeah, not
Sorry,
and then
right
did you guys ever do the credit carding where you get your hand or a credit card and then you go up to people?
No.
Okay, I'm just
It's all sexual harassment. I don't condone it at
live
all.
in 80s US films, teenage
I-
US
I-
films.
dude,
like,
none of this
it's
shit
all
happened.
sexual
You would've
harassment shit, and just
you would've gotten,
that was all
attacked.
it was.
You would've
Maybe
gotten
this is
attacked by
just the
fucking
Midwest.
Scooby
I don't
trying to
know. We're
pull
pretty
that
fucked.
shit.
Slap
Yeah.
Ass Friday.
I think that's a
Slap
Midwest
Friday
thing.
is
I
a
think that's a
pretty good
Midwest
one.
thing because that did not happen at all. Even any kind of fucking permutation of it in my schools, at all. That was serious. We'd stare at girls with tight jeans, and we'd be like, oh yeah, that was it. That was it. That was the extent to which we would do creepy
That's
shit.
a cool game, dude.
As
Jesus
Christ. What an interesting
Everyone's
game.
a winner on that.
Man, middle school. I just love to sexually harass women. Oh, those were the
Well,
days.
what's Slap Ass Friday if not sexual harassment as well, right?
Exactly.
true.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
yeah.
actually bad.
But it sounded like that was
For the
consensual.
record.
That
But
sounded
that was
like
in
it
the
was
South, so
consensual.
you know. regressive.
There was a shared understanding, an implied
Yes.
consent that everybody was.
Well,
yeah.
okay, I don't know
Implied
about
consent.
this. I don't
But
think
I thought we don't
Yeah.
like implied consent for
I
minors.
think
Old
that's a bit
implied
dangerous.
consent.
Yep.
Got 'em, boys.
All right.
Right, nice,
So
good.
what is? The
I hope
actual next
when I
topic?
have kids, they'll grow up to also have a slap ass Friday. I hope we haven't
Hell
gotten
yeah.
politically correct where you can't slap a friend in the face with your cock. I mean,
Is that your like political stance?
I don't think
Is
that's
that
what
you're running
Slap
on?
Ass Friday
Is that all
is.
you're running
I
on?
don't
Just like
think-
I want to live in a world where my
That's
children
right.
can slap
my
other kids in the face. with
my
their
bad.
cocks.
That slap
On a
a dick
Friday.
in your face Tuesdays. Like,
I mean, we could do this kind of stuff, but the cultural neo-Marxists are just fucking it up.
yeah, God, they're
Yeah, the
ruining it for
postmodern
everyone.
neo-Marxists are just taking over the school.
Dude, speaking of high
Yeah,
school, there
do you
was
think
like
Peterson was a victim of slap a dick in your face Tuesday, and that's why he's so against everything now. Oh wait, no, he's
Oh, yeah,
for
that's
it.
it.
He's for it. He's actually wanting to engage in that type of behavior.
Well, that's internalization of the slap-ass
Right.
culture, right?
Yeah.
We are talking
Dude, there
about
was
Jordan
legit- there was
Peterson who
legitimate
dreams of, like,
hazing.
his grandma's pubic hair, you know. I mean, he's got
There
some
was
stuff.
legitimate hazing in high school for me. Because I was in band and I did drumline, and everybody in the drumline
Oh,
the day
yeah.
before, the day of competition, had to you got an Oreo cookie and you had to put it between your butt cheeks and then run across the football
no.
field
That's disgusting.
and not drop the cookie. And if you
Holy
dropped the cookie, you had to
shit.
eat it.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
I don't think our
What?
drum
I didn't need to
did
hear
any
this.
really
Two
weird
Mindwaves.
shit.
Holy shit, that sounds like
Like,
Well, this
Some
was
sort
not
of-
on the topic list. I'm
think-
pretty sure. I would remember.
I
think the
the
worst-
list as, like,
yeah, I didn't have time
what
to
we were
study
discussing.
this topic beforehand. So
I like
can-
how
I
Leon
thought Slap
actually
Ass Friday
put
was
middle
on
school
there.
games question mark on the topic on the screen.
I didn't know what to put here.
What's the next topic?
I think
Okay.
the worst thing, I think the worst things that happened with drumline was that, like, we had a drum room. So I don't know if you had a drum room, like, for all of the bases, like all the marching stuff, basically.
Yeah.
But, like, that shit was fucking airtight. So people would plug the vent and then smoke weed in there all the time.
Nice.
People would like
Nice.
turn off the light, and if you turned off the, you literally couldn't see into it, like, because of the glass. People would have sex in there so much. It was so fucking, and it was always
hate
fucking
teenagers.
drumline people. It was all. It was in
Drum
yeah,
rooms always
I love
smell
it.
like fucking nasty, like I don't know, sweaty teenagers.
It always
It's gross.
smells like sweater weed.
All right, next
get a real
topic.
topic,
What is
please?
it? Yep.
Okay,
Communism.
let's let's talk about the federal budget because there's
No.
like 4 things there.
Hell
No,
yeah, brother.
yeah, that's one. I think
Actually-
Puff recommended that, right?
Yeah, I think I recommended it.
I think the
Sorry,
budget
I-
is
I cut
actually
you off.
exciting. We got 25 million for researching gun violence for the first time in 20 years. I mean, that's amazing.
I
And
think there's a
also,
really good topic embedded in this topic, which is the part about
Right.
tobacco, like the increase of the age requirement for tobacco to 21. I
That
think that's
was
actually an
one of
interesting topic, like as to whether people think that's like a good thing or not.
yeah, that's another part of it. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, like, I don't know. I think in a perfect world, we should probably ban like everything until you're 25, or like until your brain is fully developed, or 25 is the average age for males at least.
Maybe I
but,
don't know.
like,
That's a bit.
I don't know if I'm comfortable like limiting
Like-
the autonomy of people until they're that age.
To me, it's
But
like
a brain being
question of-
fully, yeah, you'd have to argue that a brain being fully developed is going to be synonymous with, the level of autonomy
Like
required
agency, yeah.
itself, and I don't see how
Sure.
Not just that, but also like
Well-
for me, it's a matter of like practicality as well, right? Like for example, the reason why I'm for lowering the age of drinking alcohol is because you still have a shit ton of kids doing it, and all you're doing here is preventing them from reaching out, calling an ambulance, contacting their school, or maybe if something goes wrong, because it's like, oh shit, I was doing something I wasn't supposed to do. So I feel like you're actually like harming the populace in that sense, because instead of teaching responsible drinking or allowing them to get help when things go a little bit too far, you're essentially like limiting it instead.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like in Canada here, in Ontario, when you turn 18, you go across the border to Montreal and drink. It's same with the neighboring, like in the States, people literally cross the border into Quebec to just to drink. And, it's, you're not going to stop kids from drinking or consuming any sort of product just by increasing the limit,
Yeah,
the
sure. I
age
mean, like,
limit. So I'm
Even
not
if
Sure,
we
yeah, you're
verify
not
that
gonna
it's bad
stop
for
it.
people under 25 to like be engaging in drug use or alcohol use or whatever, like I think it's probably different than making the argument that there should be punitive measures for doing so, right? Like
I think also,
Yeah,
also
that's
the
more
argument.
of what I was getting at, right? That like,
Yeah.
I mean, and if we do have like, well, I don't think punitive measures should be taken. Like,
No, for sure not.
reformation changes should be made. Like,
Wait, hold on.
these
How
people
old are
should
you?
be. I'm 21. Why?
Right, do you not think that you are autonomous enough to decide if you want to drink alcohol or not in a safe manner?
I don't think that it's good for me to be able to legally because it may damage my brain. It's not that I don't enjoy the right or that I don't think I'm that autonomous. It's that I think that it's probably not a good thing to be putting drugs into your body while your neurons are like actually
Well,
maturing
I don't.
and like forming.
This sounds like some pseudoscience to me. I am not at all convinced that during the stage of brain development that your actual, like, you're somehow at a far greater risk of harm. Like
Wait,
the difference between.
Wait, but that's true.
Wait, what? What do you mean
That's
pseudoscience?
absolutely
That's
true.
just like
Yeah,
children,
that's definitely
children
true.
smoking weed.
Please,
No. He
Wait,
said
hold
up to
on, Riz.
25.
Yeah, your brain.
Yeah,
doesn't
your brain
develop
stops
until
developing.
25.
And so you're
Generally
telling me that
speaking.
someone's going to be more harmed by having like a drink at
Yes.
24
Maybe, I mean,
than
maybe not like
hold
a
on, 'cause
drink,
there's,
but
like,
like if they didn't have any drinks at all, or if they didn't have any drugs at all input into their system, they wouldn't have any change
Well,
to their.
I asked about drinking. I'm not.
drugs.
I think drugs. I'm concerned specifically about drinking, like having a beer, like let's say once a week. Do you think that impact is going to be incredibly, or is going to be negative at the age of like let's say 24 in comparison to something like 30?
Obviously, 24 is going to be less than
I don't
like 18,
think-
but
It's gonna be less, but it's still gonna be.
Like, because I absolutely
Well-
agree up to like 19, right, or maybe 21, right, but 25, which is the limit that you set, which is why I asked specifically what your age was, right, and it's 21. So, but do you really think that the
25
harm
is
of
also
that is
kind of just an average?
I mean, your prefrontal your prefrontal cortex or whatever doesn't finish developing, or does it even after even 25? There's people that say until 35, right? But most scientists agree that like around the 25 mark, it's pretty set in stone.
Well, that can be true, but then we have to corroborate the idea that like alcohol might impede that development. which I don't
exactly
know that we
that's what
have,
I'm
yeah.
asking
Is that
for,
what you're
because
saying,
I've
Ro?
heard that
Yeah.
before, but I've
Yeah.
never seen any evidence for it, which is why I called that pseudoscience. Everyone.
But that's
I know for a fact marijuana does.
And like
even
yeah,
as an
that's
avid,
why-
even
that's why I asked
I don't
specifically
have
about
a study
drinking.
like on
Right,
hand,
yeah.
but I thought that was like kind of.
Well, it's
Well,
kind of
look, I
as
only say I've heard people say that, and I've literally, but I usually hear this from like my boomer like aunt or something, you know.
Sure, yeah.
But
And
that's
so I
not
asked,
why.
like, where do you see that? And I've never, seen any sort of like studies done on that sort of thing, which is why.
I do want to bring up something here.
But I
and-
agree with drug use 100%. Well, not all drugs, but
Yeah.
like a fair amount of drugs. Absolutely, I agree.
well, I mean,
Well, yeah.
alcohol is a drug, so it's weird, like legal versus illegal drug. If you want to.
No,
make
but
that
I'm talking about
distinction,
drugs that
that's
have been
fine.
specifically studied on that impact, like marijuana has.
Well,
Sure.
it's,
Right, so
it's
we
kind
can-
of logical as well. We know that if you mess with like brain development before it's like fully developed, you're gonna have effects, and you know that like literally alcohol affects brain development, and it just like you can kind of like I'll find a study if you want, but I mean like it's kind of like a logical conclusion. No, if you are taking drugs or alcohol or whatever that has shown to affect brain development, and your brain isn't fully developed, then your brain will be affected.
Well, the one study that I find, like when I immediately Google it from NCBI is, I mean, not good for my point because I actually didn't ever research this either. Is that, what is it? What is it here in the abstract? This includes both action-oriented and involved in obtaining rewards and inhibitions. Its major role is to integrate and interpret inputs, which talk about the prefrontal cortex from cortical and subcortical structures. This includes the post-recent harm the individual. Given the central role, it is no surprise that alcohol has profound effects on the function. Oh, sorry. It is no surprise that alcohol has profound effects on the function of the prefrontal cortex. So,
But is that
like,
in the
that's not
state
about the
of
effect.
being drunk?
Alcohol has a profound effect on the function of the prefrontal cortex.
Well, yeah,
It's
when
not
you are
saying-
under
it's
the
not-
influence of
Yeah, yeah,
alcohol.
yeah. It's not.
that's
It's
not
not. It's not about
Sure,
damage.
yeah.
I thought it actually
Not
said
about
the opposite,
development.
which
Yeah.
would suggest that it can't damage it because it doesn't affect it. So
Yeah, but that we know it
mistaken in
does.
that, yeah.
Like
So it affects it,
So
but it's the
I'm-
effect
I'm-
it's equivalent to damaging.
Does
right?
it affect the developmental like?
Yes. which
Yeah.
is what
Yeah,
I'm
right.
I'm skeptical of.
I'm looking for that. I'm not.
I don't even know if this is
So-
like. I don't even know if all this is relevant to the point though, because we're
No.
even if it is.
No,
like,
no,
a
this
form
is a side conversation. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. It's like
I-
even
I
if
do
this
wanna
is a-
bring up
even
a
if this is
fact
like
here.
minor.
Right, I do want to bring up a quick fact here, and it's the I'm not sure why we're now like trying to like increase. I question the timing of adding this increase in the age
Oh, I
restriction
know.
for
Yeah, for sure.
tobacco. I have a question, or I have a suspicion that it's for re-elections, right?
No.
However, we're at the lowest, like all-time low, like young adult smoking rate right now. It's like 10% in 2017, which
Really?
back in 2011 it was 18.9.
Holy
So
shit.
it's
I wonder
it's
if
been
that's
on a
gonna change
steady.
Yeah.
Well, I was
IRI.
just gonna say it's been a steady
Well-
decrease for a long time now. So I don't know.
I would
I
disagree.
Sure, well,
Well, wait,
I think-
IRI has been trying to get in.
Stuff. And seeing like how many, maybe not in the immediate future, but in a couple years in the future, how many people are going to be addicted to Juuls.
Well,
IRI.
yeah. Does
Yeah,
this,
exactly.
Wait,
does
let
this
IRI go.
IRI, you wanted to jump in? Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Does this
Oh,
number cover? Sorry.
Real quick, Synth. Yeah, sorry. I just want IRA to be able to go.
It
Does this
just
number
has to.
cover like?
Wait, hold on, buddy.
IRI.
IRA, go ahead. IRA.
Yes, all right, go. I'm done.
It's because of flavored vaping. That's it. There was an uptick in young people starting to get addicted, and it's become a big issue. And so they said, look, we're trying to change things, but adults cannot buy flavored vapes now except mint and tobacco. So they're pissed off. So they say, we'll raise the rate. And then maybe less young people get addicted, but at least adults can buy it, which is a huge market. That's the only reason they're raising it right now. That's it.
It's just for vaping.
It's literally for fucking Juul writing a check saying, do this, please, so we can keep selling. Because Juul voluntarily withdrew their Mango Rush and all that jackass stuff. But this is it. This is their idea. We'll regulate the market some more, and then we can keep selling our really addictive product to adults.
So what you're telling me is hashtag
to
we vape, we vote. Correct?
Yikes.
Well, yes,
To
there's
be
a lot.
fair,
Well, there's a lot of
think-
adults out there that don't want mango flavored
I
Juul
think like
right now and can't get it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Synth.
Well, I think like the whole point of vaping, at least when it was first starting out, was to get people on like something that didn't have as many carcinogens,
Mm-hmm.
something that was a lot safer because vegetable glycol and propylene don't do shit to your lungs unless you're fucking like inhaling it every second. Like it was a move to like get people to go away from cigarettes and go away from smoking, which Juul has like effectively fucked up because the pods that they use, the amount of nicotine that's inside of it is like really comparable to the amount of nicotine you would get from using like just smoking regular packs. And that goes down if you go to different systems where you can get lower amounts of nicotine. But other than that, yeah, Juul's like really fucked up the market. Like it's really bad.
Wait, I don't
It's more addicting than cigarettes.
I don't know. Okay, first of all, I don't know if that's true. It might have more nicotine, but let's be very clear here about e-cigarettes. They are better for you than cigarettes by far.
Well, yeah.
Sorry,
What?
am I breaking up or is?
No, Synth.
They're
you
better.
broke up.
They're better for you, Dan, but
I was agreeing.
it's much easier to get addicted to mango flavored vaping than some random cigarette. You know what I mean? So it brings in
Yeah,
more
I don't
people getting
disagree.
addicted.
Okay, so to be clear, okay. And this goes an interesting take. I feel like I've been at this conversation before. So do you think that banning mango vape is a good idea?
In the current moment, yes, because millions of kids are getting addicted and the addiction rate's going up.
I agree. Next question for you. What type of people do you think typically vape or smoke cigarettes on a socioeconomic scale?
Cool kids.
Besides
Poor
cool
people.
I think this is across the board. I think even upper
Ballers.
middle class kids.
No.
It's poor people, guys.
Poor,
It's
for the
poor
most,
people.
For the most part, poor people.
For
people
vaping? 'Cause
for
they
vaping and
look-
smoking.
Yeah, all of them.
Yep.
Vaping is for the common man. Right?
So a conversation we had in one of the
For me and you.
I'm a true working class fellow.
Yeah, a conversation we had in one of these things a while back. I don't remember.
Vapors will bring
one
about the revolution for sure.
Was should we ban sugary drink? Should soda have a high tax on it? Right? And there's a lot of people that push back saying no, there shouldn't, because that only affects poor people, and now you're going to take more of their money towards this. So it's a very interesting debate. If you're in favor of banning mango Juuls, but not in favor of a soda tax.
Oh, I'm in favor of a soda tax.
Yeah, I am too. I think it's.
I think it brought down childhood.
I agree. We should make it so that people buy less fucking soda.
Yeah, but why should
right.
poor people like bear the brunt of any sort of like?
But they're not bearing the brunt. They just drink water.
Well, they might keep buying it and then pay the extra tax, right?
Yeah, but don't fucking keep buying it. That's the whole point. I mean,
Well, they might. They
will buy it. They will buy it. But we can
understanding.
agree. We can agree that there will be less people buying soda if it is more expensive on average. We can agree that. Like yes, some people might
not
be
zero.
so addicted to their fucking Coca-Cola that they might drive themselves into debt purchasing 2-liter bottles of it and fucking Sierra Mist and shit, or
Absolutely.
fucking drink.
Possible.
But by and large, it'll mostly just be like people be like, oh, this is too expensive now. Let me buy something else.
Oh, also, I forgot that a
Gushin,
lot of America.
well, hold on. I wanted to throw it over to.
Whoa.
I wanted to throw it over to Gushin. I saw you wanted to hop in on this one.
Oh, I'm just curious to know if anybody was against the ban. Was it a complete ban on vapes, or was it just like a partial ban?
I
It was a
think it
ban
was
on flavored vapes, right?
flavored.
Yeah.
So, like,
There's not even a ban.
Against the ban though.
There is no ban. There's a couple states that have banned it, but federal level, no.
Is there anybody against the ideological nature of the ban? Then I guess.
Yeah, I
that's,
think
like,
so.
actually gone
Usually, when like we're talking about like whether or not we should ban things that are harmful to people, I think those bans should, or like that restriction should come from the top, should come from top-down measures as opposed to like.
I think I would support a
making
ban. It's just that if you will get caught evading that ban, you should like go to jail for it.
So it's
I mean, what?
It's a decriminalization.
Wait, Pixie, what's up?
The thing about e-cigarette people being lower class, like I just searched that up. It's not true. There's really like no statistical difference between like people who are higher socioeconomic class using e-cigarettes and those the lower. But interestingly enough, if you're more educated, and I guess that makes sense, you're more likely to switch over to exclusively e-cigarettes.
What percentage of those people wear fedoras, though? Pixie doesn't say that. No.
But no, I don't think.
I
I would say it's
like-
the educated bit. I think is that educated people tend to probably have more money, right?
Yeah,
so that they can then afford e-cigarettes, which cost more on average than regular cigarettes.
No.
Yeah, it seems like higher rates of education.
Wait,
don't
do
have
they
against
cost
people.
more? I don't
I
think
don't
they actually
know.
cost more.
No, they don't cost.
No,
it's
the
a-
barrier to
okay.
entry when
So-
it comes to
yeah,
vaping
the
is
barrier to
higher.
entry.
I see.
Yeah, like
Right.
you have to spend like $100 or $50 on a nice system, and then you
You know
can
how
use
much it costs for an e-pipe though?
and
Like,
it
I've run into
averages
this
out
problem.
over time
I've-
whenever you buy juice.
like a
But,
nice Gandalf looking e-pipe like costs so much fucking money.
What? A
It has to
Gandalf?
match your
But
costume.
yeah, no, because I want to fucking have a little like fucking pipe to be like, and like.
No, I don't know what the
vape on
fuck
stream, like,
Gandalf pipe. Oh,
yeah,
like,
but like we're
like
I
a
see.
nice
we're trying to
vape, a
appeal to
nice
poor
vape.
people. They're not gonna buy the
nice-
fucking Gandalf e-pipe.
What?
What do you
I'm
mean?
talking about my person. This is my truth, and you're not letting me speak my truth as a wizard.
Okay, buddy, say how much you really need the e-pipe, dude.
I mean, dude, they're like $400 though. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Holy
I'm
shit.
being discriminated against.
Mm.
And that's really I think that's the biggest problem with, like there should really be tax incentives towards people who make like wizard shaped e-pipes. I think that would be the
really
policy.
the biggest
That'd be the
problem
platform.
facing America.
That would be the platform. That'd be the platform that I run on as a pro vape.
Corn, soybeans, Gandalf vapes.
Well, can I ask a question? If the age is raised to 21 for all tobacco products, would the people who support flavor bans still support it, or do you think it's okay now?
Wait, ask that again. I'm
I still
sorry.
support it.
So I support the flavor ban right now with the tobacco age at 18 and all these young people getting addicted. But if it goes up to 21, it kind of changes my mind a little bit.
I think
Personally,
if you just do a flavor ban, you're gonna make a black market for it. That's it. Like
I feel like
Sure, but it's still gonna
this
be
is
lower.
this is kind of a regressive way to go about preventing people from getting into like tobacco or vaping.
For sure.
We can kind of look at how we've created or how the government has tackled tobacco use already, and why we see the decrease that we do. We had ad campaigns that were government funded, that were making sure that the people knew like the negative
House hippo.
consequences of tobacco, which was really, really effective. There's been studies on that. Yeah, I think like educating people, putting like warning signs on these things. I think even warning signs on like overly sugary processed foods and stuff like that would be good too, right?
Totally. Education should
We
be the
talk a lot about
focus.
like a sugar or a soda tax. I'd rather just put like a warning label or like educate people about the harms of like sugar, and naturally they would consume it less. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
That way
think
you're not backing
example
your
of this this reduction thing here is actually over here in New Zealand. There was actually studies recently with regards to smoking cigarettes and for binge drinking in regards to alcohol. And it's found that like the total number of people has reduced quite drastically in the past. I think it was 20 years or so. The number of people, like young people, engaging in binge drinking or in smoking has dropped by, I think it was about 10% across the board, 10-15% across the board. And it's mostly been down to a generally higher level of education with regards to the health effects of those kind of thing, and people having more awareness of what they're going into, that kind of thing, and having awareness like the ability that there is a choice around that kind of thing. So like the education tool, I think, is the biggest one for like anything instead of like a flat out ban. I think flat out bans are a terrible idea.
I mean, if you want to reduce consumption, it seems really weird to do that with punitive measures. That seems like it's only ever going to hurt the people who are purchasing the product in the first place.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's I would have to do more research or whatever, but I think there's something to say to like banning just flavored bans across the board. Cause like, it's when you start a vape or whatever, they're easier to take down than cigarettes, right? It's like a cool flavor, and initially, if you don't know much about it, you kind of just think, oh, this isn't that harmful. It's just like water vapor and some nicotine, right? So I think that there is something to say about like making it, I guess, more unappealing to the youth, or to people in general, right? But
Gotta
when
have
it
that
comes
black lung thing, right? On the package.
It's popcorn lung and it's bullshit. It wasn't even with fucking that was with THC, and it's because people
Yeah.
some bullshit.
Yeah, also, I mean, is there a
and
showcase
pod.
done to show that like vaping is significantly more of a health hazard than almost any other like currently legalized?
There aren't. Well,
That's the issue
there
I
are
have,
no
right?
There are no longitudinal studies because it hasn't. Vaping has only really been alive for like 15 years at most. Like there's
Sure,
no
but, like,
good studies on this.
My big
stuff.
issue here, argument-wise, is like if you're gonna like argue for like we should like do this to like this kind of thing, then I think we should do that to across the board to like everything that we think of as like as a potentially harmful thing, right? So the alcohol should be on the same kind of cover, probably.
Yeah, should you have flavor bans? Should you have like fucking like Mango Rush, like fucking I don't know, Four Locos? Should that not be allowed? Like in the same
I
vein?
guess to me the question is like how accessible the product is as well, right? Like alcohol
Yeah, I
is
was
like
gonna say
pretty
I mean, we could
easily
open this up to like a
accessible.
lot of things, though. Like, what about cheeseburgers? Those are bad for people, but we still let people have cheeseburgers even when they're 5 years
Well,
old, or whatever.
Yeah, it's two problems in here, right? We don't know like the long-term effects of vape. We don't know if it's gonna be like very minimal or if it's gonna be like really bad, right? We don't know if it's gonna be like lung cancer bad.
But even then, we do know the long-term side effects of like childhood obesity, and we still allow children to consume
Exactly, yeah.
like Puff
I'd
Shake
also-
said, like burgers.
I'd
and
also
shit.
like to caution with one thing. Okay, saying that we don't know the long-term effects of vaping, all true. It's science. We have a good understanding of what happens when essentially there's only 3 ingredients minus flavoring inside of when you vape. You have propylene glycol, which you don't even need to have, vegetable glycerin, and nicotine. Nicotine is basically caffeine plus addictive. It's a stimulant. Vegetable glycerin is in a ton of shit that we already eat anyways. And propylene glycol, I believe, is used as a preservative inside of a lot of things that, like people with asthma, the inhalers they do. I think that is already propylene glycol.
Yeah, I think so.
It's bullshit. Vaping, I would not be surprised if vaping was completely safe as having a coffee every day. Now, everything in moderation.
Well,
I don't
one
know.
word.
I used to have that point of view, and then I read some studies about how just like literally inhaling like water vapor constantly or like on a day-to-day basis can have some effects of the like lining of your lungs. So honestly, like I'm not sure, because although I agree with you that the ingredients themselves are like probably like non-harmful or whatever, I don't know if the actual action of like inhaling that on a constant like day-to-day basis.
And we have science as well to sort of support us there, right? You're saying it's science and we have a good understanding. We don't have a good understanding of what exposing your lungs to water vapor consistently actually does. We
Well,
don't
yeah,
know,
but
because
beyond that
like
point,
there's harm.
we
and
don't
can
have any
demonstrate
longitudinal
that.
studies for that, whereas we do have longitudinal studies for what consuming caffeine grinds mixed with water does to your body, which is very little, right? In terms of negative effects, your
Sure.
stomach was designed to carry but to be able to carry coffee beans and like coffee beans and water, whereas the lungs were not designed to have water vapor consistently like interacting with them. Right. And
Sure, even if there's harm and we can demonstrate that using science or whatever longitudinal studies,
Yeah.
like it doesn't necessarily dictate whether or not we should allow people to engage in that consumption, right? Like we have to ask,
I would
like,
argue it
where do we draw the line,
affects
right?
If it has to be severe harm. I agree completely, but
for sure.
But I'm just pushing back against the notion that we simply because the ingredients don't in the current form, like if you were to eat them, don't actually fuck with you. That doesn't mean that inhaling them as vapor does not fuck with you, because those are two very different things. That's the only.
I'm just making sure that we're all being like even-handed about this, because like we even sell like pressurized air canisters like in the form of like whipped cream canisters, right? Where people snort them and they do whippets, right? But like we don't regulate whether or not people can buy like whipped cream.
But the reason why I think it is an important
is that okay? Like, what was wrong with that? Is that okay?
But people, but they do like for instance, like they regulate just on this point. I'm sorry for this, but like when like compressed air cans, like they make it so that you like it's much harder like for like the complete computers, right?
Yeah,
they made it
I think a
harder
lot of
to
them
actually
actually were forced
Do you
to
even
put
need to be
like
18 to buy it?
No, you don't. And they have shit in it so you can't inhale it. They have like whatever the
to make it
something in
taste
that
bad.
prevents it.
No,
people
it doesn't. It doesn't matter. People still do that shit.
No, but they use
Probably.
whipped cream. They don't use fucking compressed air canisters. They use clean computers. They use other things because those companies that just sell.
I don't know.
Terminology, but people do.
I've
whippets
witnessed
out of
someone
whipped cream.
inhale a lot of computer cleaner and then nod the fuck out. People
I haven't
will
really
use
kept up
whatever
on the
fuck
huffer
for
meta,
inhalants.
honestly.
Wait,
That's the meta I
people
haven't-
actually inhale fucking. Wait, I'm pretty sure there's shit in there that's like designed to be bad to inhale. Like
correct.
That's the case, but like I mean,
no, but not in a way that a whipped
fuck.
cream canister isn't, right? Like.
Super.
Or it might just be a tasting agent.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it might be unpleasant. People might not enjoy doing it as much as they used to, but like it's still people still do it for recreation, right? I'm just asking, like, why do we not like put the same limitations on these things if we're interested in putting limitations on things people can consume that might
is
harm
what
them?
I was gonna argue, right?
Right,
That
I disagree with you.
it really depends on. Okay, it really depends on first, like the amount of people doing it. Second of all, like the long-term effects, and like third of all, how I guess effective this policy is or not, right? So sometimes like I'm in favor for I don't know like having people be able to sign up for combat positions in the military at 18, but I'm not for legalization. But I am for legalization of alcohol consumption at 18, right? Because one is probably going to like lower the amount of people like signing up for the military, or at least like definitely stop people from risking their lives in that sense. The other one is going to allow people to get more help. And the reason why I'm making this like standard now is to make the argument that sometimes banning some things works and sometimes it doesn't. I think that when it comes to like this whole idea of like sugary drink, like the consumption of like unhealthy foods, et cetera, if there is, and there is, right, data that talks about having a small tax on it makes people like less likely to consume it, then I'd be for it as long as there's other options that people can go to. Otherwise, you're just punishing poor people from getting the food that's more accessible to them, right?
You just, all right, real quick. I gotta take off, guys. It's pretty late. It was fun being on, but I'm gonna leave. And it was nice being on the show.
Love you, Dan. Boomers got their bedtime. We all understand.
Good to see you, Dan.
Yep.
Thanks for coming, Dan. I appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good one, guys.
And I gotta follow my friend Dan as well. I gotta get up early for the Bernie AOC rally tomorrow. Fired up.
Oh,
but thank you guys
awesome.
for having me.
What time are you streaming that, right? What time?
I am. It starts at 12 p.m. the rally with music and stuff, but I'll be interviewing people like 10 a.m. something like that. I plan on getting there about 2 hours early. 10 a.m. Pacific.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Cool beans.
Thanks for joining us. I'm really what do I call you? IMI? I think that's shorter. Saying I'm really important every time is like so.
Yeah, you could say IRI. Some people say that.
Or IRA, yeah. All right, buddy. Thanks for coming. It's always good to have you, dude.
See you guys.
I feel like I'm gonna.
I see IRI.
I'm joining the train. I'm gonna head out too. My boyfriend comes in tomorrow, so I need to prepare. He's flying in.
That's cute.
So, yes. I'm Rem the Bath Boy with an I. Okay, goodbye everyone.
Hey, good meeting
Have
you.
a good night.
Hey, thanks for coming, dude. Hell yeah.
Bye, Rem.
All right, we
Alright.
yeeted the landlord. Let's go. One step closer.
Oh no.
Yes,
Never did talking
Praxis.
about communism, did we?
Let's talk
Yeah,
about
call me
communism
the
right now,
communist.
actually.
Fight me.
No, I've
Oh
told
no.
Ravi wants to talk, he can do it to me one-on-one. I'm not doing it 1v10 or some shit.
I don't think anyone here is like super opposed to like actually discussing it. That like I don't know if anyone here is like especially adversarial. That's not me or Mindwaves. So like,
Sure,
and
the
I don't think we have
biggest
an
issue I normally
interest in
have
being.
is that it's like me versus like 2 or 3 like right wingers, and then just all of the dem socks just kind of sit there and just do nothing for like 2 hours.
Well, yeah, but see, but the
Like,
only people,
which
the
is
only
like
people
just
that
a
can
waste of
attack
time,
you
right?
is a malding dad and a fucking pretend wizard. So I mean, you're fine, right? You're
Oh no,
chilling.
no. Well, I was
'Cause
thinking
Pixie
more about,
probably
like, I
won't
didn't
attack
want to
you,
like.
I feel like.
I
I
just
don't know.
didn't want you guys to just be sitting here just for like 2 hours doing nothing, right?
That's fair.
It was
That's
a
fair.
general trying to keep like a topic that everyone can be involved in. You know,
That's considerate
like
of
if
you.
you want someone to take over, like we could have done it. Me and Rem could have just gone for 4 hours about fucking communism or some shit. Everyone would be bored as shit. Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been very fun for some of the guests, I'm sure. Me
But
included.
seriously,
man,
Pixie, what was the
having,
ban thing? Like, what example of like recreational stuff do you have that like was banned that was like ended up being a beneficial ban?
Oh no, I wasn't just saying like recreational stuff. I was saying like I was using the U.S. military isn't an example of recreational stuff, right? But the point that I was
But,
trying to
mean,
get
we're
across
talking
is
recreational
that
things, right?
yeah, no,
Which is
I'm
talking
not
about
for
efficacy, right? Because you can't ban a hamburger. Like you can't ban hamburgers because like
They're too
the
popular.
accessibility, right?
No,
Like
I
how
know
would
what you
you?
mean.
Right, like
Not
because you
what the
can't
right
ban
wing is.
beef.
Yeah,
you
I'm
just
just talking
ban
about
beef.
advocacy too. I'm just asking for consistency on this stuff. Like if you're super opposed, for example, to like teenagers consuming like a flavored vape product, like does that position lend itself to you being opposed to other things? That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean,
But no,
so
that's
Ray-
what I was trying to
Hey,
argue
everyone
that
who
like
came
or
and hung
what I
out.
was going to is that sometimes like what we were talking about earlier before, the barrier to entry for like vaping is higher than cigarettes, right? So like a cigarette packet can cost like $2 to $3. If you want to vape,
we
like
just had
from
3
what I
people,
read,
like,
like the
drop
minimum
out,
is
but we're still gonna
just
keep
like
going for a
40
little
or
bit
more.
longer. Thanks for stopping by.
How much is a pack of cigarettes? Doesn't a pack of cigarettes cost like $10?
It's like
Definitely not,
$10, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
really?
$10. It's not. Yeah, no, like they don't fuck around. Like
It's
that
like
shit
for
is
a
pack? For
It's like
heavily
5 to 10.
fucking.
Does
Yeah,
it?
it's like 5 to 10.
Okay,
And
because
mass for like a pack of cigarettes, it was like $8 or $9. Yeah.
okay,
It's
because
like it's not cheap. Yeah.
yeah, because I was
Yeah,
gonna
I think-
argue. Yeah, I was gonna argue that it costs like a decent chunk of change to get a vape pen, and then even like more decent chunk of change to get the cartridges for it, right? So it's not like the average kid like has that much money to spare, but just a thing to keep in mind, I guess.
I mean, well, it's the whole like immediate benefit over prolonged benefit. If you save up the money to get the vape, then like you're not gonna have just well, also vapes. The way that nicotine works from vapes, at least as far as I can tell, is like a bit different. It hits you like a bit differently than cigarettes do. It's a bit more immediate with cigarettes, but like it's sort of more instant satisfaction with cigarettes, and they're cheaper like upfront, so you don't really feel the cost upfront.
Also, from what I read, like a single like vape cartridge has as much nicotine as a package, right? But at least, and this is anecdotal, I'd have to do more research. It's like faster to also go through a cartridge than like a whole like bag of cigarettes, right? So you're like, it's not just like this one-time investment cost. It's a continuous spending of money over and over again that I don't think a lot of kids have necessarily easy access to. So that's why I was saying that there could be an argument that, let's say like banning like flavored vape or whatever might make it even less appealing for kids to get it. Because it's like, okay, shit, I'm spending all this money. And then on top of that, I'm not even getting a good flavor. I'm getting like shitty ass, like whatever,
Sure, I think I'd look at it more as like a case of like a political ideological like consistency across the board for me is normally how I view it more, right? Where it's like if you have a position of like a generally liberal or libertarian position when it comes to like people like consuming recreational stuff that might be hazardous to them, then like that you should apply those like same standards across the board or to most things across the board. And I wouldn't be advocating for banning something, even if like it was showcased that like even if banning vapes maybe was better overall, I would probably be like, well, I put them like recreationally wise, I think they're in the same sort of boat. Therefore, I probably wouldn't be comfortable banning them anyway.
I also agree with that. I think that like just like the warning label should be enhanced. I think that like is a less regressive way of doing it. If the ban at least isn't temporary, if they're not trying to like correct, right? Like
For
essentially
sure.
like small children vaping. I think that, you know, and like there are real risks associated. We're not fully aware of what they are, but we do know that it's incredibly addictive, right? And like having that at least be like on the label, like having like any of the like health side effects that are currently understood, right, be clearly listed. I think that's the better solution to educate children, right, and like to increase money in like in that spending, and like just like, I don't know, tax them more heavily on the products that they are selling more of, and right, put that towards the education of, you know, of people, because I really don't like the limiting of like flavors, because you do get into like, oh, well, should we ban burgers? Oh, should we ban sodas? Like, no, we shouldn't ban sodas, but people should be aware of how fucking bad they are for you in a more widespread.
Sure, it basically turns down to like
be
how
taxed.
much can we.
They should perhaps be taxed higher, and the money should be like because that's just like that's like a feel good solution, right? Like you tax it higher, right? So less people buy it on the one hand. On the other hand, right? You also can spend that money towards public programs or, you know, like education, etc.
Sure, I like a part of it boils down to like how much are you willing to like take away people's rights to choose to like engage in stuff that might be harmful to them, right? And like it, like I said, that really comes down to your like position, like politically speaking, like there's consistency.
I'm all for like I guess like it's just a different way of viewing the world, because like even though I do like the concept of consistency, like, or maybe I'm even being consistent in this sense, right? I care most about people being able to like live like, I guess like long like happy lives or whatever, and that's where almost like all my positions come from. And knowing that kids whose like literal brains aren't like fully developed and stuff, right, they're not making like, you can say that they're making a choice by doing vape, but they can't fully understand that choice, right? That's where I'm starting to be like, well, like we should probably avoid that then if possible.
Which is why they should be educated, right? And
Yeah,
so
we
like
could probably
temporary
help
measures to
them
ban it
understand the choice.
while
And
like the education like efforts are ramped up in
Yeah.
so that they can be fully aware of the decision that they're making. Is
Yeah, I
the
mean,
best
also, if we want to get
solution,
into that,
right?
we can get into like McDonald's and how like McDonald's has specifically things targeted at children that's designed to get them into like eating fast food. That like
Happy Meals.
Yeah, I mean, like, how many
I'm
public
so
school
against Happy
students are
Meals.
in the United States are being exposed to like comprehensive nutrition and drug education? Like, I doubt there's many.
Yeah, so like it's for me it falls into the consistency thing, and I feel like there's a lot of people who like when it comes to like banning the vape things, I felt like it was a real like mismatch of internal consistency that like I felt like a lot of like left leaning people like did not like manage to maintain like in any way, shape, or form, right? Like either you are like either you have like a certain standard that you apply to all those recreational things across the board, or you don't have that standard, and then basically it's just like you basically just ones that you like personally or that you don't like personally, or the ones that you're so used to that you're okay with having those instead of like the ones that are new, right? Because that's basically what it boils down to this point. It's like, oh, well, fast food is an old thing, cigarettes and drinking is an old thing we're so used to like having in society, therefore it's fine. But vaping is a new thing, and that's scarier, so therefore we want to get rid of that kind of thing, which just feels like it feels over reals, right?
Yeah, well, for me, it's just a question of practicality, right? So if, let's say these end measures are enacted and like, you know, it just creates like a whole new black market for kids and they're willing to shell out that much money for flavored vapes or whatever, then yeah, I'd be like, we shouldn't ban it then, because now you're just pushing it towards like a more unsafe side. But then if the measures are taken,
But can you really vape? Can you really like I think that's the alcohol analogy. You can't really vape unsafely, right? Like unless it's like jank. Or like, what about the cartridge? Can you like, because you can do that in a very safe and reliable way. Like my friend makes vape juice. It's really not like challenging to actually like make it and flavor it. Like,
well, there is a danger if you're handling nicotine, right?
Not really.
Sure, but the problem is you're going
well,
back
no,
to, like,
there absolutely is. If you spill nicotine on your skin, it could absorb through your skin, right? Like there is a danger in that.
Sure, but like you're like dragging it back to like the health system thing, whereas I'm trying to point out that the issue here for me more of I think is in the freedom aspect, right? Of like personal freedoms to engage in that stuff is the bigger issue for me than the health issue.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, I thought you guys were in the land of the free, you know, US.
Well, I don't know. I think it's hard, especially since America has like such a big problem with like education, right? Like, yeah, personally, like I am so for when it comes to obviously like increasing education, getting better education, but that's like a long-term solution. And I'm also interested in short-term solutions till we get there, right? Because like as things stand, it's kind of just like, okay, well, you didn't get the proper education, now you're kind of fucked, buddy. And I just, you know, to me, I find something like troubling in that personally. That it's kind of like, I guess, like having people take risky or bad actions because they literally don't know. And by the time it takes them to educate, or by the time it takes like even reform the system, who knows like how much like negative harm they caused to their body because they literally just didn't know.
Sure, but there's also it's not just education, but like there are like studies out there to showcase that like there's also like elements of like I think there was like some stuff around like genetic components of like impulsivity and genetic components of like addiction, like kind of thing, where like people like certain people can be genetically predisposed to be addicted to things generally faster, or like people like certain like disorders and whatnot that will make them like more likely to be addicted. But like therefore, should like the general population be should there be a general rule made because there are certain people that have those kind of genetic components and stuff, right? Like I think that's like the problem. It's like the same kind of thing, right? Like for me, where it's like we're taking like one example, like a specific, like a subset of people, and applying it to everybody across the board. And that's where like the issue of people are going to come into, right? Like a liberal or libertarian position would like have an issue there, I think.
I guess like this isn't exactly like a super like perfect analogy or whatever, but I'm just now like kind of thinking about like fast food and stuff, right? And although you could make like an argument that there is like a certain like predisposed population of people that are addicted to like sugar or more likely to get addicted to sugar, it's still something that like people in general will get addicted to, period. Like it's a really addicting substance. So when it comes to like the whole question of like, oh, a fast food tax, would you be for it or against it? That's where it goes back to like, well, if people have like other accessible means of food, then yeah, we should like try to like push them away from these like decisions.
Yeah, but those are not analogous though, right? Those are two separate things. A fast food tax is nowhere near the same as a ban. Like
especially because you can just incentivize. You can incentivize like certain like like tax incentivize like companies that are like or specific industries that are promoting healthy food, which will lower the price theoretically in most cases of those foods, or just have like even like government spending programs to just actually lower the prices of the healthy food to make healthy alternatives through the tax. So it's not like that's why the ban doesn't like necessarily equate like on another level. Like it's not it doesn't come down to just like removing it, right? Because tax like you can spend it towards other things, which like it's just more like feels good politics. That's what they did with marijuana as well.
Would you guys be for like a really high like vape tax or something? Out of
I would agree to have an incentivization with regards away from vapes kind of thing, or like or stigmatization with like having like health warnings for the vapes, having a tax on vapes potentially is like a thing. I would agree with that. I would disagree with a ban across the board on it, because I would disagree on a ban with almost regards to anything across the board with that kind of stuff.
So same thing with alcohol?
Yeah, I would disagree with a ban on alcohol.
I have a question.
Same deal.
Is there any like age specifically, or like across the board? Like doesn't matter what age?
So the age thing, I believe, comes down to the same thing where we basically have like a thing around age and rights, right? Remember, I think that's a big thing that's a bit different. Like children don't have the same rights as adults. Like you don't have the same exact across the board rights. So that thing there is more like we don't give them the same access to human rights as adults get access to human rights. So like basic universal rights. So in that case, it's not an equivalency for me for children and adults. Like there's not an equivalency of like standing in society. So I guess that doesn't quite hold the same way. And yeah, there's health benefits behind that as well, but it's healthy for children too. Another thing, like, but the comparison wise, like over here in America, over here in New Zealand, not in America, over in New Zealand, the age of drinking is 18. So you can start drinking when you're 18, legally speaking, because that's basically when you stop being a child, effectively. And most illegal stuff here becomes legal at 18 because we have like a consistency across the board there with regards to that is when you are no longer a child, and therefore the level like you have access to the freedoms an adult is afforded, effectively, to choose that thing for yourself. And then we have like education to make people better, teach people not to engage in that stuff, which, like I said, has been showcased to work because people are no longer smoking or binge drinking as much because of the education that they have. So people like younger people are not engaging as much because they are learning it's a bad thing for them to do, kind of thing. So it does be showcased to like kind of work there. But it's more of like I guess like there's a bigger conversation to be had, I guess, about like how we view rights regards to like the people's engagement in them.
Yeah, I would rather regulate the distribution or tax the distribution of these products in these corporations before I would ever consider like taxing the consumers or like criminalizing it. I don't know.
It just seems weird to put the burden on like individual consumers as opposed to like the companies that are making the product in the first place that we have a problem with being harmful.
Well, I mean, when you say soda tax, does it inherently mean that like you're right? Like why can't the tax be on the company?
What do you mean?
Well, theoretically, if you tax the company, wouldn't they just
raise the price?
Wouldn't they just raise the price of the product to compensate for that, right?
Oh,
yeah,
that's
but
fair.
not always. I think that I think that I think that saying like just because you say soda tax or fast food tax or whatever doesn't mean that you're necessarily it's not a sales tax necessarily, right? Like or is that implicit in a way that I don't understand?
I guess maybe I was
Well,
assuming a sales tax when I'd probably be more in favor of like a tax on the company that leads to
Yeah, same.
higher sale prices. Yeah.
I would think that would be implicit rather than a sales tax, because I think the sales tax is inherently like you're necessarily shifting it to the consumer, right? Rather than which is
I don't
like
know why I
it's like
assume sales tax, but
it's
yeah, I
like
agree with you.
it's like upstream there could be an effect because that less products are being purchased, but right, like why not reverse it and have it so like upstream, the consumer
Totally.
could be affected by a corporate tax because the price is just raised, but not necessarily, right?
So I have a question. I guess like this is, just something I thought about a little bit, and it kind of like bothers me at the same time. There's kind of like this underlying question, assumption, or whatever, that you're also kind of like, I guess, punishing poor people in a sense, right? Like if I'm rich, that soda tax isn't gonna affect me. Like I won't give a fuck. I can still like take luxury or enjoy in these like sugary goods and have
That's
fun
their
at
right.
it.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
but
their
then,
right to. It's their right to spend themselves into poverty, but like disincentivizing things, right? It's the same thing as like say more poor people smoked. I don't give a shit if more poor people smoke cigarettes. It's probably the case that more poor people smoke. But you disincentivize more people from doing it, so there's more net good. Yeah, certain people will spend themselves into into destitution, but right, just because people are stupid doesn't mean that you should design policy only around the lowest common denominator in every situation, right? Like you have to design it for the most amount of people and the most amount of good, right? The aggregate good that you'll cause from it. And most people, if it's more expensive, prohibitively so, will spend less money, like just on average.
that's a good response to that.
One thing I was kind of wondering about, because you said like moving the tax towards like the corporations instead of like an income or not income tax, a sales tax kind of thing. Does it really like matter though? Like if the price still goes up, it's going to have the same impact on the consumer.
Sure, and that's still worth it. But like one might not necessarily occur, right? The company might stop making as much of that product. They probably will raise it, but it might not occur. Whereas the sales tax will always affect the consumer 100% of the time. It always
It could be that like the company
consumer.
has high enough margins that they don't have to increase prices, or they're already whatever.
And they're interested in the optics of it, or they don't sell enough of it that it's a problem, right? So it might not always increase. It probably will, right? Will it increase directly in response? Maybe. So then you have the same situation that you had with the sales tax, right? You have the 1-to-1. Will the company increase it beyond what the sales tax is actually? Will they try and increase their margins when they're being taxed on this? Right? Probably not, right? So you'll probably you'll have the worst case scenario for the corporate tax being the base case scenario for the sales tax, from my understanding.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything else to really say on this.
Yeah, I feel like we did it.
On this particular topic, I don't think so.
We ran this. I mean, this was actually supposed to be the federal budget thing too.
True.
We segued a bit.
Well, I unless anybody wants to talk about the gun violence research thing, I mean, there's that aspect we didn't really touch on it much, but
yeah. Seems good.
Yeah, that's
I was gonna say
good.
it seems good. Yeah.
Yeah, seems
Can
good.
finally point to some studies when people are like, well, what are the studies? There's none there. And it's like, we need money. So yeah, it actually.
I mean, do you want an absolute ban on guns? I guess would be the question there. Would anybody in this chat be absolute ban on people having
No,
guns?
probably not. My chat convinced me today that I should be a firearms advocate. So
I wouldn't be an advocate, but I would be against the removal.
Or like against the banning of firearms.
I like the way that Australia handles it, like just like aggressive. It's like aggressive licensing. Right,
New Zealand has one. New Zealand had a change too as well recently from the Christchurch shooting thing. Like,
right. Yeah. You guys like actually. Crisis occurred, and wow, you guys changed your laws. Imagine that.
You can't have assault rifles, that kind of thing, but like they're still able to access like hunting shotguns and rifles. That kind of thing is still completely legal, and you can have those ones.
I don't see any like logical defense for having assault rifles if the argument is that you just wanted to defend yourself from individuals, which is my argument. So yeah, assault rifles seem bad.
I don't think so. I don't think that this is like an effective way to advocate for for gun violence issues. I think if you look at the statistics, most gun violence is committed with handguns, not like assault rifles, right? I don't I don't think it's the type of weapons that people have access to that is the problem in America. I think it's the people that have access to these guns in the first place, right? So
It's
I'd
the
rather
Australian
tackle that
system.
issue instead of
Yeah.
banning guns because they're scary or whatever.
Like
Yeah, also,
every
I mean,
kind of
I guess that's
firearm in
fair. I don't know.
Australia.
right?
I have to think about that a bit more.
Every kind of firearm in Australia, like you have to have an active license. Like you have to like go to. It's like you have to like renew it every year. Like you have to have an active course. I think there's. I'm not sure if there's mental evaluation, but like
I think
having those steps-
licensing is like definitely a necessary step, and it should have to be renewed regularly. I think that's
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's what I really like about the Australian system. It's like if you need a gun, if you legit like, because people are like, well, I need a gun, right? Like, well, I want a gun. It's like, well, if you want a gun and you need a gun, right? Like, yes, like Second Amendment, right? You know, which really is intended for militias, in my opinion. But like jurisprudence aside, right? Like you should be able to submit to a reasonable licensing, right? If that's non-discriminatory, if you have legitimate use of a firearm, because not everyone does, and it's not the fucking it's not the 1700s anymore. Not everyone needs a gun in the same way that they might have in like the 18th century. So
I think a really compelling argument against guns is like, what is it? The high, like when it comes to like gun violence, like a really large portion, if not the highest, is suicide. And that's that's something like usually like people who commit suicide once don't try to do a second attempt like across the board. Obviously that's not perfect, but like that's what tends to happen most of the time. And chances are if you commit like suicide through gun, or if you try to have an attempt with that, it's like pretty fatal. So there's no like kind of like redemption for these people, and it's kind of like 100% permanent. And I think like I'm not for the banning like completely of guns, but I think that's a really interesting and like important argument to make, because you're having like a shit ton of like especially like guys commit suicide because of easy access to firearms in a sense.
Yeah, but then we get into the argument of like, is the main issue there the guns, or is it the suicide that is causing people
Like
to
depression, yeah. I feel like there's an argument to be made there that we should just be focusing on depression in that instance.
Yeah, but
we
the
should be focusing
point
on
is,
both, right? And
Yeah,
maybe
so.
you can be giving like maybe right like if there's a proper evaluation process, if there are like massive red flags, someone for instance is like schizophrenic and prone to depression,
Or
should
suffering
you
from
allow them
PTSD.
to have or suffering from PTSD, should you give should you in the licensing process, right, you go like you have like a medical history thing, and if it's not on there,
Yeah,
it's
I
not on there,
guess.
but if it is and it's a readily available medical fact, right, should you be licensing them with a gun?
Probably that would have to
not.
probably not, but that would have to depend on like the severity of the depression, right? I'm not sure what the cutoff for that would be. Like I have depression, but I'm not going to try to kill myself with a gun.
Exactly,
right?
but you don't. But you have suicidal tendencies. Or like documented. So have you been hospitalized for suicide?
Well,
Like,
no. Are you saying that would be the cutoff?
No, but like right, shouldn't it be? Right. Like,
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think so. That'd probably be a good place to limit it. Well, I don't know, because like what sort of time frame would we make the cutoff for? Like how recently should you have tried to have like
maybe in the past
suicide
year,
or,
right?
or
Like you can maybe in the past year, if we have more
ever.
like comprehensive. If we have more comprehensive mental health care as well, right? Like it would be less of an issue. But say you're aware of whether or not this person has access to like mental health treatment, so it becomes a little impractical because this licensing would have to be so in depth in a way that like is not like practically feasible. So like that's fair. But like like other problems are solved then by having consistent access to mental health care, right? And then you can have that as a like it's not a question. Okay, does this person have a therapist?
Also,
does this person have a
You've convinced
psychiatrist?
me.
Also, even off the bat, though, that kind of licensing would require a really comprehensive mental health system.
It's
off the
true.
bat. To be able to like,
Yes.
because I mean, there's a lot of people
Yes.
there who have like mental health and stuff in like in
Yeah.
America who have like civilization that have no like it's like not recorded or not like addressed in any way, shape, or form, to the point that like it would be able to be found if they were doing like ID checks for it and stuff, right? Because of the fact that like the mental health system is so like poorly administrated over there.
Yeah,
So I
no,
just
it's
thought-
actually really like I used to work in marketing for pharmaceuticals, and it was really like I worked in rare disease, and it's really hard to actually like most of our marketing was finding patients, right, like who were suffering from this disease without knowing it, and finding like records and like having specialists actually be able to identify cases of acute hepatic porphyria was really difficult because of the like lack of centralization of medical records in this country, because of people's like the right, like people just I actually don't know why. It's like a privacy issue, I guess, because it's like not like kept in centralized databases, but it makes it like very practically hard for things like this and like certain like types of medicine.
People's like medical history can't be shared unless requested and gone through like the
Yes.
proper channels and stuff like that,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would
because of HIPAA.
Even if it's anonymous, like you can't anonymize
Right.
it.
Yeah, from
Or
like a political position, I would like
anonymize?
always focus on like the mental health improvements first before I go into like gun licensing and stuff. I think it would just make way more sense to go like gun mental health first and then move on to that as like an issue.
Let me see. Sorry, I'm looking at DMs. I missed something.
Oh, Mindwaves, can I ask you a quick question so I can? I'm trying to like get you to pull me over to the automatic weapons are okay thing. So like, it seems like it's a lot easier to execute like a mass shooting with an automatic firearm.
Weapons are not.
What's your
Automatic
response
weapons are
to
not
that?
legal. Like
Well,
automatic.
I think you're talking about like
I'm just speaking
semi-automatic.
like in a vacuum or we can say semi-automatic. I'm just speaking kind of in a vacuum though. Like
Yeah, definitely. Like if you're talking about like AR-15s or AKs or whatever, like these guns that you see like mass shooters use, right? And you're talking about like, don't these seem like more lethal, right? Or like you're able to like kill more people more efficiently?
yeah, that's my
or...
concern at least. But I know that might be sort of like a arbitrary concern.
Sure. I mean, I don't know how much truth there is to that, but even if there is truth to that, I think that even if I grant that, I that's not something that I really care about. Obviously, I think that it's not the fact that these people have access to deadlier weapons. It's the fact that they have access to these weapons. Period. Right?
Sure,
If they had access to a firearm, or just like a revolver or like a shotgun, I would be equally as worried. Right? They might not be as lethal, but that's like that is the problem. Right? So
yeah, that's totally fair. That's a good response.
From what I've read, they still haven't made a completely comprehensive like psychoanalysis or whatever of like the typical gun shooter. So this is like a completely unprofessional and anecdotal experience, just prefacing. But it seems like the majority of people who commit mass shootings tend to be on the younger age, right? Tend to be like 25 or younger. Tend to be like white males. And I guess the point that I'm trying to get at here is that especially when it comes to like the 8 to 21 range or even higher, right? All right, but let's focus specifically on 18 to 21. I think that it's going to be a lot easier for those kids to get, maybe impulse buy something from Walmart or, have easy access there and not think anybody's going to like really harass them over it because it's fucking legal. And then carry out their act. And then whether they had to go and argue with the Mexican gun cartel or whatever to get their semi-automatic weapon, right? So I do think like, there has to be like more research done with it, which maybe like this will produce that more research. But yeah, I do think that there's something to be thought of there, that it would be a deterrent for these like kind of young, impulsive people who are obviously like going through major life changes, right? When you're 18, you're graduating from high school, that can easily be like a trigger, or 21 also.
But if they have a handgun versus an AR-15, does that change? Like if someone wants to commit harm, like are they really going to sit down there and be like, well, if I can only kill X amount of people, if like, my magazine size is not X amount of bullets, like am I really going to go through with this murder suicide? I don't know if this is worth it if it's only killing 17 people versus 37. Like no one.
Well,
no one's going
through that. That's not the point. Well, that's not the point. The point is that you're lowering the magazine size so that less people can be harmed by that. That's
which I'm in support of.
I don't think that these are popular like policies either. I don't think that most people want magazine like regulations or.
It just seems like an instance where somebody's like taking the effort to kill people already. I don't know if like. I don't know how much magazine size is going to end up making a difference.
Yeah, exactly. Because you could just carry 2 fucking magazines and practice how to switch the magazines. Like you're not, if you really want the means to do it, the means are there. It's about preventing, right? Like preventing it in the first place, because there's going to be another weapon. If that's not going to happen, we're going to ban knives as well.
Well, right? The point is harm reduction.
Well, but what what if someone trains how to use a magazine and they then use like 2 30-round magazines instead of 2 10-round magazines?
Obviously, the amount of harm that can be caused is much higher, right? Like, but like given the amount of shootings that actually occur, right? So like if you would actually address the root of the problem rather than like address the magazine size, and you like give like comprehensive mental health care to people in this country and like make it like have some kind of licensing and make it so that you can't buy them at gun shows and shit. I think that's far more relevant to like reducing right like harmful outcomes in terms of mass shootings than reducing the magazine size, because you're just like at that point you're just like, well, people are going to die, but let's reduce the harm of when people do die. right? Like by magazine size. I really don't think that that's like, as much as it's like there's only so much political capital that you have towards like implementing policy. I think that it's a waste to focus on to try and pass a policy like that. I think you go for comprehensive like licensing changes rather than going for small like half-ass like magazine size changes.
I
Unless it's your
fucking
only option.
cringed. I cringed so hard when I saw liberals celebrating the ban of bump stocks. I was like, well, this doesn't further our goals at all. Like, okay,
Yeah.
big fucking deal.
Yeah.
An accessory is banned. Like, and what? We still have fucking problems, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
It's like it's you only have so much political capital. People will only stay outraged and angry for so long. It's better to keep them, and this is why I'm not fully that's why I don't like establishment Democrats, and why I'm not fully I'll vote for I'm more inclined to not vote for Biden than I would I'm a lot less excited to, right? And I probably still would, right, because it's extreme. But if it were a different Republican candidate, I might not vote if it were Biden versus typical red boy, because I wouldn't really care. Because I'm not here for incremental change. I'd rather the Democratic Party suffer as a result of its terrible fucking establishmentarianism, right? Than elect leaders that they have that are like fucking lukewarm as shit and encourage the party to keep giving us those kinds of leaders unless it's incredibly dire. In the same way that having like policies that just placate the people on gun violence and people that they move on to the next thing. It's shitty, right? And magazine size changes are a policy in that sphere for me.
There's definitely a part of me that's low-key accelerationist in that sense. But it's kind of true. There is an argument to be made there that you're kind of incentivizing the Democratic Party to just continue churning out those candidates because at the end of the day they'll vote for us because it's not red. And I understand that Trump is just a whole other level and that he is literally a threat to American democracy. Mr. Let's make jokes about third term. But just because I think that way, I can't blame my other fellow people around my age who don't think that way or who are yeah, let's just burn this shit to the ground already. So yeah, that's.
And I mean, to be fair to them, I was a lot more on that. I almost didn't vote for Hillary because I was really of the opinion that our democracy could endure. In the end, I did, right? But I really did think I at certain points I was well, the DNC fucked over Bernie, right? I really wanted this kind of change. Do I reward this behavior? And then I sat down and I thought, well, I think that our democracy and our system and our constitution and our checks and balances can withstand Donald Trump. And clearly they cannot. So yeah, unlucky, I guess. I really thought that was the case, and I still didn't act on it. But I think that people were a lot more justifiable in thinking that previously because it hadn't really been tested in a while, not really since Nixon, right? So I think that it was much more justifiable in the past, and I think that for some people who still believe it, right, I think that maybe it's not entirely unjustifiable to believe in the democracy beyond or the republic and right the democratic nature of it. And sort of the steadfastness of it beyond the will of one man and the shitty party that's behind him, right?
Yeah, I just think that I think it's definitely a part of how much the Republican Party has changed, right? Since Trump has gotten elected, the Republican Party has just gone much more radical, and you can make an argument that it was already getting like that by the end of Obama's term with Mitch McConnell. But I just think that Trump took it to this whole other new level. Because I would even make an argument that if it was the same Republican Party before Trump, with the exception of Mitch McConnell, then by the time that or when all this shit would be happening, then we might even get a full impeachment and rejection, right? A full eviction. But that obviously isn't gonna happen. The Republican Party has decided to put all their coins into the Trump basket.
So what makes you say that the Republican Party has switched platforms or shifted in some ways after Trump?
Well, for one, you still had a lot of Republican candidates that while on stage they were totally kind of bashing on Trump or saying this guy can't be elected, we shouldn't elect him. And you can make an argument that was oh, it was just primary running or whatever. But you even had people who weren't running in the primaries talking about no, this guy's dangerous. And then it wasn't until after he got in and you kind of had a red wave with that that you suddenly had everybody thinking like, holy shit, the only reason I got elected into like the House or the Senate was because like Trump brought in so much like enthusiasm and shit. And now you have people who, you know, are like blatantly contradicting themselves from like stances that were like kind of long held or before. I forget like the exact names and policies. I can find those in a second. That just like have come kind of done a complete like 180 because they truly think that, you know, the reason I'm in here right now is because Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was able to motivate so many people. So I think that's where it's kind of like come to reliance to that if you break from the status quo, if you break from the Trump train, you're not gonna get elected next year. Or next whatever. You're gonna have Fox News calling you a fucking filthy socialist lefty. You're gonna have everybody talking about how you're part of the freaking deep state. How dare you? And yeah, I think that's where you see like the biggest shift. That now you have like not like kind of an idealization in a sense, right? Like this guy is like low key the fucking lord and savior of this party.
I get what you mean in that like a lot of like governors and representatives from like certain states that have like a lot of Trump supporters probably had to like shift positions on certain things or like go back and forth on whether or not they support Trump. I think that's absolutely true. But I don't think that it really means anything at the end of the day in terms of actually like what the Republicans are pushing on their platform on like a day-to-day basis, right? So
or even
yeah.
how they're engaging in like political discourse. It really is. It's par
Yeah.
for the course, really. Like they would do this,
Exactly.
and now you're noticing it because it's behind someone who is legitimately, like in a lot of cases, like very morally and ethically and just like I don't know, like racially, like abhorrent as you know, like in terms like just in terms of the shit that he's spewing,
Yeah,
the way that he's acting, that they stand behind that because it's not all of the tenets of the Republican Party wrapped in the happy-go-lucky, you know, George W. Right? Like it's not there's no charisma there. It's like anti-charisma, and so you're noticing it more because it seems so much more, or at least like I'll speak for myself. It seems more vile. It seems like cartoonishly evil now, whereas it always
it's
has
basically
been. But it's
yeah, it's basically like the same present but wrapped in a prettier, more attractive wrapping, right? Like that's basically like Trump. I don't think Trump is like an exception. I think he's like he is a Republican and like the stuff he's pushing is Republican policy. Like it's
par
par
for the course Republican policy,
Yeah.
except for the social like the
Depends on
weirdness
which
of the
policies,
like
it's
the
kind of mixed
Armenian
bag.
genocide rejection and shit like that, right? Like
I mean, for
it's just
example,
he
like a
does
lot of
weird shit
I would
to distract
I
while
would-
he gets Republican policies passed, right? So he's useful to them.
I would argue that like definitely it's part of the course that right conservatism like historically is about keeping the status quo, and usually like we look at history, the status quo isn't really nice, you know. So I agree with that to a certain extent, but I think it's important to keep in mind that when Donald Trump was running, he was not a Republican, right? He was an outsider and a nasty one at that. And now that he got the presidency, he's become now I guess like the new Republican or whatever, or the real Republican, whatever phrase you want to put it in. So I
But
do
he
think
also defined himself as a Republican. He said he was outside the establishment, but he defined himself as a Republican. Like
Yeah,
he
but,
did
like,
take that
establishment-
moniker, whereas like when you compare it to someone like Bernie, who doesn't, he refuses the moniker. He's not a Democrat, and he insists on it. Right.
Yeah,
Whereas
but
Trump insists that he is Republican. Even during the campaign, he said he was an outsider to the Republican Party, but still a Republican. Right.
Yeah, but like establishment Republicans at least still seem to like really dislike him, and even like I would even dare to say hate him, right? It wasn't like I don't know. Let's take Ted Cruz, Jeb Bush, and Marco Rubio. Like their relations with each other, it was radically different than the relations to Donald Trump when everybody was running, right? So I definitely do think that there's something to be said about like how he, I guess the best phrase or terminology is that he's made actions that would have seemed unacceptable or like very shady before acceptable kind of under like the Republican Party guys, if that makes any sense, right? So
which they would have done, which I argue they would have done had the political landscape supported a candidate like Trump ever before, right? Like this blatant I don't know, like the blatant misinformation and propaganda campaigns are something that they've participated in like for a very long time, and just hasn't been as like obvious because they haven't had the candidate for it. If they needed to support this guy, they didn't want it to be this obvious. That's why the establishment opposed Trump, in my opinion, right? They didn't want it. They want this like nice, like nicely packaged, right, easy to swallow, like Republican, charisma and but like still all of their policies beneath it. What they got is someone who is very obvious about what he does, how he thinks, and how he feels and what he thinks, right? And what he's doing. So you like they can't be as backhanded about it, and it's actually been effective for them. But I would still argue that they would have done it had it been the past. So it's not an essential change. It is a change in practice, but not in their theory, not in their like not in their guidebooks, not in their playbooks. Everything else
I do
stayed
think.
the same.
Yeah, go ahead, Pixie.
I was just gonna say, like, I guess like the reason why I was trying to emphasize this so much is because it makes sense, even if you were well versed in politics in 2016, to make the argument like, oh yeah, our democracy can withstand, because like, Republicans don't want this guy either very much. He seems to like not be like very aligned with their playbook.
And we thought they were above it. We actually thought that they were legitimately above like moral degeneracy, because they said they were, and we believed them, and that's right. Like they do not operate in an intellectually honest way with the propaganda that they spew, which is something that we've become intimately aware of like in the past 4 years, which is unlucky, I guess, right? It's bad. It's really bad. And I didn't think that it was this bad. I thought that there was more like of a moral backbone in the Republican Party than there actually is. And I'm very disappointed to have been proven wrong, right? Like in a very like in a way that I wasn't pessimistic about like two-party politics in the way that I am now. Like I am very, very, very convinced that the Republicans are cartoonishly evil, which is a very bad like it's like bad to live in a political system where you believe that.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about establishment politics, it's always going to be naive to think that there's any sort of morality in play here. It's goal orientated, right? And oftentimes the goals on both sides is pretty much aligned in favor of the elite, right?
And I was woken up to that naivety, and it sucks. Like it really does. Like it's an important thing to learn and know and understand, but it's just you think you're taught and you're, I don't know, like indoctrinated to think that the country runs a certain way and that there is a certain amount of like I don't know, like pride and like pride not in like a personal sense, but pride in the country and like I don't know, like adherence to ethics and like general moral character, I guess.
Sure.
That there is not, right? You think that at least like a very, very, not a lot, right? Not this overwhelming amount, but this like very, very small amount that you think is like going to persist, and it's just not there.
Well, it's because that's their messaging, right? That's what they signal to their base oftentimes is these virtues, but they never adhere to them. Yeah.
Yeah, but even in like the smallest possible form, it's not like this is like grandiose, like very long standing or expressive sort of implementation of it. It's just like a very basic, like adultering, lying, right? Like cheating, stealing, right? Like by all their accounts, even on the very most basic levels, scum kind of like material being propped up. It's like you like even like really like this much, like really like that's where it goes for me anyway.
Yeah. I did want to go ahead and say what's up, Ahrelevant. Good to have you in here, my dude.
I'm back.
And also Ren, thanks for joining us again. Why did you join us again, Rem? I just have to ask.
I was told there's communism going on.
Oh, so mute your mic and more, please.
Oh. He was in sleep for the commie memes. I see how it is.
Absolutely.
I don't think there was any. I think you got baited there. We decided not to talk about communism.
Why not? Why not?
So we're not talking about communism?
Yeah, I was actually baited with the same thing. I was told there was communism talk, and I was like, all right, let's get it. Let's get it.
So, really fast, catch us up, because apparently Rem and Ahrelevant had a conversation yesterday. I'm not aware if it's relevant or spicy at all.
I don't think it was too spicy. I mean, we just had a conversation. Yeah, a little bit of news. Rem made a video about my bad philosophy takes, and I commented over. I talked about that video, and we hashed out like some of the critiques he had about some of the bad philosophy I was preaching. And,
well, we established that you weren't understanding my position.
Wait, I feel like that's a point of contention because I don't think you're understanding mine. But
Well,
yeah.
no, because I got you to agree to the position I was critiquing in the video. That's how we ended our conversation this morning.
So Rem wrecked you is what I'm hearing here? Rem took you out
yes,
back?
No. But it was Ahrelevant thought that I was ascribing to him a position that I wasn't.
I actually went over that. You actually did. We could talk like I said, we could talk about this later if you want to, but you actually did.
Did what?
You said, for instance, that I was saying that independent of human experience are things like gravity, and that they apply independent of human experience.
I thought I already went through this with you. I was talking specifically about that thought. I wasn't describing that thought to you.
Yeah, you actually were, because you used terms like he.
Well, yeah, talking about an individual who holds it, but not you, because you would establish. I watched the VOD.
You can't. Don't do this to me, bro. You use terms like you use terms like he. You use terms like he.
You haven't watched the video.
Wait, people use indefinite he all the time.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I'll turn it on right now. Because I'm an idiot. But on the very surface level, it sounded kind of cop out.
You don't know anything about the situation, Synth.
I mean, I haven't seen this, but people use a general he all the time. People use that.
Exactly.
No. Okay. You use the term he believes that he believes that he has some divine knowledge over the situation, that he's external to the human experience.
I have to watch the actual VOD, I guess.
Yes. But not with regards to gravity.
When talking about my point, and you use the term he believes he has some divine knowledge, you think it's a step for me to believe
you'd have
that
to
you're talking about
me?
me?
The gravity
okay, yeah, I can
conversation.
do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I can do that for you.
So I'll retract that specific part, but everything else holds
I'll be right back. I'm gonna put on some popcorn and.
I don't want to steal this off.
Yeah, any importance in chat?
Oh, dude, no, I love the philosophical wankery. It's great. I love it.
Look, I was up last night because I had to stay up, and I took like 5 pages because I watched your video, and I have 5 pages here of just really bad philosophy takes that you had. Like, for example, you said that you were 100% sure that it is impossible to ground morality in something that is not external to the human experience.
I was probably being. I mean, I kind of agree with that. Yeah, I'm like to say that like
100%. You think it's so? You said to your whole audience that you, someone who has not studied any philosophy, are 100% that it's impossible. So you actually disagree. You're saying that the majority of professional ethical philosophers who have studied ethics for decades are completely wrong.
You believe that certain of them are wrong. What do you mean? By holding the position, you're making the statement that they're incorrect. What the hell?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Do you agree or disagree with a certain philosophy?
It depends on the specific area and normative ethics.
Then the answer is yes, you do.
I would never. No,
hold
on.
You adhere to a certain philosophy, do you or do you not?
Not with regards to ethics. I don't go on here and talk about
any philosophy of any kind at all.
Of course, and those positions that I hold are literally shared.
And you agree that there's certain philosophy that is antagonistic to yours, right? That's antithetical, the exact opposite, right?
Absolutely, but I will
then
never.
You're saying they're wrong. Congratulations.
Irrelevant. I would never say that I know with 100% certainty that a position which is held by the majority of philosophers is incorrect. I would never say that. Especially not if I've read literally nothing on the topic.
What if but regardless of the information, the topic, why would you never like what if you were right? Why would you never say that? Like, are you afraid of like being criticized by the establishment in that case? Like you said, you're saying the opposite, right? Now you're
no. It would be like
I would never criticize it.
No.
If
it would be like
held
me.
By a lot of people.
It'd be like me, who has no education in mathematics, saying that a certain theorem can 100% not be proven, despite having no experience in the field of mathematics. That's what the equivalent is, and that's just absolutely insane.
Well, mathematical, like
this is
mathematical,
dude. I don't know. Wait, when I took like full actual, I don't know. When I look at like epistemology and the stuff that they cover, it seems like a lot of it can be seen on Wikipedia, and the extra guidance is pretty much towards like what you should read. that like that's the guidance of philosophy classes, is like you should read these things in order to understand the concepts so that you can build upon your system this way. That like a lot of epistemology you can pretty much learn on Wikipedia and Stanford.
I
Stanford
haven't.
Dictionary.
No, that's completely incorrect. I would say because the way
Wait,
that
we know
undergrad-
that's true. Destiny exists. Hold on.
Okay, there you
All
go.
you need is Wikipedia.
Oh no, we've said it once. No.
That's completely true.
They're gonna
But-
summon him.
But when we are
Three
talking
times.
about like an issue about the nature of normativity, for example, that's not something that you can get on Wikipedia or SCP. It requires a lot of reading because of the ground that it covers. And specifically something like meta-ethics, for example, to make a claim about meta-ethics, having read absolutely zero meta-ethical literature on the subject, and say that you know 100% that literally.
Okay, can I get the clip of where I said I know 100%?
Absolutely, I will. I actually have the time.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. Like, I mean, personally, I don't hold to universals. I try not to make universals at any point in time because they're like, there's some really fucking weird shit that can go on.
Sure.
So like, I won't say that, but like, I don't know, with like 99% certainty, or like with like 98% certainty, that like with all the evidence that we can gather, at least from our senses, that what Ahrelevant said, I generally agree with.
Agree with what? Have you studied meta-ethics?
Okay. I mean, we can
You
make
can't
as
make
many
that
of you-
claim.
We can make as many. Let's
He's
just
making a
avoid
claim.
making
You're
it-
making a claim. Are you trying to make a claim about philosophy departments and the orientation that people have towards this?
I'm assuming you're not referring to me.
I'm talking to Synth.
Okay.
No.
Then I
said I
misunderstood.
agree with it. I'm not thinking. I'm not saying that like a bunch of philosophers agree.
So you agree that 100% wrong, that almost all deontologists are wrong.
No. I'm not saying 100%, dude.
So
I
you're
would not make it
inclined to
universal.
agree. That's how you currently.
Yes.
Right. That and making that kind of statement is very different than saying that you know 100%. And I'll pull up the clip because
I mean, I feel like there's a level of. I mean, if I said 100%, I'm necessarily being hyperbolic. I think in that claim, but I'm almost I generally speaking do believe, yeah, like grounding morality outside of yourself is like fucking impossible. Or without grounding it outside of yourself is fucking impossible.
Do you know anything about deontology and how it works?
I mean, I'm not nearly to the level that you're going to even say that. I can make that
even
claim.
like a bait because it's absurd. Like
No,
you can't
because
even
if I-
comprehend. How can you not even comprehend when the majority of philosophers literally do that? Can you give me like a basic rundown of the process of what a failed attempt at grounding morality and human reason would look like?
A failed attempt? Yeah, sure.
Because you're saying that they all fail. So give me an example of what a deontologist in the current literature would try to do to ground morality.
Can we start by
or any
wait,
literature,
whoa, whoa,
any
wait,
deontologist ever.
Wait, I want to know. Let's define grounding morality very quickly before anybody.
No, sorry. Just justifying the position.
Okay.
Go for it.
You're saying with the terminology we're using is grounding, like I guess like justifying your position outside of what again?
He basically justifying or defining the good in something that is not external to the human reason.
Wouldn't so?
That's what
I have a
question.
He's saying that you have to define your morals outside of like a human sense of right or wrong. So that a human
Goodness,
sense of right or wrong
is
cannot
referring to
exist.
something outside of human experience.
And
Outside
only-
of
Mindwaves. What's
the
up?
way that I've always
it's
interpreted
naturalism. It's
the
ethical naturalism is what he's.
the way that I've always interpreted the ground your axioms thing is I always thought it was like forcing somebody to
Oh
explain
no, that's a
their.
completely separate discussion.
Oh, I thought that's what we were talking about.
No, we're talking about something completely different.
Okay, all right.
My bad.
Because my thing here, I just want to be clear or whatever. Because me and you had this talk before, right? Where we were talking about like the origin of like I guess like moral systems, and we both agreed that it comes or originates from emotion. However, the definition we were using is very different than what a lot of people mean when they say it comes from emotion.
But the point is that deontologists, and if we say for example orthodox deontologists, believe that what is going to be good is something innate in the human mind. It is not. There's no some matter of fact in the world that is good. Like
it's
pain,
not the
for example.
consequence of the action that determines its morality.
Right.
It's
pain.
It's your sense of
pain
the
is
action.
not bad. Pleasure itself, like in the human body, can't be defined as good. They say that literally in virtue of being a rational agent, that itself is a good thing. And Ahrelevant thinks that holding that position is impossible.
No,
But
I think that is a rephrasing of what good means to a point where a lot of people would disagree with that definition of
it doesn't
good.
matter about what a lot of people disagree with that definition. The question is
Wait,
whether
it
it's the
absolutely
true.
does, because then we're misusing language here. When I refer to this being difficult, I'm absolutely referring to a concept of morality that deals with a type of good that I'm referencing in, like, it's good, for instance, for us not to murder people.
When we say that something is good, it means that someone ought to pursue it.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're operating under the exact same definition of good.
No, the definition of good that you just gave is not some universal definition of good that everybody agrees with.
I've never. Obviously, I'm not saying that. Why does the definition of good have to be universal and one that everyone believes? That's ridiculous.
Because otherwise it's subjective, and then you get like, what do you mean?
No,
hold on.
It's inherently not. The definition of the good is inherent. Like there's a whole like question, like it's a major fucking question in philosophy. Is it that it's not a fucking objective question? Like of course it's objective. They attempt to explore the subjectivity of it, right? And like that's what like deontology is about, like the origin of what is right and like why like we have that sense of morality.
No,
and, like,
it's
that
not
it comes from like the sense of self.
I think everyone's confused here. The question of what is good in normative ethics is not about what people think is good. It's about what ought to be good. And you can arrive at the answer of what ought to be good, even if no one in the fucking world believes that current thing is good or not. It's like, say, like for example, it's like mathematics. Believing the Pythagorean theorem, that is going to be true regardless of whether people believe it is true or not. It's the exact same type of project.
The problem is, like, what you ought to do is necessarily what you think that falls on subjectivity.
No, you're begging the question in the first place. That explanation doesn't work because
necessarily the question will be begged all the way back to infinity. This is why the is-ought gap is a thing.
It's what you think you ought to do.
I don't think you understand what the is-ought gap is irrelevant.
No, it will come back
nothing
to
do with
the.
that.
Yes,
but it's your sense of
no, it does not.
Yes, it does. Morality will come back to the is-ought gap always. Like, for instance, give me any ought claim, Rem. Let's do it. We'll run it down.
Do you actually what do you think that could you explain to me what an is-ought gap is?
The is-ought gap is necessarily a gap that needs to be bridged in order for us to get from like the way that we
bridge.
What do you mean describe? That's what I'm doing. It's a bridge. Okay, so the bridge is necessarily the idea of what we believe to, at the very least, empirically exist in our human experience to be able to get from there to get to what we ought to do. Okay. So, for instance, because I have a napkin on my table, I ought to print fucking napkins out of paper because it exists. It is the fact that that napkin exists, so I ought to print 1 million. It's to bridge what is with what we ought to do.
So you do understand, though, that the is-ought gap, like, because it comes from Hume, is the question of, it's specifically usually applied against something like ethical naturalism, which is obviously something that you support in the first place. So
you're describing something to me that I don't know if it's right. So
well, you're saying that it's something, morality has to be grounded in something outside of the world, correct?
Well, otherwise, no, it doesn't have to be. I said necessarily it has to be, I believe, in order for something, for it to be like universal. Otherwise, it necessarily, I feel, falls onto expressivism.
Can you explain to me how it's expressivism?
Yeah, how expressivism is the result of a moral system that isn't grounded outside of a human being?
What is your definition of expressivism?
My definition of expressivism is that essentially moral statements go from we ought to do this and we ought to do that to I feel a preference for this or for this particular action. So
moral statements don't have truth value, they are simply expressions of emotion.
Correct.
Okay. So if someone holds, for example, that the goodness is derived in, or is held to be justified in, the categorical imperative as Kant defined it, what about that is an expression of some certain emotion when it's being employed purely by pure reason itself, without the employment of emotion in its justification?
Wait, sorry, run that back one more time.
The categorical imperative, as defined by Kant, it's derived from pure reason itself. It's done entirely in the mind, and you can arrive at this concept of good through derivation, a logical derivation. Okay.
Why can I not just disagree with that concept of good?
Okay, no.
You could just disagree with the categorical imperative entirely.
But that means But for example, if it logically follows from the very basis of human experience, you can't deny it unless you disagree with one certain premise along the way. But if you acknowledge that it is logically derivable, as Kant argues it is, as deontologists argue it is, the only way to object would be to object to one of the premises that are logically necessary within the system. And surely
isn't this the way that all logical construction in general works? For instance, the premise the white wall behind me is instead blue. If everybody here agrees with that premise, and then I say the white wall behind me is blue, then we all agree with the conclusion. What? Yeah. Necessarily, I have to agree, as long as it's not like written by a chimpanzee, of course.
Okay, so I'm asking you, Ahrelevant.
Wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
It feels like you're making.
Sorry. Okay, let me. So we had this conversation earlier that I guess I just kind of forgot. I think it'd be beneficial for a refresher. I remember talking with you about Kant, and we were talking about the what is it? The universality, right? And then we got into the subject about how universality can kind of maybe be subjective in a sense, because of at least in traditional Kantian thought, right? The whole idea of you want to live in a world where everybody does this, if the answer yes or no, and then the second thing is do you run into a contradiction if your answer is yes? And then you went on to explain that Kant wasn't completely right on that, and future deontological people basically took it a step forward and expanded upon it to make it more logical. Can you refresh that here?
Well, most people as far as I understand, most contemporary Kantian deontologists usually abandon the principle of universality because they feel it's sort of like a psychological type of phenomena. To determine whether something is universalizable or not is going to be a psychological experiment that doesn't really mesh with the rest of Kant's philosophy that's, reliant upon pure reason itself. So they instead try to look at using something you shouldn't use something merely as a means to an end. That's another statement of the categorical, because there are, I think, 3 different ways to state the categorical imperative, and universality is just one of them. But I mean, the question that I'm really asking is, I don't understand how this entails expressivism. If it's all derived from the logical, from the very necessary conditions of human experience, how is that expressivism?
Well, because couldn't you make the argument that some people don't see it as wrong to use others as means to an end?
Look, is the law, for example, when you hold that something is both P, something can't both be P and not P, the principle of non-contradiction, is that an expression of emotion?
No, I don't think so.
Right. Okay. So if goodness is derived through a logical process,
I don't believe it is.
I understand you don't believe that it is, but how do you know if you've never? How can you say that? Hold on. How can you say you don't believe if it is if you've never read any attempt at doing so?
Oh, you're right. Hold on. Nobody here can talk about philosophy because we haven't read it.
No, hold on. But you're saying 100% certain that any attempt to derive it is wrong.
I want to know.
Go for it.
I want to know what actual logical argument you can give it in propositional, whatever. What logical argument do you derive? How do you do that?
You basically have to read through Constitute Critiques, and he gives it there. I mean, you can give some.
I mean, you don't have to. I fundamentally disagree with the idea that you need to. You don't need to read Kant to do it.
I mean, I agree. Some concepts are you need to read the book, but you can't dumb it down for me. I actually understand a lot of philosophy shit. You might be able to dumb it down for me.
I mean, ultimately, the fundamental issue with doing this is that I can give, for example, a 7-step process or whatnot. But at each step, someone here is going to take real issue with it because they don't understand. This is the issue. This is why there are entire courses done on Kant. This is why there are entire graduate courses done on Kant. Because for each premise that I give you, there's going to be terms that people don't understand, and this type of environment is simply not conducive to that type of discussion.
Which is fair, but he can still disagree. He can still disagree with it based on his own understanding.
This is the issue. It's equivalent to basically saying like let's say Riemann's hypothesis. Okay, the proof of Riemann's hypothesis. Okay, let's say that Riemann's hypothesis. It's a mathematical. Let me get up the. I don't have to give it to you.
Let's say the Pythagorean theorem. Let's keep it general interest. Let's say the Pythagorean.
Do we have a non-philosophical topic tonight?
Wait. So let me give. I want to give this analogy. So there's something called the Riemann hypothesis or Riemann hypothesis, however you want to pronounce it. Okay, and there's an attempted proof of it. Okay, so let us say that I don't have a background in mathematics. I say that any attempt at a Riemann hypothesis is not going to be successful, and then someone says to me, "Well, have you actually read any proofs of it? Do you know anything like about how the process would be done in the first place?" And I say no. Do you really think that's legitimate of me, or do you think that I should take the time to actually figure out how that type of proof would be done?
Of course you should. Of course you should.
And do you think that
when I say, hold on, you're harking on one particular. You're literally harking on one particular point. You're nailing me down on one particular point. I said might have been hyperbolic in the previous.
So you acknowledge that this is just a feeling that you have. And it's not grounded in anything really justified.
What?
You can't
no, I believe that it is justified.
But you,
what?
But you haven't read any process at doing so. So how can you possibly make that statement?
Wait, hold on. In order to feel something is justified, I must have to read
not
fucking
feel,
literature.
Not feel.
You literally just use. I used your term, feel.
Okay.
So don't put.
Then I misspoke. You think that you can justify your current position despite not having read any attempt at the very thing that you're denying?
My position. Yes.
You can.
What?
No, can you justify right now that position for me?
Yeah, sure. Okay. The reason why I believe that expressivism is probably the route.
No. I'm not asking about expressivism. I'm asking why a deontological derivation will not work.
Okay, again, I will hark on the idea I was being slightly hyperbolic.
But
I agree with
you can justify that position.
Yeah, I can justify the hyperbole. Yeah, like the what I believe to be the ludicrous of as a statement that you don't have to have something external to the human experience to be able to argue that morality or it has any kind of basing that isn't like literally just expressivism. Like,
okay,
yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
The reason why I believe that this is necessarily the case is because when it comes to any good statement ever, any definition of good that isn't constrained to mean either just truth, which is weird as fuck, I've seen good be curtailed to what is, which is ridiculous and ludicrous. Any practical use of the word good that has any kind of use at all in reality always comes down to somebody's subjective experience to what.
How do you get to define what is going to be an adequate definition of good?
Simply by its practical implementation. How people would. Okay, for instance, would you say a piece of wood is good for being brown?
No.
Why?
Because goodness is applied to rational agents.
Why?
Because goodness is, as properly construed, is about what someone ought to do. And a piece of wood ought not to do anything because it's not a rational agent.
Why couldn't the piece of wood just get up and fly away?
Come on.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's not a fair one.
Come on.
What do you mean? Sure. What do you mean? Come on.
Be intellectually honest. Don't.
What do you mean intellectually honest?
What do you mean intellectually honest that wood is not a fucking free acting agent, which is his premise. It cannot fucking do things.
The
wood
point,
cannot ought.
Wait, you understand the point? Hold on. You understand I don't have to compete with his definition, right? He asked me for mine.
But you're in his premise. You're
no, I'm not.
His premise.
In what way? No, I'm not.
His premise.
He did Rem or did not? Hold on. No. Did Rem or did Rem not just ask me for my justification?
No,
Did he or
you
did
asked
he
him
not?
about the piece of wood, you fucking
You asked me about the
dumbass.
wood.
Yes, I asked him about the piece of wood, but I'm not asking him for his justification around why he believes that the piece of wood
You
is a moral
literally did
actor.
exactly that.
It's an appeal
You said
to
why?
Yeah, it's an appeal. If you understand, it's literally an appeal to the ridiculousness of this. Like, holy shit!
It's
this
not
is,
a
this
ridiculous
is the ice
statement.
for me.
The idea that
No.
rational
It's literally an appeal to the ridiculousness of moral statements when you can just ask questions that are arbitrary and make no fucking sense.
No, but you didn't have a why. You didn't have a good why. He had a good answer.
What do you mean I didn't have a good? What is a good why? That's the whole point of contention. What's a
It's
good
one
why?
that he
versus
doesn't
bad
have a
why,
good
okay?
answer to. It's one that he doesn't have a good answer to.
What is a good answer, dude? You're begging the question. What the fuck?
His was good. It explained it.
Oh, how is it good? Explain to me how his was good.
Yeah, how is
That's
it good?
the whole point of the conversation,
Because
dude.
it made
like,
sense.
what the fuck?
Because it made sense.
Okay, so something is good if it makes sense. He solved
And it's
philosophy.
intellectually
He solved
honest.
fucking
Holy
philosophy.
shit.
That's
What
my
What the
definition
fuck
of
is
good.
this
You
shit,
need to
man? Why are you
simmer
coming
the
at my
fuck
fucking
down.
neck,
My
You fucking
God.
brainless
What the fuck are you
retard.
coming at my
Simmer the
neck
fuck
over this
down.
Okay,
shit?
whoa,
Who
let's
the
not
fuck
use
are
that
you?
language. But
Wait,
holy
what? What language?
not you.
Oh.
Yeah, because you're having a little hissy fit. You weren't listening.
I'm having a fucking meltdown over here.
Like,
buddy.
oh
Well,
my
dude,
God.
you're literally coming at me for no good fucking reason.
I'm not coming at you.
He
You
wasn't
asked
coming
him
at
why.
you. He
You
was
asked
Yes,
him why.
I
You
literally
were
expressing
yeah,
dissent,
listen to
a
me.
personal
Listen to me.
affront all of a
Listen to me. You
sudden.
fucking pea-brain piece of shit.
All right,
You
dude,
were
go fucking run it
intellectually
down for me, my dude.
dishonest. You were intellectually
oh, no,
dishonest. when you said,
100%.
Why can't the piece of wood get up and do something?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
intellectually dishonest.
Yeah,
Look it
sure,
up in a
dude.
fucking book, which
Yeah,
you
I
clearly
got you.
fucking need.
Got you, my dude. Absolutely.
If
All
I
right,
can respond, the reason why, because you were asking me, is it good that wood does blank or blank or blank, and I say no because it's it's not a rational agent. Now, goodness, as you admitted, necessarily, because obviously we have to work within the confines of our language, right? We both agree with that.
Yeah, sure.
Goodness implies something about being able to do something, that you ought to do something. The question is then, well, what you ought to do. That is what a definition of goodness is going to tell us. So when you bring up whether a piece of wood is good or not, it's a meaningless question because a piece of wood ought not to do anything, even if it is the ultimately good thing, because it's not capable of doing anything because it's a piece of fucking wood. That's why that's why your line of questioning was so fucking ridiculous.
You understand that this could necessarily fall on things like physicalism, right?
Excuse me?
Like, like for instance, Listen, North Mage, am I have to mute you? Like, holy shit, I'm getting.
Well, you just brought up a completely
No, it isn't. Let me give you a great fucking example why it isn't. For instance, if like we assume a deterministic universe to exist, who the fuck are you to say that, for instance, many of these other individuals that you expected to be moral actors, that they ought to do certain things, even can?
Okay, wait. What does this have to do with the piece of wood?
Because you made the claim that the piece of wood cannot do certain things. What if certain people can't do certain things either?
Then they don't have to do it.
Okay, so you understand that necessarily that could default on people not making the morally righteous choice, right? Not being able to fulfill.
That sounds like it would lead.
That's literally ought implies can, which is something that people literally.
So how do you know what people can and can't do?
That's a question that we can investigate completely independent of a question of what is good or not.
Well, no. Well, I mean, you brought up whether or not somebody
can use philosophy of mind. We employ the tools that we have of science. We investigate philosophy of action. What are you talking about?
You literally made the claim that the wood cannot do something.
Yeah.
This entered now.
The wood cannot fly.
Yeah. This then entered a scope of whether or not many people can fulfill the ought claims that you expect them to do.
I'm okay. Look, I'm trying to be clear. Can you explain to me where the fuck you get that from a piece of wood not being able to fly? Because I am honestly so fucking lost right now.
Okay,
can I say something? Sorry.
What do you mean? Okay, saying determinism doesn't answer the question. Explain what.
Wait,
the fuck
yes,
you mean.
Absolutely. Hold on. If you agree with the idea of determinism, certain people may not be capable of doing certain things to be able to fulfill ought claims. For instance, somebody with trauma. Let's say somebody has trauma.
How is this related to the wood?
That doesn't make them bad, and that doesn't have anything to do with
but that's
wood.
Where's the wood?
Because the wood can't do. A person may not be capable of committing morally righteous actions when you give them an ought claim, just like the wood may not be able to. So they'd be morally vindicated of being able to, or of
So
any.
your
requirement
objection
have
to
do it.
to a deontological system is determinism?
What? No.
Then why are you bringing it up?
Because this is one point that you made that I then went off on as a separate issue.
What point did I make?
You made
honestly,
the point that
I
the
had
wood
no
couldn't do something.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Pixie had a question.
Okay, hold on.
I just-
So do you think that the wood can do something?
What? No, probably
Maybe.
not. No, I mean it depends on what you mean by wood.
Can the wood fly?
No.
I think it might.
Then what are you disagreeing with me on?
No, I'm not I'm simply stating that if you acknowledge some kind of moral culpability based on whether or not somebody can or cannot do something, then necessarily
No, that came after the fact. What came before? Does anyone remember why the fuck he brought up wood?
Yes, I brought up wood as a ridiculous example to illustrate how, like, for instance, morality can be pertained to ridiculous objects in ridiculous ways. Like, for instance, there's people that are morally against chopping wood.
You gave your definition of good, but you were like, because it's employed by like a rational actor, and because the wood is not a rational actor, it can't be good that it's brown because it's not a rational actor.
I can no. So, but I can.
something?
For example, if something is outside of someone's control and they have no autonomy, by the very definition, they are not a rational actor. So there's no absurdity here.
Well, no. People, that's a point of contention. People would literally
say something. Come on.
Yeah, so here's the deal, right? I don't even agree with Ahrelevant on this, but I'm gonna kind of like throw a bone there, I guess. Like, what I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ahrelevant, what you're trying to convey is that since since the definition of good can vary or whatever, it doesn't make sense to say, oh, good only applies to rational actors, because then somebody can just like disagree with the premise of like, oh, I don't think that's what good means, and therefore
there are people that do that. Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, how can you make an argument that good is something that's like kind of inherently logical or can be brought upon with logic if we can't even agree with the standard definition of what good is? Now, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that. That just seemed to be like the argument that you were trying to make that got lost with confusion.
Well,
and then the second argument that I think that you're trying to make, correct me if I'm wrong, is that, yeah, it was kind of like the whole thing about predeterminism, right? Like, if you don't believe in a world where we can make actions or where, you ought to do this, but people literally are predetermined to not be able to do that stuff, then how can we ascribe morality to that? Again, I don't believe in this. I'm just trying to rephrase what I think got lost in argumentation.
Well, I'm sure you can also see what's like fundamentally wrong with that, because unless you you do agree, Ahrelevant, like, just because people aren't able to reach consensus on something does not change the truth or falsity of the thing being described, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But
just because people have a differing, just because people can't necessarily. Just because people don't believe that goodness has to be tied towards the ability to perform a certain action doesn't necessarily mean that it's not the case.
It doesn't mean it with certainty, but as far as morality goes, I believe that it does work that way in the case of morality.
But okay, so the other issue that you have here is that you agree that goodness is it all has to do in essence, and ethics has to do in essence with imperatives. They are not descriptive. They are telling what someone ought to do, right?
Yep.
And the only things that you can tell someone that, because what comes with it is that if you fail to fulfill an imperative, that is the flip side of good, which is going to be bad, right? And when we ascribe an imperative to a person, they must have the ability to fulfill it. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with the idea that is what good is.
So
because I don't necessarily think that there is a definition of what good is. I can agree with that personally. I think.
Wait. Okay.
I want to ask.
Okay.
Are you like maybe this is like layman me? Are you like describing some like platonic form of good that has like some object meaning outside of humans, Rem, or? Am I misinterpreting?
No, he doesn't believe you can make claims outside of human experience.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. But let's apply this then to something, because just the line of reasoning is just it's fallacious. Because let's apply that to truth. No one agrees on a theory of truth. So
wait, do you not do this? Well, I mean, you can go off on that because, I mean, I understand
people
your
also
headspace.
don't.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, if you want to explain it, go for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you think that consensus is somehow required to engage in any sort of philosophical analysis, which has really been the basis of philosophy for the past 100 years, you don't believe that.
I don't believe that you need to come to a consensus for a conclusion to be drawn. I think one person can come up with, for instance, a scientific realization and have that be the truth, even if nobody else agrees with it. Relative to empiricism.
Okay, so it's true that you're dumb.
Sure, I guess if you want to make that
you don't
claim.
see the complete absurdity of this?
Wait, how is that? Wait, what? How is that?
I don't think that's
completely
absurd at all.
You don't think that truth itself is going to be? So you don't think that truth is something that's going to ascribe universally?
How did you interpret that from what I? How did you interpret that?
Well, you said that truth is truth for an individual, right? But what do you mean by truth?
No. You can find. So, for instance, hark back to the example I gave. A scientist can come to find some new, let's say, element.
By the way, I used the dumb example as an example that he would then have to accept. I was trying to show the absurdity of that, so I'm clear. Go ahead.
Okay. I used the scientist as an example. Let's say they find an element, right? Relative to empiricism, that element factually exists. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean relative to empiricism?
Like based on the principles of empiricism and the actions that we have. I don't know.
Then you keep throwing around relative to empiricism, and I have no idea what the fuck that means.
That means, given what we believe and we agree upon to be empiricism, the tools of empiricism, they have come to a conclusion. What is to?
But if you're defining truth as something that's relative to empiricism, then the truth of what is relative to.
No. You can have truth relative to certain things.
Okay, so truth is just really what someone feels.
I mean, to a degree. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, do you agree or disagree
that everything can be true?
Everything relative to a person's belief. Yeah.
No. I mean, just because someone believes something doesn't make it true.
Relative to them, it does.
True.
No, because I can hold
any truers.
So you're saying that every belief that I hold is true?
Relative to you, correct.
So for example, if I hold contradictory statements, they're both true and they violate the principle of contradiction.
Relative to you, yeah.
That's very interesting because literally we had a discussion yesterday where you acknowledge that the principle of non-contradiction is a necessary form of human experience.
Yeah, we cannot conceive of contradictory statements. For instance, somebody is both taller and shorter.
But if some people legitimately do have contradictory beliefs, which is why we want to say that one of those beliefs
I don't necessarily. Wait. Do you think holding the belief that red, like let's say my wall behind me that's white is red, but it's really white, and then I hold the belief that my wall behind me is white, they're contradictory, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is the same thing as acknowledging that my wall, let's say, or what have you, is both red and white simultaneously in the same statement.
They're both. Yeah, they are both. One of them is a
conjunction.
Whoa.
No. In comprehending that, you think those are the same thing?
It's one of the most simple laws of logic. It's called conjunction. One of those is a conjunction.
Yes.
Another one is just the splitting of them. They are exactly equivalent to one another.
Okay, so the problem that I have here is you cannot.
How are you going to have a problem with?
Yeah, 100%. Let me just lay it out for you. You cannot imagine those things being simultaneously true at the same time, correct?
Okay, so you can't hold both beliefs at the same time.
No, you can. In your mind, you're capable of holding both beliefs, but you're not able to simultaneously be able to imagine it. Is this not an important? Can you not understand what I'm saying here?
Not really.
Can you say that? Can you say that again?
This conversation's definitely given me a piece of wood, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I'm just sort of like mining. Like I'm just trying to
see what comes out of this. I'm just like,
not
I'm
really. Let's
tailing
go to
you
the next
along,
topic.
Irrelevant, because you're all over the place.
How am I all over the place?
Like you're talking suddenly, like we went from asking like, does wood fly, to suddenly we're talking about truth being relative to a certain person, and that every belief that someone holds is true to themselves. I would then ask the question.
Wait,
well,
hold on. How do you imagine it isn't?
Pardon?
How do you imagine it isn't? What do you think it is when somebody believes something? What do you call that?
Belief.
Just a belief? That's
Just
it.
a belief.
So hold on. What do you think? What do you think I mean?
Something...
Hold on. What do you think I mean when I say true relative to you?
So, believe. You can believe something to be true, but that does not mean that it is true.
What is true for you? What do you mean by is
personal truth versus truth are very different things.
Okay, what is truth?
And we're obviously talking not about.
I'm assuming you're talking about empiricism when you say versus truth. Yes, empiricism.
Why you keep saying fucking empiricism? But I don't know what the fuck that means.
Okay,
you haven't defined it.
Okay, if I would define empiricism, it would be based on, like, for instance, a lot of the things that we deem to be, for instance, like testing using things like light, sound, taste, touch, using our sensory data to be able to perceive things or experience.
True, dude. Fucking amen. True.
Anything that we can
Truers
perceive
and shit?
or have sense data of would probably be within the realm of empiricism, I would count.
Okay, now, so keep going.
I mean, I feel like that's, I mean...
Why don't you were giving an argument, and then I asked you to define it, so keep going.
Okay, sorry. So relative to empiricism, you can have that, right? That level of truth, right? So, like, for instance, a flat earther may believe that the earth is flat. Relative to them, it is true that the earth is flat. That is their belief.
Do you believe there's no truth above and beyond personal truth?
Empiricism? What do you mean? For instance, relative to somebody that is, let's say, a schizophrenic or something like that, they see ghosts, or I don't know, whatever, they hallucinate. They see ghosts. Relative to them, that ghost might exist. That ghost can actually interact with them, their own physical body, because their mind is capable of allowing that to happen. Relative to them, that thing exists factually. However,
which is a personal truth. Not a truth in and of itself. Does the ghost exist?
But again,
personal
you're
truth.
clearly talking about truth, as in truth above and beyond.
He's just talking about truth.
No, now you need. So what do you mean by personal truth then? I have to ask, because I'm pretty sure.
I could give multiple sorts of definitions of, but like, let's say I choose, for example, like the correspondence theory of truth, which is going to be truth relative to a state of a given state of affairs.
What isn't that? Wait, what? Isn't that exact? Hold on. Relative given to a state of affairs isn't.
Not. Why do you keep saying relative?
Wait. I thought that's exactly what you said. Say that again.
No, something is true if and only if the statement corresponds to a state of affairs.
Give me an example.
This cup is here. That statement is true if and only if there is actually a cup here.
What do you? And you have to agree upon what a cup is with the individual that you're referencing, or the concept that you're referencing, I'm assuming?
Let's just assume everyone knows what the fuck a cup is.
Okay, so everybody agrees upon what a cup is, and as long as...
But why are you bringing in people here? Because if I stipulate that as a definition of truth, it doesn't matter what people believe.
Well, no, it's not...
If there's a cup there, it's true.
Sure. I mean, I guess I was just bringing people. I don't know what the problem is with bringing in people, but necessarily.
I did see what the point of it was.
I just said it. It wasn't. I didn't think anything about it.
Oh, okay.
Why couldn't I just simply say that if I agree with the idea that there are personal truths, and then that personal truths are beliefs, then if you have a belief, it's a personal truth. What's the problem here?
So you've taken this notion of truth and just completely, you're just defining belief.
Yeah.
What do you? No, you stated that you can have line up any. Yeah, the statement of truth.
No, you can believe in the truth of something, right? Sure. Absolutely. But whether or not that thing is true or not is not dependent on someone's beliefs.
So the problem is what you're referencing when you say true is probably, I'm assuming,
I already said
I would reference
theory of truth.
Okay, then that works perfectly fine with my reference of empiricism.
What do you mean?
Because that's my deference. That's my definition. is relative to X, this is true.
That's literally a belief, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm so just.
That's you're giving us like the definition of a belief, and you're calling it a personal truth.
Is this how
and
other
you
people
label
feel
it
when
as
they talk to
true.
me?
Wait, no, hold on.
No, I don't.
How-
I don't
how
feel
do
this
you-
way, Rum.
How do you reconcile the idea that, for instance, how do you reconcile the idea that some like person is hallucinating and seeing a ghost?
They have a false belief about the world. There's something
They
going
have a
on.
false belief about the
Yeah.
world.
Yes.
So so you would state that
it's not
the
a true
person
belief, that's for sure.
the person sees a ghost is what? Is that a
It's
true or
having
false?
a false belief.
No. Is that a true or false statement? This person is seeing a ghost. Is that a true or false statement?
False.
They're
If we agree upon what a ghost is,
they're seeing a hallucination of a ghost.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
They're
my
not
bad.
seeing
I
a
guess.
ghost.
They're not actually
Sure, I
seeing a
guess.
ghost.
Because it's
Yeah,
not
my bad.
truly a ghost. It's
Yeah,
a
my bad.
hallucination.
I used
Oh,
the
that was
incorrect term there.
semantic.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, my bad. Nonetheless,
That's okay.
How is someone's perspective falsifiable? I'm like, how can you guys?
It's
make
not
that
their
claim?
perspective. The fact that they see a ghost. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. What
is
do you
their like?
What do you think?
Do
the
they believe
problem...
that they see a ghost? Yes. Are they actually seeing a ghost? No.
No.
What do you
Because
think the
ghosts
problem
don't
is that I
exist.
run in here with this theory of truth? Then
I have no fucking idea, and I'd love you to tell me.
No. What do you think the problem is that I run into here?
I don't know. You tell me. What?
If I thought I ran into a problem, I probably wouldn't hold the belief. No.
Wait.
My idea. Well, I say you're making an appeal to why my theory of truth or what have you is bad, right? You think it is incorrect.
Well, I don't think
or
you
not
actually
true?
have a theory of truth. I think you've somehow, in your mind,
then yeah,
mixed
I don't.
belief
Then
with
sure.
truth together for some reason.
Sure. Yeah. Then what do you think I'm lacking? And there's like, what do you think that I lose as a result of having this instead of a theory of truth?
The fact that no one could understand what the fuck you were saying for the past like 20 minutes.
Okay. What outside of
For
that
someone
do you
who's
think
all
that
about
is?
like practicality and making people understand what you're saying, maybe you should actually learn the philosophical terms so that like the regular people can actually understand you. Because at every point of this conversation, no one knew what the fuck you were saying until we continually probed you over and over and over again. When I say the cup there is true, like, North the Mage, you understand that I'm talking about,
Well, I
there
mean, we
actually
can
being a
dive
cup
into
there.
what actually being a cup even means. We could do that if you wanted to. If
course
we wanted
we
to
can,
get
but
really
you keep diverting because we don't have the definitions. Yeah.
No, I mean, no, I wasn't probing him. That's the reason why we didn't dive into it. He was probing me. That was the only reason why we didn't dive
Well,
into
I was only
why.
probing you to understand what the fuck you were saying.
Yeah, sure. You can. My point, though, is I can probe you to the same degree.
Not really.
What does actually there being a cup mean, dude? And we can run down this.
Yeah, but that feels like, and I mean no offense here, and like I got like riled up earlier, but you give diversions to the questions that he has, and you have questions, you just like essentially like spam whys at him instead of actually having a point to speak it, to the point where we arrive at a point like several times in this conversation where we have no fucking idea what your point is, what you're trying to say, what you're trying to express, and even within the line of expression what we're trying to do.
I think the victim of just doing really bad reductio ad absurdum, but
has this all been gish galloping the entire time?
What? No, I'm pretty sure if we clocked it, you have been talking longer than I have.
Well, no, but the things that you're saying, it's like all over the place. There's no.
That's
it doesn't
not
seem like
gish
there's any
galloping.
structure. Well, okay,
That's
I don't
not
know.
what
Gish galloping is. Whatever you call that, then, where you just sort of say random things to like get us off track for whatever reason, so you don't have to answer.
Would you call it?
That's how it feels.
Hand waving. Hey, got him.
I don't. I feel like to the best of my. I feel like to the best. Okay, personally, because I don't know if Rem wants to have the conversation I wanted to have later or what have you, but I just wanted to personally ask a couple of questions myself about Rem's philosophy.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. But I just like, it's ironic to me that your biggest critique, because you literally said yesterday that you purposely try not to learn like philosophical terms, right?
Yeah, in certain capacities, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, because you think that it makes people hard to understand them.
Correct.
It's very ironic that actually you have a harder time explaining your positions than it seems someone who.
Well,
actually...
I think if I'm unfettered, I think I can explain my position quite well.
Well, we asked you like over and over again for the past like 30 minutes. To
Well,
explain,
no, the problem
only to
is
find out you
every
were just
single time.
conflating truth and belief with each other.
Well, the problem is every single time that I try and explain my idea, you have questions, which I think are reasonable.
Yeah, because I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. So I'm trying
because you conflated
yeah,
because you
meta
conflated, like,
arguing.
truth with
Let's
personal
go.
truth for like actually like 10 minutes. Like when we were having a discussion about truth, which
So
is like
all I want to say is
like when you talk about the good, like it is known what the good is. Like at least in terms of what the concept that you were talking about.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say it's like personal morality when you're talking about the good because it's not right. Like in the same way, does that make sense?
Wait, what do you mean
Bro, I got
personal
that
morality?
good.
Right?
All
look,
right, I got that good.
Before we get back
my
into it.
biggest... Okay,
Well, let me
just,
just,
like,
I'll
a
say
little
one thing and then you
confused
say
about,
something. I just want to say the reason I brought this up, brought that up, Ahrelevant, is maybe that point you made yesterday about avoiding like certain philosophical terminology might not be the best, given that it doesn't seem to have a good track record with you. That's all I wanted to point out. And you can take
no, it's
take it or leave it.
I'll just
okay.
You can, yeah, that's your opinion. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I've just, maybe it's because I kind of blanked out for the last like 5, 6, 10 minutes here. But I'm just a little bit confused. But I guess I'm just like a little bit confused because I understand the whole argument of like there is still truth even if two people don't agree on that truth, right? Like I do believe in objective reality and objective truth. But then the question is like, how can you make sure that objective good exists? Like how, like I understand like the logical framework you can work with, but then we go back to the whole thing that since these systems do derive from emotion, it feels like all a person can say is, oh, I don't feel like that's right.
They don't derive from emotion, but they arise with emotion.
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. They arise.
And you don't
with
have to
emotion.
believe that there is like.
But that's the same with everything.
Some people believe that there is no
arises
truth.
with emotion.
Wait, no. I disagree with the idea it doesn't get derived from emotion.
Wait,
yeah, we know you do. You're an expressivist.
Sure.
We know that. Okay. But Pixie, what I would say is like, yeah, it arises with emotion, but in the exact same way that, towards any given state of affairs in the world, we have some sort of emotional reaction. So it's not just with goodness that it arises. So
we're on the same page there. I agree that like it arises with emotion. I believe like morality is like logic plus emotion, like in the sense that it arises from there, or with it, whatever you want to call it. But here I guess like my dilemma here is that it seems like when I try to talk about like logical systems of philosophy, like departed in a sense from emotion, I get people who just like kind of go back to oh, I don't feel this way, or oh, here, I have a better way to explain it. How can you say that something like, I don't know, deontology is more real or objective than utilitarianism, right? Like I think that's a big question, at least like throughout all my philosophy classes my professors have really struggled with, because they're both very logical ways of thinking. They both like kind of derive from the same place. It's just literally something of values.
Right.
So how do you decide which one is
and
more
I'm almost
true?
certain the reasons why they struggle to answer that is the same reason that I struggle to answer that, is because to understand that derivation, like you have to treat like the pursuit of finding out what truth is. Like let's say I have a really complicated math, like think one of the most complicated mathematical theorems in the world, right? And I do the proof and I figure out, wow, the proof holds. There we go. That's the answer. So if a student were to come up to me and ask, well, what's the proof of it? Well, it took me like hundreds and hundreds of pages to write down the proof. And there's no very easy way to communicate that to someone. I think that's probably, that's why I say you have to read Kant. There's no avoidance of that conclusion. Is you literally have to read the proof itself. Because sort of supplementary, but that's why. And just because people might disagree with it and be like, ooh, that doesn't feel right to me. I mean, ultimately that doesn't matter, because if it logically derives from, an axiom, axioms that we or not axioms, but things that are necessary for human experience and are necessarily going to apply to absolutely everyone, then that's ultimately all that matters.
But here's the thing. I've read Kant. I read I forgot how to pronounce his name. Jonathan Mill or Johann Mill. I forgot his.
John Stuart Mill. Yeah.
Yeah. I've read both.
Yes.
And it seems like, I guess, like the more accurate analogy personally would be like, if you have this very you have this very like hard mathematical proof or whatever, I guess like it would be a math equation with two correct answers that logically, when you follow the math, it's like different ways of doing math, but it's technically neither one is really false, if that makes any sense, right?
Well, that's ultimately the contention of the deontologist, is to say, well, actually, Mill, you utilitarians who are grounding goodness in something, external to the human thought, there is no way to really derive that. There is no, I mean, that's the problem of naturalism. That's what G.E. Moore talks about in Principia Ethica, is that we literally, there is no real logical justification of that. And that is one of the primary arguments against utilitarianism. But that argument simply can't be applied to Kantian deontology. The truth of whether deontology is correct or not rests in the proof itself. And in order to argue against it, you need to object to the proof itself. But most people won't take the time to review the proof and figure out where Kant goes wrong. But there are tons of critiques of Kant. Like his ethics, I think, ultimately will rest in his epistemological program, and there's tons of objections to it. And that's why I really like to explore those questions with my chat. That I do a lot of streams, and I try to tell people what I know about Kant. And there are all of these premises that he's laying out that are intricate to understanding how he arrives at the concept of the good are going to rise and fall with the legitimacy of his proof as given in his critiques.
But can you, I'm kind of conflicted on that, because I feel like you can make a very similar argument with like utilitarianism, in the sense that technically it is like the greatest amount of good for the greatest amount of people, but with like a least harm principle. And now you can be like, but harm is subjective, or like good is subjective. But is it really? Like that's where it kind of goes back to like the whole Kantian thing about what does like a good mean? It means like, do not use other people as like a means, right? But then you can make the same thing with like utilitarianism, in the sense that, okay, it's whatever causes the least harm. And like, do you see where I'm getting at?
Sort of. I mean, goodness is the question of what ought we to do. And any objective framework for morality has a final answer to that. It's the thing that we all ought to do in the end. Any question about what ought we to do has to eventually arrive at the conception of the good, right? That's the same with any objective moral framework. So if you're operating under utilitarian framework, then you ought to do what will maximize global well-being. With the categorical imperative, you ought to do what will, not treat someone merely as a means to an end, or is simply a universalizable law that can be applied to absolutely everyone. So it's not. But the question is, how do you ultimately derive that? And I agree that this is my issue with utilitarianism. That's why I say there's no way to really ground it. It seems like we're just picking something arbitrary out there in the world and ascribing goodness to that. That's what I feel. Yeah, right. Ahrelevant.
Quick thing to jump here. I just need to get my fucking chicken tenders. So just gonna grab those from fucking Hell's Pizza. Also, what was the wood? Was it like a yew, oak, ash, elm? Like what kind of wood was it? Like a type of wood or something? Like what was it going on there? Also, maybe find a new topic, because it looks like the MindSeifers suicide rate's about to go up. I'm looking at like the faces of 4 people there.
I don't know. My viewers are doing
it looks like
really
they might
well
go
right
back
now.
and kill themselves if shit goes this way. So I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I wanted to have this conversation with just me and Rem. I wasn't expecting to do this on the podcast, to be honest.
I've got to go to bed, everybody. I was waiting for a good stopping point. So,
for sure, Puff.
See you guys.
Okay,
Hey, thanks for coming, Puff. Do you want to shout out your channel or whatever before you?
Yeah, sure. You can go to, it's right here. You can go to puffshake.soy and find me there.
I'm assuming it's just Puff Shake on Twitch.
Yeah, it's just Puff Shake on Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I have north.themage as like a domain? Is that?
I actually don't know if that's like a viable domain name, but .soy definitely is. So if anybody else wants to join that squad, you totally can. So, good night, guys.
MindWavesTV.soy. Let's go.
Perfect.
Good night, Puff Shake. Have a good sleep.
Later, South.
Later, my dude.
What question did you want to ask me, Irrelevant?
I wanted to ask you about how you justify the idea that the world will no longer exist if human beings no longer exist. And how you think human beings came into existence if we are required for anything to exist.
It's more like so you understand that existence as a predicate has to be applied relative from the human standpoint. So to say that something exists, right? To say that anything exists is essentially to apply it to the human standpoint. So if there is no human standpoint to be applied to, then it can't exist.
I don't necessarily. Wait, what? How are you making that claim? How would you support the idea that it requires a human standpoint? Why couldn't there be an external thing that cause it? Like, for instance, let's say there's two sets of human beings, right? There's us on this planet and another one and another one. Why couldn't we just zip out of existence?
Pardon?
Why couldn't we just zip out of existence? Sorry.
What zip out of existence?
Just get all die, and then our human experience is gone.
Can you restate the hypothetical for me?
You stated that if human beings no longer existed, right, that the world would no longer exist, right? Correct?
Right. Well, simply because to apply any sort of predicate, I guess. I mean, it's weird because we're using the term existence, right? And existence I don't think is really at the end of the day a predicate, which is to say we can't apply existence to anything in the world. I feel like this is an intuitive idea, right? Like if I make a statement, the color or the mug is red, right? To say that something exists means that we can potentially talk about it in the first place. So to say that something doesn't exist doesn't make sense, because what are we referring to when I say that it doesn't exist?
I would, so in reference to human beings no longer.
Absence of a thing?
Yeah.
Well, what is the absence of a thing?
Why can't we talk about the absence of a thing without that thing existing?
Mute yourself in whereby.
Like if I say, for example, well, the most famous example, this is Bertrand Russell's example, is the King of France is bald, right? And is that a true or is it a false statement? Well, the King of France doesn't exist. There is no reference for that. So how can we say whether that is a true or false statement?
I mean, they're not bald because they don't have a state of hair.
No, how can you say that though?
Because
there is
they
nothing.
Don't exist. Yeah. I'm sorry, I guess I'm getting too particular about.
Irrelevant.
I'm getting too particular about.
Okay, yeah, we're going to philosophy of language now.
My bad. Yeah, my bad. So you would make the claim that you don't know, or that you cannot know because of a lack of existence. Right?
I make the claim that existence. I mean, granting that existence can be a predicate, which I don't. We'd have to find some other term, but I get the intuition that you're getting at, right? That can only be applied meaningfully to from the human standpoint. So if there is no human standpoint, we can't say that it exists.
Wait, why does it have to be applied? Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry.
Go for it.
So suppose there is another thing, and they're almost okay. So there's another.
There's another species.
It's gonna be the planet A, planet B, whatever. They're almost exactly alike. They perceive all the things, whatever. But they're very barely. But if we were to not exist at that point, would the whole world not exist? Because there wouldn't be a human standpoint.
The point is that to answer that question means to go beyond what we are capable of. We can't. This is the point. We can't transcend.
To go beyond.
We can't transcend human experience. It's it's asking me a meaningless question.
Well, no, I don't think it's
Okay.
Well,
I'm
we're
sorry
not trying to transcend.
Mimi tired girl. Mimi gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually really tired, so I think I'm gonna make some food and go to bed as well.
Yeah,
nice to meet you guys.
Thanks so much for having me.
You guys can go ahead and shout yourselves out before you leave if you want.
I'm Pixie. Follow me for politics and stuff. I don't know. I'm tired.
All right. Thanks for coming, Pixie.
And I'm North the Mage. North the Mage on Twitter and Twitch. Thanks so much for having me. Have a great night, guys. Enjoy.
Yeah,
You have a good one.
Thanks
It's
for
great
coming.
talking to you. No disrespect.
Good talking to you.
Yeah. Peace, man.
Look, philosophy gets heated. So,
It does.
Micro, that is
shouldn't have
a
used
that
the
is
R
a
word, I
very
apologize.
cute sweater, by the way. Just wanted
It
to
is.
say.
You like it? I appreciate it. Hold on. Let me see. I got
Oh
my-
wow.
the
Super
fuck,
cute.
Mindwave.
I went to a.
I'm wearing a
party.
sweater too.
Oh,
Don't know if
I'm
you
sorry,
noticed.
Rem,
Rem.
why don't you tell me the philosophical like?
You're
ram-
very cute too. Okay.
Me wearing a
Don't
sweater.
worry about it.
Sorry, pardon.
I said, tell me the philosophical ramifications of me wearing this sweater.
You're
Cringe.
I was gonna say something a little bit less kind, but yeah.
Go. Yeah.
I mean, the reason I've just been thinking. The reason I've never had as much difficulty talking philosophy with someone as you. I don't know necessarily what it is. It's just like it's like we're on like two completely different.
It does feel that way. Yeah, I agree.
And I've never had the issue with anyone else before.
Neither have I.
It's very bizarre.
I think we're probably just socially not very compatible.
Well,
I think
yeah,
that's what it seems to be.
yeah, maybe it's it's interesting. Yeah, it's something.
I mean, I feel like it's
Pepe
very
hands,
clear
dude.
you want to just say that I'm just so philosophically inept. You could say
No, because so is destiny.
Okay. Well, I mean,
got him.
That's still
Got
saying that
him.
I'm philosophically inept. Like, there's no disrespect.
Well, you are. No, but you've already admitted that.
Relevant,
okay,
your philosophy's bad, okay? That was the title of the video.
Oh, sorry. No, you're saying inept, which means incapable of doing philosophy.
Yeah.
No. Uneducated.
Sure.
But that's basically everyone. So it's not bad.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I meant.
I think you're more than capable of, but the way that you
my-
work through arguments and different topics is so extremely alien to me that I don't even know how to really. So I just have to kind of keep probing it, like with a stick, until something comes out, and then we can like work our ways back.
Sure.
It's very. I can't. It's hard for me to keep track of what's going on, and then you bring
Well,
up.
for
really-
me, yeah, and so for me personally, I have a hard time talking to you because it feels like every time we talk about one of your positions, you simply say, I need to read. This is no disrespect. And then you don't actually defend your position.
No. So the only positions that I would possibly do that on would be Kant. And specifically having to do with the most foundational problems that exist.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
Right, but you use Kant for like how it's so much. Like
Not
there's
really,
so much
only
of
with
the
ethics.
argument.
Only with ethics and only with like with the I mean it's the foundational. It's to avoid skepticism.
But saying only the foundation of my
conversations in
philosophy.
philosophy, but ultimately everyone is always concerned about skepticism. So that's how it always ends up. And so the best counter to skepticism is Kant, in my opinion. But look, we can talk about like philosophy of language and meaning. I mean, there's
moral philosophy is definitely the worst philosophy.
I agree. Actually, I
agree.
100% agree. I think we're all in agreement here on that. It's garbage.
Well,
It's,
I mean, the main point, it seems like a lot of the point of contention tends to be around moral philosophy, quite obviously, right? But
it's only as a result of the foundational issues that we have. So
sure, I could agree with that.
Right. And I mean, but the only way that you could possibly come to know and see that, a position that I hold would be justified would be to read something like the critique and understand that derivation. But it's a I mean I held the exact position that you held before I read Kant.
Okay.
I was a complete. I was actually an egoist for a very, very long time, and then I read Kant and Husserl, and I completely changed my position.
Is it impossible to get these ideas across without having to read like the whole book?
You can get the ideas across, but to the extent that like Ahrelevant wants, like he wants a clear proof, and it's not something that I can provide. Like I can give the premises of an argument, like arguing, the transcendental nature of space, right? But in order for me to even express that, I then have to define everything. It's incredibly, it's
made even more difficult because Kant was an awful writer. He was a terrible, terrible writer. And all of these definitions that he's used are, although necessary, do complicate the matter. But when you're talking about such foundational issues, you have to use like a very fine-grained comb and make clear exactly what you're talking about, because there could be 50 different ways of talking about, something like the faculty of sensibility. So then you have to come up with a bunch of other terms that rule out very specific case. So you end up having like a ton of different fucking terms that to the average person don't make sense, but become necessary when you're talking about such foundational problems, of philosophy. And that's just the nature of the field. And that's extremely off-putting to people. But I think it's the hardest question there is in the world of anything, is dealing with that issue and grappling with that issue. And I'm more than willing to accept that, with that kind of complexity, literally justifying what it means, to be human and to experience itself, explain what that means, is going to be a super fucking hard question, and it's not going to be an easily digestible answer.
Sure, this is why I wanted to hark on directly this point of existence, specifically. I think that instead taking an approach where I ask you questions, particularly about positions that you hold, would probably be more fruitful. So that way it's very easy for everyone to see, because genuinely speaking, it would be fantastical to me if anyone you talk to actually knows what your positions are. Like, I know Destiny is genuinely confused what the hell you believe. When he brought up the Wikipedia page on moral realism, you literally told him to take it down. Like,
but that's just because because whenever I'm talking about moral realism, and I preface this in every conversation I ever have about what I term moral realism or anything in metaethics. Moral realism, it's very simple. It is that the meaning that sentences in our language have a truth value. That's what moral realism is. That's it. It's that simple.
Sure. I think that generally speaking.
Oh, sorry. And one thing. And people will say, oh, well, that's actually cognitivism, and you're not understanding cognitivism, non-cognitivism. I say moral realism because I want to get rid of a theory called error theory, which does have truth values attached to statements, but they are all false. So I use moral realism to basically be cognitivism minus error theory. And
Sure.
I define that in every conversation I have. I define it every time with
I was
Destiny.
referring to a lot of more particular positions.
Well, no, but so then when he brings up that page and all of a sudden he starts talking about moral realism being about the existence of like moral facts outside of it, I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the truth value of moral statements.
Yeah, so you understand how that could be particularly difficult for people
Well,
to
of course,
grasp,
but it is that's the nature of the field. You have to be able to take someone's definition and work with it.
Sure.
And if you forget it, you clarify it.
What's the problem? I mean, yeah, I can agree with this, but this doesn't necessarily like shrug away my statement. My previous statement is that it seems like a lot of people having conversations with you have a rough time figuring out what you believe. Like, for instance, I still don't know anything. The only one thing that I know of, that's the only thing I know, though, Rem. That's it. I have not heard you talk about any other position that you hold, except for the only position that I can nail you down on. And I say nail you down as in because I can't find anything on you because you just don't talk about what you believe ever. Is that you believe that if human beings no longer exist, the world doesn't exist. So this is the reason why I want to talk about this in partitically.
Well, no, so okay, I think maybe what we're getting. Well, so for the first thing, yeah, on philosophy, I'm largely I engage in negative dialectics, right? So I take a position and I show that it can't be true, and I arrive at the opposite conclusion. I don't hold a lot of positive position. I mean, personally, I do. And in my everyday classes, I will absolutely abide by certain positions. Like, I would call myself a Parfitian in ethics. That my normative ethical framework would be Parfitian. However, I don't feel comfortable going on, Twitch TV to potentially thousands of people and saying that I'm a Parfitian, because that's an endorsement of a position that at my current level of education, I don't feel like I can ground out in the manner that is appropriate. And so, but when I'm dealing with questions that I'm almost certainly confident on, which are not really that many, but moral realism is one of them. A refutation of global skepticism is another one. And the way that I mean, I don't even really agree with Kant on on how he avoids complete skepticism. But it's one tactic or one method of proof that could be shown to show the absurdity. So it's wrong to specifically hold or to say that you can't like figure anything out on. Well, no, it is correct in a sense, but it's not because I'm trying necessarily to get across any positive statements in the first place. I'm not.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to make the claim that you are. I'm just trying to say that it seems like.
Right. Well, that's just a byproduct of the way that I engage in philosophy.
Okay. Yeah.
On stream. So what's the issue?
It's difficult to try and talk to you about positions that you hold because I feel like that's a fairly reciprocal thing. You can talk about positions that I hold. I can talk about positions that you hold.
Well, no, it's more like I would rather that people like I do don't go on a stream and say that a certain position is correct without having a level of confidence after having studied it to go and make that claim. That's
sure.
And that's why I don't do it. And that's why I go after people who do it like you have, and why I'll apply then negative arguments against you.
Sure.
Serious question. Are there other topics on the list that we could get to? Because I feel like Rem and Relevant could probably do this like in their own stream at some point. Or, like, a YouTube video like back and forth thing, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I my bad.
Message me how much time you have, Rem.
Pardon?
Could you message me how much time you have? Because I really want to get this done today.
You can leave this right now and go do it if you want.
I mean, I don't really want to leave. If we literally just came in, took over, and then we're gonna leave.
Well, I know, but like I feel like
just
I mean,
kidnap
to be
the
fair,
stream.
I kind of need to go to bed.
Synth, don't be a coward.
It might.
I feel like we just kidnapped the stream. This is why I didn't want to talk about this right now.
Yeah, I feel like a douchebag. God, Mindwaves. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't fucking worry about it.
I'm glad I got to put in.
It was good content, I think. Question mark.
I had fun.
But yeah, Cynthia, if you gotta go, hey, no problem. If you want to shut yourself out, go for it.
Yep. I'm the Cynthia. I do political, philosophical, gaming streams, like whatever, that kind of stuff. I do a philosophical podcast every Thursday. Depending on who can actually make it next week, since it's going to be right after Christmas. Might or might not do it. But 10 p.m. East every Thursday. Hopefully we'll get Rem and a couple other people on. Anyways, if you enjoy that kind of content, consider following me. Bye.
Oh yeah. Thanks for coming. Later, my dude.
There we go. And I'm gonna shout out their channel in chat, so it's really easy to find for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Synth is awesome. I like their chat.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, Leo. We had a lot of topics. What's
we do have a lot of topics.
Did anybody have another topic that was on the topic list that you wanted to talk about?
I haven't even seen the topic list.
I don't even know what the topic list is. Yeah.
Hey, all right, fuck it. What's the next one?
The next one? I don't know if we want to talk about this is I don't know how to say this without sounding stupid. The bald eagle octopus video.
Oh, where the octopus was like drowning the bald eagle and they had to decide whether to save it or not?
Yeah, I don't know. That's actually like borderline philosophy maybe, but yeah, I thought it was an interesting question.
Fuck the octopus, save the eagle.
Wait, what?
Okay, let me link the video to people who haven't seen it.
Is it TOS? I feel like it'd be.
How
TOS.
the fuck does an eagle lose to an octopus?
So who needs it? Rem needs it.
I need it. Yeah.
I feel like the eagle deserves to die at that point, dude. Like
Ahrelevant probably needs it too.
Yeah, I need it.
It deserves to die up to the point that there are people that can intervene and save it. I mean, I know that like by saving the eagle, you might be dooming the octopus, but I mean, I guess it depends on what you value.
Yeah, I mean,
hate octopi, Micro? Is that what you're trying to say here?
The what?
Do you hate octopus? Is that what you fucking?
Fuck octopuses, octopi.
You're just like, eagles more valuable. Eagle lives matter more than fucking octopus lives.
Because eagles represent America. Am I right?
Yeah.
Amen.
Okay, I want to point out it's a bald eagle. It makes it sound less impressive.
It doesn't matter. I'm from fucking Texas. We respect our goddamn eagles.
Would the octopus be able to eat the?
Oh hell yeah! Oh,
for
trust me,
sure.
that octopus is gonna eat the fuck out of that eagle.
Oh, have you seen
I've
what
seen
an
octopus. They've got
octopus's
fucking
beak looks like?
vicious
Oh yeah,
teeth. They'll chew that shit.
beak that'll fucking tear that bitch apart. It'll
Nature's
drown
scary.
that fucking eagle and fucking eat that eagle.
Yeah,
from
the
past
octopus will drown your kids and eat them if they can. You know, they'll do it. Don't put them to the test. They'll get
There are
it.
actually countries, I think, like Germany, that have like given
Oh, no.
octopi like human status to where it's like basically you can't like hunt them and eat them in the country because they're like so fucking smart.
Oh wow.
What?
Yeah,
I need to
I
look
remember
this
seeing
shit
that
up.
somewhere. It's like a recognition of like the a level of like a high enough level of intelligence. And
Yeah,
whatnot.
like there are
Human
other
rights
countries.
type thing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's fine. I think I don't know if it's human rights, but it was like extending the idea that like oh like if we judge humans to be of this value, therefore an octopus can like showcase a rudimentary understanding of tools and shit.
Yeah,
I think it was the big one. Like that, like octopus can octopi can use tools and shit to access things and whatnot. It was like that's a rather impressive. And also they can there's a bunch of other things as well. There's like a bunch of tests they ran them through to like see exactly how smart like an octopus was.
Yeah, because when it comes to just like non-human animals like octopuses, octopi, however the fuck you say it, octopods, they're one of the smartest other animals there are. I know some other countries have also given like dolphins special status as well.
It's octopiece.
Octopiece? I thought it was octopuses. I could have sworn like I read something and it was like octopuses sounds
Are
wrong,
you
but I
serious,
swear.
Ram?
No. Octopodes? I've heard octopodes.
Don't you know of geese? There's the plural of goose is geese. The plural of moose is meese.
Mises.
Yeah, the moose one catches me every fucking-
Moosin.
The plural of moose is moose.
So wait, like,
Oh my God.
Isn't it? Or am I?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fuck off, Rem.
It's mooses.
Is it? I think there's 3 plurals of octopus. Isn't there?
Octopuses, octopi, octopods.
I say
octopods, if that's a thing, I roll with that.
Octopodes.
I think octopuses is like, I could have sworn I watched some video about how octopuses is like the quote unquote correct way to do it, but how like all of them are like also technically correct. I don't fucking know. Who cares?
Octopodes is also.
Wouldn't it depend on what root language you're working with? I guess,
no,
right?
it comes from the Greek.
I am working with root Italian, so that's the one that I'm working with.
It comes from the Greek. But it went from Greek to Latin.
You know, we could just Google.
That's why it has multiple.
That's what I'm doing.
That's why it has multiple endings.
Chat, what do you?
Did you know that I think it's the U.S. Navy actually uses dolphins and like is it walruses or sea lions or
Walrus.
something like that?
The Russian military.
All right, buddy.
The Russian military was using
Walrus.
was using beluga whales, and there's a beluga whale in Norway that is like a local like celebrity because it like swims up to people's like kayaks and stuff and like interacts with them, and it's a Russian like beluga that they trained to be like a quote unquote like spy. Like that's a terrible word for it, but it's a trained like Russian beluga that just said, you know what, fuck it, I don't like doing this work shit. So it just like lives in Norway now, unless it got
Mindwaves.
What?
Walrus.
Oh,
I like that one the best. I don't know if I've ever the beluga whale's the white one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a beluga whale.
For me, this this octopus and eagle situation, man, I could never be one of these people in nature. I can't stand seeing an animal die, even if it's to another animal, and I know it's gonna die if it doesn't eat it. Like, I can't do that. Like, you guys ever see that one clip of that penguin that they have to let walk in the wrong direction? You ever see that? There was like penguins are marching across like a multi-mile long open area, and then one of them walks in the other direction and it's gonna die. I couldn't let it happen.
Idiot.
I'd lose. Right. I would lose my job right there. I'd pick that penguin up and I'd turn it around, dude. I could.
Yeah. Do you eat animals though?
I do.
Oh no, we're getting into vegan stuff.
Yeah. I understand I am logically inconsistent in not being a vegan, and I'm
just
It is.
Just don't care about animals in your.
Well, no, it can't be if you're an expressivist, it's not logically inconsistent.
Wait, Ren, please.
Okay, dude.
Please
Well,
elaborate.
no, but
We
that
can
is
talk about it
true.
later.
Or even
Please
Irrelevant will
elaborate on
agree
this.
with that.
Wait, no. I mean, I think that, for instance, that I mean, I.
It's
think that
emotionally
animals-
inconsistent, maybe.
What if he believes he's inconsistent though? Logically inconsistent.
Well, I guess.
Well, I mean,
What
I
if
believe
everybody agrees that he's inconsistent?
Well, I mean, like, I guess I don't see a justification for not to be able to eat like fucking children
Right. Okay.
or whatever.
Well,
as well
you
as,
said lot.
like-
Okay. No. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't eat children, but I eat fucking pigs and shit. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
You should join the children eating club. It's,
Yeah, maybe I should. I hear they got good membership cards and shit. Yeah, get you into a lot of places. So yeah.
What's the next topic?
You mean we're not going to debate veganism for 5 hours?
No, I have no
That's what I'm
Wait,
here
if this would be a lot cooler if they were like 20 feet tall eagles and octopuses, right? Like that's what I wanna see.
Wait, so Ahrelevant,
Honestly.
I'm curious. You said that you wouldn't be able to just like stand back to watch an eagle like get killed by an octopus, right?
Probably
But would you be able to do the opposite? Like if an octopus was getting like eaten by an eagle?
Oh
'Cause
no,
there's something visceral, right? About like an octopus seems like an alien, and an eagle seems like something regal, right? So like I can totally.
All right.
Really
it
go
was
for this.
you.
Haven't you
It
ever
was
seen
you
that
in the water
octopus
with the octopus, and there was an
goofy
eagle
eyes?
watching you from the bank? Would you want the eagle to rescue you?
Of course I would.
Look, I'm gonna post this image in the chat, and you have to tell me: would you be able to just watch this octopus be devoured by an eagle? Okay, is everyone looking? I'm posting it in the group chat.
Here,
Here
I'll
it is.
just share it with Micro. And
Okay, well here it is. I've just
I'm
posted.
in the wrong way. Wow, I'm not invited to this shit.
Nah, fuck this, man. This is exclusive club type shit.
Good point. I didn't get here till late.
Well, I'll send it to you, Irrelevant. Here.
Sure.
Are you trying to tell us that you just find
Ooh,
octopus?
there's
Is that what
no
this is?
way. There's no way. I mean, on God, yeah. The
don't know
cuteness of an animal judges whether or not I kill it.
Oh yeah, it looks just.
I
like
don't.
an
I
octopus
sort
would
of
find
want to
an
like
eagle.
eat it. It looks like a candy.
What? You want to eat that thing?
It looks like a cake.
There you go.
Actually, that's true. It actually really.
Like
is.
it looks like the eyes have been like crudely, like not very well, like someone has a shaky hand or something.
Yeah, that
It's
doesn't
like
look
getting
real.
You're just like, looks like a cake though. I don't really care.
It looks like
I'm happy to let the
it looks
cake
like a
die.
video game character. I'm not gonna lie, like straight out of Mario or some shit, right?
My desire to kill an
Yeah.
animal is totally dependent on whether or not it looks like a cake.
It's cute. I would eat it.
Also, wait, hang on, Mindwaves, were you just saying that like it looks like a video game character, so you're okay to watch it die because you've been desensitized by video game violence?
True. Actually, yep. Real and true, and based, and red pilled. Yep.
That's like 9 different ways of validating your statement. Congratulations.
There you go.
That's
This
the
is
Omega
what I
truth.
imagine like a quest giver octopus would be if he was like the elder of like an octopus village. It would look something like this.
Oh my god.
I just sent it. There we go.
True.
What would be a cooler animal battle? Like a badger versus like I don't know, like a fucking
A lion versus a tuna.
It's gonna be human versus anything. I watch a human versus an elephant, hands down.
Oh, true.
Elephant would
There's
destroy
like,
you.
there's a
Yeah,
story
that's
from, like,
Wait, does the human have like a fucking shotgun?
No, there's actually a story from like a Carthaginian/Roman during one of the Punic Wars of a Carthaginian general who used to like kill people by like making them like Roman soldiers
yes.
capture them by making them fight an elephant. But one soldier managed to win and kill the elephant, and they killed that Roman soldier, so no one knows how he did it. That's what I'm annoyed. I want to know how that Roman soldier got that elephant. I want to know that so badly.
No, he earned that.
Like,
He definitely like took the elephant out for dinner and like fucking drugged him while they were.
Can you imagine being in that guy's place though? They're like, yo, you kill this elephant, you live. And so you fucking literally 1v1 a fucking elephant and it dies. You fucking kill it barehanded. And then they're like, bro, that shit was so epic. We literally just have to kill you. Like, I'm sorry. We just have to. Like that was
I'm
so
just
good.
imagining some sort of like God of War shit where you're like fucking grabbing onto the tusk, like flying up in the air, just coming down, just
Slamming
smashing it. I don't know, dude. That would be epic, yeah.
I'm trying to think how I would kill it in my mind right now.
I would just.
I mean, you'd have to go for an opening, right? So
You would probably trip it, right?
I mean,
you would want to
trip an elephant.
Yeah, wouldn't you want to trip an elephant somehow?
How are you gonna do that?
Get it to chase you, push a rock in front of its feet.
You're gonna push a massive boulder.
Y'all are acting like y'all have never killed an elephant before. You take your fists and you ram them into the elephant's ears while you're standing on its back.
Ah, yes.
How are you gonna get on its back?
Just stop asking questions, all right?
You
Just get on
climb
its
its
back.
snout, dude. Easy.
Have you never played a video game? The elephant will do 3 attacks, and then it'll get tired, and it'll lay its trunk on the ground, and then you crawl up its trunk. You crawl up its trunk, and then shove your arms in its ears.
I
That's
do
how
think
it goes.
Relly's position is the best one so far of just dying.
Yeah.
Just dying.
I mean, imagine being put against an elephant. I've already sat here thinking for like 6 minutes how to do it. I would have died like so long ago. I mean, I would have just been like, how am I going to
go for the eyes?
I mean,
Right?
they're like 13 feet in the air. How the hell are you going to get up there?
So you have to get on its back somehow, climb onto its head, and fucking stab its eyes out. It's the only way.
It's that easy.
Gotta
Thank
go
you.
for the
Ren.
head.
It's that
Okay.
simple.
Any possible
Apparently,
reason
elephants have holes in their skull, exposing their brain.
There you go.
Oh,
It's easy.
we found the crit spot, dude. That's where you crit.
You climb up the elephant, and then you see glowing spots on its head, and when it glows, you know that's the crit spot. So you just attack the fucking crit
This
spot.
this is
Holy
an
shit.
example of why creationism has to be true. Because why atheism has to be true. Because why the fuck would God put a fucking opening at the top of an elephant's head where you
Because
can
he wanted
access
to
its
watch
brain?
that Roman soldier like destroy that elephant in battle. He was like, "This is gonna happen at some point." Love it.
He made
Like,
it
you wanna see the-
specifically so that humans can get like epic ending final blows on elephants.
I'm glad all of our viewers are gonna know exactly what to do if they ever have to one-on-one fight.
Now you
an
guys
elephant.
know. Go for that. Go for the exposed region of the head where the brain is.
Yo, y'all just
wait,
converted
that's
me
true
to.
though, isn't it? Because at the top it's like a little. It is like the shape of a brain.
True, yeah.
Y'all converted me to
my-
Christianity just now. Motherfucker.
How do you get up there again is still the question though, because that's still a high place.
3 attacks and it gets tired. It's so simple.
You offered a massage. Hey, look a little.
No, it's with a peanut. Don't elephants like peanuts? You walk up to it with a peanut, and you just offer it a peanut. Then you fucking Shadow of the Colossus that bitch. Climb up its fucking back, stab it in the skull. There you go.
The animal I'd be most comfortable, I think, they're like the animal that most people wouldn't want to fight, but I feel like I could adequately take on, in a fight, would honestly be like some kind of like other primate, like like chimpanzees are apparently super fucking
Those
bad.
things
I
are
think I
strong
could
as
do it.
fuck,
No.
dude.
I think I could do it.
Okay, hold on. You literally have no idea what you're talking about. Chimpanzees literally rip people's fucking faces off.
I know. I understand. I don't look. I know.
That's metal, dude.
Confident. I have the ability.
No. Okay. You
I
know
was
what?
gonna
Whatever.
say a dog, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I thought you were gonna say something like a dog. Like I feel like you could fight a dog. Like dogs, they can kill you, but like I feel like you can get some technique to fight a dog. But like a primate, like those guys,
absolutely.
Rem's
they,
like,
like,
I'm pretty sure I could punch a poodle.
Yeah, it depends on the dog.
You can reason in a sense with a chimpanzee, okay? Like
No.
yeah, absolutely.
Are you gonna debate the chimp?
Banana. I think they'll get it. I think they'll be like,
No, if the chimp is like fucking.
and then they kind of get the banana, and you fucking like.
If the chimp is enraged,
Bam,
there's no banana that you can give it to fucking make it calm down. If the chimp is enraged, you're fucked. Literally,
You're
like
dead.
that's just the end.
Yeah.
You're
I
dead.
don't
It's
know,
like a
but
child when they're
they're like
already
us, right? And if I'm
tantruming.
enraged, like I'll be like super fucking. But if someone shows me a cake, I'm willing to eat the cake.
Wait,
even if
aren't
I'm
you the philosopher? Aren't you the philosopher? Is your whole philosophy monkey see banana, monkey go ooh me likey banana?
Okay, here's the thing you want to go for, right? A smaller large cat. So not like a tiger or a lion, but like a puma or a cheetah or a lynx or
like a
something.
tabby cat.
They haven't got enough jaw strength to like rip through like bone and shit or like rip your arm off. So what you do is you do what this dude did in fucking Africa, okay? He got jumped by a fucking cheetah and he dropped his machete and rammed his fucking arm down its throat and choked it to death. through that.
What?
78-year-old dude. It's
'Cause all of
like,
us
it's
carry
fucking
the shit.
batshit. It's an amazing article. I love.
Wait, that's what I'll do with the chimp.
Damn.
No, chimps are like all fucking muscle. They're like they're all muscle. They will rip your face off.
Well,
They
okay,
do
no.
that.
Like, let's say, you know, it grabs my arm, like, and it like bites my hand, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, and I shove my arm all the way down. It can bite my arm off, maybe, but now it's choking on my arm that has now been decapitated from my torso.
Rim, how many days a week do
Hey,
you work
lose
out?
an
I'm just
arm?
curious.
The ultimate anime sacrifice, dude. Your arm.
I mean, I still win, don't I?
How many days a week
That's some
do you work
Hiei
out?
level shit. Like,
There's
fucking-
Rem bleeding on the floor, just like, I won, right, though? Like, I'm bleeding out, but sure, I've won, right?
No, it's literally Rem like grabbing your collar, like screaming at you, "Did I win?" Like, and you have to tell him yes or no right before he dies.
Yeah.
You're still fucking.
Because I bled to death.
Yes.
Okay, what about a
Everybody-
gorilla?
Wait, the big cat shit.
Not a gorilla? Are you joking?
No. Wait.
A gorilla could kill you with one arm. Literally.
An amputated gorilla could probably.
Okay, Rim,
Okay, you gotta be fucking with me, dude.
There's actually good shit here. So, like, animals like gorillas, they have been seen in the wild literally losing limbs, and they don't give a fuck because they don't understand the concept of, like, their arm is gone forever, right? So gorillas have been, like, seen losing an arm in a fucking fight, and they just go, I don't give a fuck, and they keep going, and they keep attacking, and they don't give a shit.
That's exactly what I do. Yeah, I lost both legs. Well, let's fucking go. Come on. What
So
do
you have the Holy Grail Black Knight strategy.
Absolutely.
Just lose all your limbs and keep going. I love it. I love it.
That's how you beat the gorilla. You gotta fucking or banana. Same strategy. Come on.
That's literally the only way. All you can do is just go banana and hope that he takes it. Because if not, then you're just fucking dead.
Yeah.
I think
Honestly,
they take the
I
banana
think that
and
it
then
would-
they kill you.
But seriously though, I actually think giving it food would be probably the most reasonable response for a creature
Absolutely.
like a primate relative to like other creatures, because of how intelligent they are. I think they might go, "Oh, you're giving me food. You're a good source of food. I'm going to keep you alive, so you keep giving me food."
But
Like I feel like they would think that, you know, because they're at least semi-intelligent.
And then,
Right?
while they've got you as your little friend, you teach them Kantian values.
Exactly.
Think ahead.
There you go.
And then we have domesticated gorillas that are smart. Hey, let's go. Hey.
Alternatively, though, like these animals are so smart too that like there are like certain types of chimps that literally have like intertribal warfare, and that they have researchers that go out and they can tell you where each like tribe of chimps their territory is. So they could also literally say you have a banana, and they could fucking trick you.
I
And
just
they could
fucking
say,
imagining like
"Oh,
Mad Max chimpanzees. Like,
you're not far off. You're not that far off. Like, not necessarily exactly like that, but these chimps will literally tear other chimps limb from limb for being in their territory. So, like, I could see them see you with a banana, and they'll be like, "I'm a good little chimp," and they take the banana. They're like, "All right, thanks for the banana. I'm gonna fucking rip your face off now, bro." So,
You guys see those videos of like people interacting with like gorillas and shit, and just like standing their ground, and they just don't do anything? It's like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just stand there your ground, and this fucking ape just doesn't even attack you. It's like running at you, but it doesn't hit you. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
I think I could be like a lion too.
Okay, dude.
But not with the
like,
banana.
What are we doing here, man?
I feel like with the lion, like let's say they're really hungry, right? Like, what if you try to like blend in and be like, yeah, I'm hungry too. Let's go find some food, right?
Just don't convert to Christianity.
Just establish a social contract with that lion.
Exactly. They'll
get that shit in writing.
Yeah, like they'll or it's like it would be like let's say I stumble in on like, you know, a chimpanzee tribal warfare. What's the thing you do, right? You just pretend you're in one of the tribes, right? And you like buddy up with some monkeys and you go kick some ass. Same thing with the lion. You pretend like, oh, hey, Jim, let's go get some food, right? Like it's just the normal.
This is literally just Tarzan meets the Lion King.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think that the lions would try to eat Tarzan? No, they'd see like, yo, what's up, Tarzan? Like they give him mad respect. Are you kidding me?
It's even easier with lions. Lions can smell Christianity. So all you have to do is deconvert from Christian. Have y'all read the Bible? You know how many times lions fucking eat Christians? So all you have to do is deconvert, and then you're fucking good.
Renounce Christianity.
Renounce Jesus. Denounce his divinity, and you won't get eaten by a lion. It's easy.
It's like
I dare
Jehovah's
you.
Witnesses, but just lions going door to door just to check to see who's Christian.
Lions are converting people to Christianity just so they can eat them on the spot right as they convert.
Do we have any other animal-related topics? These are good. I like
Any
this. This is cute.
animal-related topics? Let me see if I can find something, or if chat can pose us a good one.
Oh, this isn't really a topic, but hey, everybody out there, y'all should adopt pit bulls. Y'all should go to your local shelter and adopt a dog. And if it's a pit bull, maybe adopt a pit bull, because pit bulls are adopted at lower rates than other dogs, and they're killed at a higher rate than other dogs. But pit bulls are just as nice as other dogs. So that's my soapbox. Y'all have a good day.
But is it the thing that you should be
Throw the
breeding
pit
them?
bull at children over and over again just to see if it goes for them. Just
Gushin, I'm assuming that you're memeing, but if you're not memeing, I would actually love to get into this. But I'm assuming you're memeing.
A lot of studies I've found seem to suggest that pit bulls do have a slightly higher rate of chasing down small things generally, because it's what they were trained to do as a thing. But like with a lot of dogs, with a decent home and shit, they normally don't have any real issues with that kind of thing.
All right, I take a little bit of issue with that, but as long as you're willing to say that, then I actually don't take too
What do you
much
mean
issue with
chasing
it.
like down small things?
So a lot of dogs have like a lot of like especially like specifically trained dogs and that kind of thing. So a good example would be like
No, but how small?
So like well children size generally. Children size, rabbit size, going up to like like a smallish like mammal of some kind.
Like how tall?
I don't know, like 2, 3 foot. I don't know. Like, have to, like
I don't know.
3 feet would
why
be
are
big.
you leaving? Why are you leaving a baby on the ground where a fucking pit bull can chase after it? That's what I'd ask, huh?
Well, normally it's not a problem. But it's like in like
Yeah,
certain,
dumb
like,
baby. Just get out of the fucking way, dumbass.
Wait, so the problem, one of the big problems here is that like a pit bull isn't a breed, right? A pit bull is a general description.
That's how you teach
Sure,
them
there
to
are
walk.
multiple pit bull breeds. I think that's the kind of thing. Right?
No, but there are
You
actual
better run.
pit breeds, but there are, especially, I don't know what it's like in New Zealand, but in America at least, any dog that fits a certain description, they just label it a pit bull and they put it into the into like the system, right? So if there is a stray dog that looks like a pit bull, they'll just call it a pit bull. Therefore, any bite that happens from a stray dog, if it's not from something that's like easily classifiable, like a Rottweiler, like a German Shepherd, right? They will just call it a pit bull and they'll say that that was an attack by a pit bull. So the stats are artificially inflated. If you actually like control for this shit, dogs like Rottweiler, I specifically said Rottweilers and German Shepherds on purpose because those dogs have a much higher rate of like bites than any other dogs. Like if you take, I mean, you can't just take pit bull out of it, but if you talk about dogs that you can actually like nail down their breed other than just like a pit bull that has like a square head, yeah, it's one of those things that like pit bulls are vastly overrepresented in like the stray dog population. Therefore, you're like way more likely to get bit by like a stray dog than like a trained dog, right? But again, if you control for like all variables, I think like Rottweilers, Chihuahuas, German Shepherds, there's like a whole bunch of other dogs that are like quote unquote more aggressive than pit bulls.
You know, a pit bull did literally bite me when I was a kid.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
no, that happens for sure. And pit bulls are also generally like relatively big dogs. So when a pit bull bites you, like I said, Chihuahuas are more aggressive than pit bulls, and that's true. But if a Chihuahua bites you, like you have a couple like needle point bites and you're good, right? But if a pit bull bites you, you'll probably have a lot more damage, which is one of the issues with pit bull. That's like one of the scary things where people say like, oh, it's only a matter of time till they attack your kid, but it's not. Pit bulls have been seen as nanny dogs forever. Like, I just like pit bulls. I don't know. I like pit bulls.
I was gonna say, how the hell do you know of this?
I have a pit bull, and where I'm from, most people are cool with pit bulls, but there is like a small community of people that are like very anti-pit bull. Not just like you shouldn't get a pit bull, but they like want to actively euthanize pit bulls and like get them out of circulation, whatever you want to say. And I think that's really stupid.
Well,
and
I always
reactionary.
thought
Eugenics.
aren't pit bulls the one with the like, you know?
Yeah, but that's the thing is that like there's no like
No, but isn't one of the reasons why people are against it and breeding them is because like they have trouble breathing?
That's a pug,
no,
I think.
those are no. There's a lot. There's English bulldogs. There's pugs. There are certain types-
okay. I'm not sure.
It wouldn't surprise me if there are certain types of pit bulls that have been specifically bred to have characteristics like that do have issues, but in general, pit bulls aren't necessarily bred, right? Like that's why there's a huge stray pit bull population, because there's just a whole bunch of dogs fucking each other. And what do you know? If you call any dog with a square head a pit bull, surprisingly enough, you find a bunch of pit bulls in the fucking wild, right? So, yeah, not necessarily, but kind of.
Well, I don't know. How do you know someone's not out there like making all the pit bulls fuck like hardcore and then releasing them out into the wild?
Because that makes no sense in the system we have called capitalism.
True.
I don't know. I mean, I guess that could happen, but like,
no, it's definitely not happening. But...
Yeah, I was like, you could.
How can you prove that though?
Yeah, exactly. If you can't prove a negative, then ooh.
I really like dogs and most pets, but like I don't know. Is having pets like vegan? Is that like ethical? Like, I don't know.
I've thought
I don't
about
think
that
so.
as well.
Yes. Because have you seen like what
it's
life
just
is
as
like
fine
on the
as
streets?
having a tiny little human slave. You know, it's all fine.
Yeah, that's all in good fun.
Just for my pleasure too, you know. Yeah.
I've
Yes,
wrestled with such a question, honestly. Yeah.
Well, I think it's there's no way, because you're giving this animal potentially a better life than it could ever have. At least I know in the case of my dog, it was literally either adopt this dog or it will be euthanized. So what is more quote unquote vegan than like keeping an animal alive? I know you're like keeping it as property.
The issue with that argument is that
poverty as pets, if it keeps them out of like a worse life.
Wait, I want to hear both of what y'all are
reinforcing
saying.
the industry, right? By doing this, I don't believe this, but the argument is you're reinforcing like that type of industry, which then
breeders
fuels,
and stuff like
or
that.
yeah,
Wait, no,
exactly.
I didn't get it from a breeder. I got my dog from.
No, I understand, but just by having a pet, because
I'm against breeders.
Well, no, I'd say period. In an ideal world, like let's say that like we want to give them moral status, then no one should have pets, period, and that they should be able to live in the wild, free, yada yada yada. And so the argument is that, well, of course, some pets are going to suffer right now, but in the long run, the overall well-being of the dog population will increase. But I don't think it works for many reasons.
I could make the opposite argument to that, because I think the overall dog population is probably doing better whenever they live in like a.
No, I agree. If we were to release a bunch of breeds now, because they have been domesticated, they would fucking die.
Dogs literally, like by definition, are domesticated. Dogs are domesticated wolves. Like dogs by definition are domesticated. Like,
well, is it immoral to domesticate animals then?
Maybe not, because wolves, like in a way, chose to be domesticated, right? Like the whole point is that I don't. Okay, like obviously they weren't like
chose, but it's weird to say they chose. Like we can't ascribe them.
That's
like
we wrote down a contract and they signed it, and they were like, yes, I agree to this. Yes.
No, there actually was
philosophers.
There was a study that shows like wolves are actually like naturally like workable with humans, leading that it might have actually been an inherent trait and not one that we actually had to breed to make them like.
This is okay.
Work with us.
I study evolution a lot just because I like it and it interests me. Dogs are literally like, okay, so this is our general working idea, right? Is that basically humans and wolves tended to kind of work together in certain weird ways, and that like wolves might hunt down, or humans might hunt down an animal, and then they would leave some of the carcass left for wolves, and then the wolves would scavenge it, blah blah blah. Over time, the most docile of wolves would start getting closer and closer to human settlements, and the human settlements would eventually get closer and closer to the wolves and be like, hey, yo, we have this thing going here, until eventually they became like domesticated. And as wolves became domesticated, like you can literally go read books on this, like as animals become domesticated, like their physical appearance can change. So just as we continued domesticating wolves and working with these most like docile of wolves, they eventually started looking like dogs over like thousands and thousands of generations of breeding. And so, again, that's why I say dogs by definition are domesticated. It's because like all dogs are, if you want to like really reduce this into like reductio ad absurdum, basically, dogs are domesticated wolves. That's pretty much all they are. So I don't know if that made any sense whatsoever.
No, it made complete sense.
There's like a thing.
I feel like I'm in like my bio class.
Oh, I love this shit. It's so interesting. I find this shit so fucking interesting.
Yeah, I think Russia right now there's like a high demand for like domesticated foxes. So there's a group that's they're trying to actually like breed foxes, and a lot of them are starting to develop like physical characteristics because they're only breeding like certain ones that are getting bred over and over again.
Yes, a lot of them are starting to. So I don't know exactly what you're reading. This is from a book called The Greatest Show on Earth by Richard Dawkins that I read. But they talk about how they have tried to domesticate foxes for just for characteristics, not physical, but like what am I, dude? I'm
Social?
drunk. I can't think of it. Yeah,
God,
social characteristics.
I
Like,
hate Richard Dawkins so much.
Well, okay, Richard Dawkins has problems, but when it comes to his like
no
knowledge of
idea.
evolution,
I know that. Yeah.
yes, he knows what he's talking about. So it's like Jordan Peterson is a fucking idiot, but when he talks about psychology, he probably knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's a clinical psych. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, like when you breed foxes for things like domesticity, is that the right word? Then yeah, they actually start to develop physical traits that look like cats. They start to develop rounded ears.
Domesticfulness.
Domesticfulness.
All right.
We'll use domesticfulness.
No, domesticfulness.
Wait, he's messing with us again.
Of course I am.
I'm naive. You can't do this to me.
You believe?
I do.
Well, long story short, if you breed foxes like purely only choosing for like social characteristics, it will change their physical appearance. They'll get rounded ears like cats. Their tails will start looking more cat-like. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really interesting how they like test if they're like social or not. They'll pretty much like put them in a cage with humans, and most foxes, like wild animals, will just try to like stay away because they can't like eat us. But the ones that'll actually like
that's how I treat most of my food too.
the ones that will actually like come up and like sniff us and eye us for a bit, like they may not like directly interact, but those are the ones they choose to breed. It's a very like slow pace.
Mm-hmm. And it changes the appearance of the foxes. Like they're I don't know. Evolution's fucking crazy. It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and evolution's real. We all agree, right?
Well, hell no, brother. I got my Bible by my.
I mean, unironically, I am what is called a scientific anti. So.
Wait, you cut out anti-realist?
Scientific anti-realist.
Can you boil that down to like one sentence? What that means?
I believe that. It's less so maybe with evolutionary biology, but I believe that the entities that are posited by scientists can't really be said to exist, or at least can't be said to exist any more than anything else.
Okay.
But
what do you mean by entities in this case?
Like stuff like DNA, for example. Well, that's very extreme.
We can actually like take pictures of DNA.
That's why I'm not going to go that. I mean, there are some people that say like, as soon as you alter if you are viewing something through a lens, like you could see why the argument's ridiculous, right? Because I'm wearing glasses. So,
so literally everything you see is through a lens.
Right. So no, but I would say something like protons or subatomic particles can't be said to. I mean, it's not that we can't say that they exist, but that they are just as likely to exist as something else, right? So, like for example, when I rub my pant leg and then I touch like maybe like a metal, or I rub my blanket or something and I see sparks, right? That's the phenomena that we see, right? And then we posit electrons as being the cause of that spark, but we can never actually know that it's an electron. We can never see an electron. We don't know that it necessarily has the properties that it does. It could just as easily be like little gremlins that are like snapping their fingers or something, right?
You say never.
Come on to the same categorization as like scientific objectivity, where it's like objectivity that most scientists, a large amount of scientists agree on as being the case as far as like what works within the theories that they have, kind of thing.
Well, so I think what needs to get. I think that scientists need to realize that what they're doing, they're not really explaining the universe in a certain sense. They're trying to map a predictive model around the phenomena that we've observed so that we can then go and interfere in the world, create new technologies, and so forth. So like evolutionary biology, I don't really know. I think that'd be different though, because I think biology in a sense can be said to exist because we can actually see the actual organisms. But like in theoretical physics, for example, I don't think the Higgs boson exists, or at least I don't think we can say that it exists.
But I mean, sorry to cut you off, but your description is kind of like saying that like scientists, you basically just like okay, I said basically twice. Anyways, I'm sorry. You basically just said that like scientists can't. You basically describe science though is like saying that like they're creating predictive models. That's basically what science is, right? Like
It is, but scientists also want to say that they're discovering the true nature of the world and finding out the true entities that make up the material that is around us. I mean, it's a huge. You might not find that, and great, I agree with you. But a lot of scientists believe that is what they're doing.
Are you saying that these things are only as true as far as like we can perceive them to be true? Like
No, as far as they allow us to make predictions about phenomena in the universe. So they are explanatory, like the term. It's a guy called Bas van Frosten, who I actually will have the pleasure of meeting soon. It's this philosophy called constructive empiricism. It's the most famous notion of scientific anti-realism. And basically, all of these theories that we posit, what matters is that they are empirically adequate. They are capable of describing the phenomena that we want. And so we can ascribe electrons as doing it, things that behave in a cloud-like fashion, yada, yada, yada. But we could also just call them little gremlins, right? And ultimately, it's not going to change anything in our theories, except just the underlying ontology, the things that exist underneath the theories.
So why does this matter if we have a model that can describe something like an electron, right? And if we have a model that can predict like how an electron will work and how it will affect our daily lives, like what matters if like the electron is like technically named Steve, as like long as we name it an electron, right? Like as long as we're able to, I just don't understand why that matters.
Well, because it's not just that, but it's also we ascribe properties to the electron, right? Like we've devised this model of charge, we've devised this model of spin. So these are all properties that we're assigning, but we could come up with a completely different model that doesn't invoke any of those properties, and the relationship between all these entities are going to be different, but the model will be just as successful in describing the phenomena that we're observing and is just as predictable.
So that still has to do with like our observation and like our interpretation of what's happening, right? But as long as our models of what is happening are consistent, then I guess I just don't understand why it matters, like how it's described. This to me almost seems like we use base 10, but other cultures in the universe might use like base 16, right? But as long as the math
That's a great way to think
like
about
why
it.
does it matter?
I agree. So, and I absolutely agree with that. But if that is the case, then we have to sacrifice saying, there are actual electrons in the world. We can't say that. We cannot say that there's a thing called an electron.
Philosophy is stupid. I hate it.
Yeah. Well, but the reason it's very relevant is it comes up, like, for example, in gender studies and whatnot, for a lot of these dopes trying to equate well, sex is just sex is it's absolute fact, and gender is a social construct and finds a social construct, but sex is sex. You can never not be your sex, right? And then you just say, well, look motherfucker, we can devise another model of sex. Sex is socially determined. Our scientific theories are, in a sense, socially determined. All that matters is that they're going to be predictive. And by admitting that sex is a social construct, that doesn't change the predictive utility, right? So people do actually appeal to science for things other than predictivity, which is what we have to, that's one of the things I want to push against.
You just fucked my whole worldview. God damn.
It fucked my worldview too. It's a very interesting topic. I mean, so I don't subscribe to that specific version of scientific anti-realism because it brings with it, like, the best objection I know to it is, like, so basically, like for the electrons, for example, we can take a picture of an electron, right, by looking through an electron microscope. And so it's a little bit cheaty, right, because we're using the very entity that we're trying to posit in our proof that this entity exists, so it doesn't really work.
But I mean, it still confirms our like theories about it, right?
Yeah, to a certain extent. And then, but then I would say, well, I can use my eyes and see that this table exists, but it's because I'm not using any scientific instruments. Well, the argument is, well, what if you're born like with fucking electron microscopes taped to your eyeballs, right? Like, can we now absolutely say that electrons exist or something, right? Which is I like the objection because I just like to imagine a fucking baby coming out with massive fucking microscopes coming out of their eyes. So, yeah. Someone said in my chat, it's like solipsism. No, it's not solipsism. It's holding back certainty about how the world is like in a very specific domain. That's all. Within
an empirical type of standpoint.
Wait, what was their name? Was it Archmage?
Archmage?
Yeah, was that the person who made the comments name? Because somebody made the comment at the same time.
Oh no, someone
wait,
PM'd me on my server.
Oh shit! Somebody put up that comment inside of my Twitch chat the moment you read it. So I was like, wait, is it the same person? We got fucking schemers. These schemers.
Archmage did nothing wrong, bro.
Yeah, I thought that was it.
But I mean, so when I say I'm a scientific anti-realist, like everyone's like, excuse me, right? Because they think, wow, do you like believe in a flat Earth and stuff? It's unfortunate that these names have the names that they do, right?
I mean, anti-realist does sound bad. Just
Exactly.
Like
It means, but I think, for example, I think most people should be studying sciences because the utility of doing that, and it'll just make the world an overall better place.
Oh, for sure.
And obviously, we have to trust the consensus of scientists.
But what if they don't know the electron isn't named Steve?
Yep, very.
Well, that probably depends on what their field is.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, we just my argument is we have to set a line at what science can say and what it can't say, and we have to clearly delineate what the role of science can be, and not allow it to overstep its bounds necessarily.
Do you think that's possible to like set a hard line for like what science can and can't claim?
Well, yeah. I mean, science. Yeah, I mean, I set the line by saying it's a predictive tool. That's ultimately.
You don't think there's any way that science can go beyond that?
Not without changing. Not without
changing
like completely redefining. Yeah. But I mean, over time, I mean, the field could change, and like math, for example, could be absorbed into science or something, right? But as it stands right now, the way that scientists currently operate in the natural sciences, with their investigative tools, it's I have the same spiel about like people who call stuff pseudoscience and stuff, right? I ask them, well, what do you fucking mean by pseudoscience? And they have no fucking idea what to say.
Wouldn't pseudoscience just be like it has no predictive ability though? Because that's like half the whole point of like a scientific like.
Well,
theory.
but Higgs boson doesn't have predictive ability.
Wait, I thought the whole point was that they actually predicted.
Mass.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. But then also, do you mean successful predictive ability?
Well, because like the Higgs boson is like the result of a prediction, right?
Wait,
the Higgs boson itself wouldn't have a predictive ability.
Well, then what about something is okay? So we then have a very, very broad notion of what it means to be science. But the issue becomes, how does it have to be actual success? Like, okay, so this is the issue is, how do I explain this? You want to draw a distinction between true science and false science, and pseudoscience and science, because though there might be things like, for example, the like Newtonian mechanics, right? We don't want to call that pseudoscience, but it is false science because we know that it is factually incorrect based on experiments done by Einstein, right? But that's still science in its enterprise. It's just false science. So if predictivity and the ability to predict things is what we're concerned about, and it being successful at predicting things, I mean, I don't think that criterion works, because there are things we want to say are science, even if they aren't necessarily predictive.
Yeah, well, much like light is both a particle and a wave, science is both like a method, and it's like in application it's a predictive model, but like when you're trying to figure things out, it's a method at the same time. So like I guess we're really just talking about like how we define a certain word as opposed to like the actual applicability of like the scientific method and like the predictive model.
Well, the issue is really, what is the scientific method in the first place? What is the way that scientists...
I can Google it.
Yeah, but I'm sure that you'll have very vague terms like hypothesis and an experiment. Like what is how much is need? Here's a good example. If we want to say that we want to figure out the failure rate of a certain product, like let's say a belt, and I hypothesize that the failure rate is 5%. Okay, so then I take 200 belts, I test them, and the failure rate is 20%. Well, I'll say that my hypothesis is falsified based on that sample, right? But then let's say we have a vaccine and we want to figure out its failure rate. Well, 200 tests are not going to be enough to determine the efficacy of a vaccine. It needs to be applied at a far greater sample to be deemed acceptable.
do you know, like, I'm actually curious because I know, like, when it comes to things like polling, like, you don't need a huge sample size. So I'm wondering with something like a vaccine, does it really need to be that much bigger than like exponentially bigger than a couple hundred?
I'm pretty sure it does, right?
I'm trying to draw attention to the fact that
surprise me.
the way that we determine when a scientific hypothesis is confirmed or not is very much relative to a certain type of individual, and it's going to vary field by field, project by project. So the scientific method is not something that can be said to be, like, it's completely contrived by humanity at the end of the day.
Yeah. So it's like the idea of like, how many times do I run this test? Like, for instance, on the vaccine test, what is enough for statistical significance? Do I do it 100 times? Do I do it 10,000 times? Do I do it 10 million times? Do I do it 10 billion times? How many times do you do it and why? Right. And that really comes down to like the accuracy that you think is required of the level, and that's arbitrary.
Right. Well, it'll be based in utility. It'll be based on a value judgment that you make. Yeah. And that's an issue for scientists, because scientists believe, or a lot of, not as much anymore, but this is only because of publishing in the philosophy of science. But there was for decades upon decades upon decades a view, a value-free ideal of science, where science, not concerned about anything about what should be the case at all. No values come into play. It's all about how the world is like. But philosophers of science then sort of realize that, well, science does not operate that way. On a day-to-day basis, scientists are employing their values in determining when a theory is confirmed, what amount of testing is required for a certain type of experiment. One of the most famous examples of a criterion for pseudoscience is falsifiability, which is if a scientific hypothesis can't be falsified, then it's not science, right? So that's how you get rid of something like astrology, right? You just say,
even like theoretically, false.
Exactly.
Yeah, it needs to be retestable.
Because if you can't falsify it, but like you have a scenario in which it could be falsified, then you're still good to go.
Yes. But so like something like, the theory of evolution, I mean, there are cases that would go so far against the current empirical theories of evolutionary biology that we would deem evolutionary biology bunk. Or, the Higgs boson. We ran the test of determining whether the Higgs boson exists. If we got a line, because it's all statistical modeling, if the statistical model didn't show the bump that was required to call this a Higgs boson, this irregularity, then we would say that the Higgs boson doesn't exist because it's falsified our hypothesis. There was no bump where we expected there to be a bump. Or even better, we would falsify the theory of gravity if all of a sudden, my fucking book started to float up into the air. But
So I'm sorry to interrupt. Isn't that what's like great about the scientific model though, is that they don't ever really make truth claims. They just make like degrees of certainty claims. Like when they say something is a theory, like it's effectively true, but that doesn't mean that they're saying it is true. And the moment that it's falsified, the moment that it's falsified though, they will completely remove like germ theory, right? Like we call it germ theory because we use it as a predictive model and because we know how it works. But the moment that like there's something out there that falsifies germ theory, then we say, okay, bam, germ theory is falsified. We need to find a better theory that explains this stuff.
I mean, so it's because I tell you this was a good model, and it was a good model until everyone completely fucking abandoned it because of a lot
everything was going great until everyone died.
Yeah, I mean, there are still what are called because this was Karl Popper's notion, and there are still some neo-Popperians. So I don't want to suggest that absolutely no one adheres to it, but there was basically a discovery, not a discovery, but an argument made by William Van Orman Quine. It came to be known as the Quine-Duhem thesis, which basically says, like, let's say, for example, that I'm running a test where, or here's a good example. In what year was Uranus discovered? Does anyone remember?
Did you have to say it like
that? Are you kidding me?
Oh, Uranus.
Wait, were we alive? Were we alive when that happened?
No, we weren't. We definitely were not alive.
Yeah, wait, what?
I have.
I'm sorry. You said
1781.
the way you said. The way you said. Oh wait, really?
Yeah, Uranus was discovered March 13th, 1781.
Wow, it took a long fucking time. Holy shit. The way you said remember, I thought you meant like remember to the good old days. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, it was just last year. What are you talking about?
Yeah, just last year. Oh, my bad. Must have missed it.
I can find the specific.
I'm pretty sure Uranus has a ring too, or is it Neptune? No, do we already
Also,
Oh, yeah, here we go.
That like I'm not doing much here, so I'm probably just gonna go and work on a video.
Nice meeting you.
6 hours.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
stopping by.
it was
Good
good
seeing
hanging
you
out.
again, Gushin.
Take it easy,
Rev
Gushin, for sure.
and Ahrelevant ever want to fucking debate communism versus capitalism, they're more than
Oh,
welcome
yes.
to hit me up.
All right.
Yeah. Otherwise, catch you, man.
Yes, for sure. Thanks for coming, Gushin. Appreciate
You have a
it.
great one, Gushin.
Okay, I found it. So yeah, so there was a scientist called Bouvard who derived, or Robert Doe. What a fucking pretentious name, Robert Doe. Like, holy shit, Robert Doe Bouvard. He derived these astronomical tables that basically account for the orbiting of the various planets around the sun, and they found that Jupiter, for some fucking reason, was sorry. They found that Uranus was behaving. So not discovery Uranus. Uranus was behaving in such a way that didn't match the current model of Newtonian mechanics. And if we look at this by Popper's model, this should, in a sense, falsify the Newtonian model. We have an example of a phenomenon that goes against the current model in science. But instead, they didn't do that. They said, well, no, there must be something else wrong. So instead, they go out and they search and they realize, oh, actually, Neptune is causing this. There's some other planetary body that is adjusting Uranus's gravitational pull towards the sun. Why are you laughing at Uranus?
It's just, as far as I know, everyone calls it Uranus now. So it's like
Uranus. Sorry.
I don't ever hear that.
I've never heard Uranus in my entire life.
Everyone that I know calls it Uranus now. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, and I mean that's a big issue, because all of a sudden people are unwilling to reject the hypothesis that is under consideration, and instead are going to argue that a bunch of the other observational statements that are being considered is actually at fault. Like, instead of questioning the very phenomena that we're seeing, we're going to find some other reason to choose not to falsify the theory. And it's unclear exactly how we can ever engage truly in a scientific method where we aren't sure which part of our theory we should reject. Do we reject the hypothesis? Do we reject one of the other assumptions that we're using in forming the hypothesis? Do we reject? Do we reject? When they were doing tests at the Large Hadron Collider, there was tons of false positives. And it's not like they said, Higgs boson exists now. No, they're going to say, well, no, it's probably something in the wiring, which it was.
To me, this all just proves how the scientific method is so effective, because whenever there's false positives like this, sure, sometimes it might slip through the cracks, but for the most part, these scientists seem to be so great at what they do that they say, yo, just because we confirmed our biases, we can't just take this at face value. We have to actually look at this. Oh, what was this? Oh, it was a bad it was a bad outcome. All right, we have to run it again. So
but the reason you think that is because scientific textbooks only favor the winners. So you don't get a picture of scientific theories that were around for so long and persisted for so long and were never refuted, right? It's one of the...
I'm sorry, I feel like I keep cutting you off.
No.
It seems like that our model now, I don't feel like this is one of the... Okay, so I know that you're not doing this, but this is what I hear from creationists and also race realists all the time, is oh, well, it's literally the argument from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Science is a liar sometimes. It's the argument that we were wrong in the past, so why can't we be wrong now? And it's no, we understand that we could be wrong now. The thing is that the science
we
is
are
a
almost
predictive
certainly
model
wrong now.
Exactly. At least not as correct as we think we are. But the thing is that the method that we have as a predictive model is so accurate, and whenever it's not accurate, we don't call it a scientific theory, right? But whenever it's so accurate that we can literally use it at 100% rate, or we can actually use it to describe reality, then at least all we're saying when it's a fact, at least in the scientific model, is that it is we are so certain that it works in our current reality that we're okay with calling it a fact, even though it may not philosophically like be a fact. Like again, the electron might indeed
It's a
stand.
pragmatic
We don't know.
decision at the end of the
Yes,
day, which
yeah,
I agree with.
sure.
And I mean, it's when in philosophy classes, because I've taken a bunch of philosophy of science classes now, and whenever you are being taught Thomas Kuhn for the first time, or a lot of these other anti-realist.
I saw Ahrelevant's face.
Let's move past it, dude. Move past it. Let's move past it.
Leon, did you really get like? Okay,
No,
I was on the
okay.
same
One
page
of
as
the
you.
one of the persons on my like exam committee absolutely loved Thomas Kuhn, so I actually had to go back and read a little bit of his stuff just so I could like talk to him beforehand, because I knew I knew if I didn't throw that name out like as a reference, I was gonna get nail bombed.
Yeah, and he's one of my favorite philosophers, and but whenever you're taught him, at least my professors and professors that I know always preface by saying you can't misunderstand what he is saying here. What he's saying doesn't give credence to every possible scientific hypothesis. All that is being shown is that science has a bound, and that science cannot be done in isolation. It always has to be done with reference to human values at the end of the day. And that's science, as properly understood, has to take into account that the way that science operates and has always operated is largely an irrational, in a weak sense of the word, project, because social factors and cultural factors constantly affect the way that scientists both conduct their programs and also how they decide what theories to ascribe to. Like a great example, Kuhn has a book called The Copernican Churn. There used to be this Ptolemaic model that believed that the Earth was at the center of the universe and that the sun revolved around the Earth. And the Copernican model said, well, no, actually, the Earth revolves around the sun. But at the time that the Copernican model was largely adopted, it was not more predictive and it wasn't more accurate. All it was more aesthetically pleasing and more simple to use when making predictions. But it was just as predictive and it was just as accurate, because we didn't have the tools needed like telescopes, as the Ptolemaic model or as the Copernican model. So although they were correct in choosing that theory, as far as we know now, and it seems pretty certain that that's not going to change anytime soon, the factors that go into scientists' decisions are they are often very socially determined, very culturally determined. But admitting that doesn't mean that every scientific theory that anyone poses is correct. It just goes to show that science has to take into account the fact that sometimes what it's doing is not completely free of social influence and of social values.
Well, yeah, that's how we got phrenology. Like, science is very much so like influenced by, but I think at least in modern days, like there's no way to ever remove the social aspect from science because we are social creatures. It's impossible. But I think we at least try to do our best to remove the social aspects, or at least good.
I absolutely think that we need to minimize that, because although we have to recognize that everything is going to be tainted by values in some sort of sense, you should not misappropriate science for your values that will in turn sort of jeopardize the possibility of there being any sort of scientific consensus at the end of the day, right? Like race realists, right?
Racist, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Their theories are bunk empirically by every standard model of the scientific method. It doesn't match with fucking anything. Same with climate change deniers, right? It does not match.
It's anti-evolutionists.
Yeah, exactly. It's and I mean, the biggest issue I have with scientists are when they try to overstep their bound, right?
Like Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson.
Exactly, Sam Harris. And I mean, there's a doctrine in philosophy, and I won't try to pretend that no one holds the opposite view of me in philosophy, because there are naturalists in philosophy that come from Quine who basically think that everything in philosophy needs to be done in a scientific method. It's all it's all done in that certain way. And this naturalistic worldview, unfortunately, doesn't necessarily like there's an amazing. If you're interested in evolution, actually, I should send you this paper because it's absolutely fascinating. There's a paper by a philosopher, and it's all the rage now, called Alvin Plantinga, who is a theist.
Ew, gross.
But it doesn't come into play in the argumentation. It's an incredibly well argued and very respected paper that basically argues that science is best suited to a theistic worldview than towards a naturalist worldview, and that everything in science or everything in evolution is compatible with a theistic worldview at the end of the day, because God could have created could have created an evolutionary sound. I mean, that's why it's theistic, right? Because God isn't having intervention in the daily states of humans' affairs.
That was my last step to becoming an atheist when I was holding on to my religion, was that yes, evolution is true. I couldn't deny it anymore. But my idea was, well, God used evolution as his.
Right, but now you're no longer really religious because all you're acknowledging is the possibility of there being an infinite being, but you can't ascribe any sort of religious doctrine to him.
Well, it depends. Like at that point, I still believed in the Christian God, but yes, eventually that turned into, well, maybe it's not the Christian God. Maybe it's some sort of like being.
And I'll never have any sort of contact with it. I'll never know. Yeah. I don't know what he wants me to do.
Yeah. And then that turned into just like, well, I can't ever know, so I have no reason to believe. And then agnostic atheism.
Right, and that's basically what I am. So I don't really give a fuck if I don't give a fuck if you're a theist or atheist. Well, it depends if you're ascribing like moral doctrine that comes out of your fucking ass.
Or voting, voting right wing.
Yeah, exactly. When you are when you're like a hardcore religious dogmatist or something. But
fuck that.
I mean, yeah, it's a great paper that basically argues that evolution, properly understood, is best suited towards a theistic worldview rather than a naturalistic worldview where no God does exist. Because people do seem to forget that by saying, like scientists will say that, oh, I'm not doing any sort of philosophy when I posit that there is no God. I mean, you're wrong. You are positing that there is no God, and that is a project that has to be undertaken in metaphysics. You're going beyond the bounds of science when you are claiming that no God exists. And so you can't work within science to falsify, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say it, to falsify the Christian God. I cannot believe I just said that.
Did you say that this is the evolutionary argument against naturalism?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's exactly what I think that's what the paper's called.
I found the Wikipedia. I was looking for stuff. I found the Wikipedia page. So.
Yeah. Plenty. And I mean, there's lots of, like, I don't agree with the argument. Like, there's a lot of premises that are sort of assumed and not argued for very well. But it's a very, it's a compelling, piece of philosophy that, it's worth exploring. And it changes your perspective on the way that science is related to, questions of religion and whatnot. But I mean, I'm not religious or anything, so.
Would you say, in the way that you kind of said that science needs to know its bounds on what it can and cannot claim is truth or whatever? Would you say the same about philosophy, that it needs to know its bounds as well?
100%. Yeah. I mean, like science needs philosophy. Philosophy needs science. Absolutely. It's one of the a philosopher who I got to speak with. Like he's probably the most famous philosopher of science in the past century, a guy by the name of Ian Hacking. He's written like the standard textbook in the field, and it truly, like, have you heard of the name Wittgenstein?
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard the name.
So.
Very famous, like one of the most famous philosophers probably ever. Ian Hacking was the student of his student, and so when I went to go interview him, he had like a note on his wall signed by Wittgenstein, and I totally lost my shit at that. Yeah, but
that's cool.
Austrian philosopher is Ludwig Wittgenstein. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, Ludwig Wittgenstein.
Right. I'm literally just Wikipediaing everything you're saying because I'm like very introductory to philosophy, and I want to learn more.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, I guess.
Yeah.
And so Ian Hacking is what is called an entity realist, which basically says, well, look, if we can causally interact with the entities that we're describing, then we can say that they're real because there's some sort of like causal connection. Like when I like hit a billiard ball, there's an actual entity that we know is having an effect put on it. And in the same way, I can take an electron and fire it at something and have a causal effect in the world. So there's definitely an entity that exists right there. I mean, it's a very complicated argument, and I don't agree with it. But the point is that science and the way that scientists conduct their work has to be conducive, in a sense, with philosophy, because the very phenomena that philosophy is trying to explain is reliant upon the findings within science. And so if philosophy tries to impose a certain type of arbitrary standard of going about science, then I think it's ultimately an inconsistent type of behavior to do, because it's like, when you're trying to go to sleep and you're thinking like, oh, I really, really want to go to sleep, and you're trying to force it, and then you can't go to sleep at all. So if philosophy is really, really trying to search for the truth of the world, and it tries to impose itself within science without any familiarity with science and the backing of, scientific knowledge, then it's going to put its foot in the wrench and basically go counter to the aims of philosophy, which is to understand the world. They're going to basically halt scientific progress and try to impose a bunch of, not dogmatism, but a bunch of views upon scientists, which might ultimately be correct, but are going to conflict so much within the field that we lose all the pragmatic benefits that science ultimately gives us. So there has to be a sort of division between the two, but we have to recognize that they do ultimately need each other for each of their projects. That's what I would probably say on that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Say, one of the things I personally struggled with trying to figure stuff out, because coming from a science background, was the idea that someone like Robert Oppenheimer, who's in charge of the Manhattan Project, like Father of the nuclear bomb, but he was considered not equipped to talk about the ethics of dropping the bomb, despite the huge thing he had involved with it, right? Because that was more of an idea of philosophy, whereas he was a scientist.
Well, I mean, football players are great at hitting other football players in the head, but that doesn't mean that they're equipped to talk about the morals of hitting other football players in the head.
That's a pretty damn good analogy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good.
And so for example, I know Ahrelevant, you're an emotivist, but I think you would even agree with this, that even within an emotivist system, someone who studies ethics and the way that, ethical propositions relate to one another is going to be more equipped to determine what is going to be good for you within a certain person's, framework. For me, objectively, we should defer to the, the professional ethicist about it.
Well, yeah, some people like I said, some people literally do that that shit with veganism, right? Where they don't recognize what I did, right? For instance, I wouldn't eat a kid, but I'm willing to eat several or I'm not willing to eat a brain dead person, but I'm willing to eat an animal. Makes no fucking sense in many different ways. But some people just don't realize that shit.
Yeah, so one of the biggest tasks I think of ethical philosophers is to really examine different ethical doctrines and trying to highlight the inconsistencies that exist within those theories. And if they find those inconsistencies, you try to weed them out and apply it. And so for someone who doesn't have any ethical background, it's not to say that they're completely wrong in what they think is good. It's just that they're going to be less equipped to make a huge, obviously, fucking informed, to drop a bomb, for example, have any sort of input on that decision. But this is why I think that ethicists should be consulted more on. Well, it's not that they aren't. In Canada, we're very good at it, actually. We just passed active euthanasia in Canada, and that was done through a panel of bioethicists and.
What exactly is that?
Yeah, I was going to say, could you explain?
So euthanasia is the act of allowing a patient to die.
Yeah.
And passive euthanasia was allowed, where you basically you choose not to help the individual. So
Terry Schiavo.
Yeah, so if they need a certain pill or something, you just don't give it to them and you let them naturally pass. Active euthanasia would be giving them a shot to directly kill them.
I'm assuming they have
that
to
sounds way better.
request it. I'd make that assumption that they have to request that.
Not always. For example, if someone was hit in the head, put into a coma, it now gets deferred to their direct family members.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, but yeah, in most cases, it's always informed. But active euthanasia for a very long time was ruled simply, illegal because people view huge issue in bioethics and philosophy of action about doing versus allowing. And
so again, I'm sorry. I feel like I keep cutting off.
No, go ahead.
So does this have to do a lot with like how doctors interpret? I don't know what other countries use, but like in America, we use the Hippocratic Oath, right? Which like the very beginning is first do no harm. So is this how we like interpret the idea of doing no harm? Because the way we interpret it now is like we can't do euthanasia because euthanasia is inherently doing harm. Whereas if we interpret it in a different way to say that euthanasia is actually reducing the harm because maybe this person living every day is inherently doing harm. So by committing euthanasia, that's reducing harm. So I guess this is just like reinterpreting how we see like what is doing more and or less harm.
I mean, so you could either say that, or if you believe in like, these objective forms of morality, you'd say that we're actually getting closer to a proper analysis of what it meant in the first place. So we're getting closer to what it actually means to do good or to allow for proper well-being. I mean, one of my biggest issues actually in bioethics is something like the Hippocratic Oath, because within it the reality is, the way that I call it toolbox philosophy, right? You go to normative ethics, which is a study of what is good. You have all these theories. You have deontology, which respects autonomy. You go to virtue ethics, which says that you can't perform vices in extreme. So you have to behave in a way such that it's conducive to having a flourishing life. I mean, it's incredibly vague, so it's not really used in bioethics. But and then utilitarianism, which says you need to minimize the harm done to people, maximize well-being. And you basically take all of these principles from all these different ethical theories, which are not compatible with each other. They are not compatible, at least in the way that they are usually understood. You toss them in a toolbox, and you're presented with a medical case, like for example, active euthanasia, and you try and pick and choose which of these principles are going to match up with the case. And I mean, properly understood, every single time they do this, they are unjustified, really.
Yeah, and they would be contradicting, like,
right. But the alternative to that, right, is, well, we don't do anything.
Which could cause even more harm potentially, right? Like,
exactly. And under every ethical system, that is not good.
Yeah.
So you sort of bite the bullet and say, okay, we're not going to be right all the time. But because there is disagreement in ethics about what is going to be the good thing to do, and there's no way we can impose upon an entire country this correct form of ethics about autonomy or well-being, we can't make all doctors or all citizens, when voting for politicians or something, believe in utilitarianism. So we ultimately just have to go with sort of a synthesis of all of these theories, because we think at the end of the day it's going to be better than just going like off of the cuff. And I mean, it's a big issue with bioethics. It's one of my, it's called principlism, and it leaves like a really bad taste in my mouth just to think that that's the way that this thing is, because people are dying, we're having to choose who to save, and it's all being done in a completely logically contradictory way. There's no possible way that these decisions are being made.
Yeah, it seems like the goal so far, like the only thing that we've accomplished so far is like reducing the amount of blame that we can put on doctors, or like helping doctors' consciences, right? Like it seems like that's all we've really accomplished. So what I would also be curious about too is like in cases like capital punishment, right? Because somebody like me, I'm very much against capital punishment in like every single form. But at the same time, right now it's being carried out by other prisoners who have no medical training, and how a lot of times it's botched, right? Like these people who are going through capital punishment are suffering a lot more. But because of the Hippocratic Oath, doctors aren't allowed to implement capital punishment. But I guess you could make the argument that like the current system that we have is causing these people more harm. Therefore, in order to reduce the amount of harm that we're doing, it would be best to have a medical professional doing this. Or we could just abolish capital punishment, but whatever.
Yeah,
Baby
well,
steps,
I mean,
I guess.
one of the biggest, so there are certain, like, for example, like passive euthanasia, for example, is a case where there are cases of passive euthanasia where you don't have the toolbox problem, because every single principle is going to lead you to the same conclusion. So I think under any consistent plausible moral theory, the answer will be yes, you should allow the patient to die. You respect the patient's autonomy. So that's meaning something like the categorical imperative. You are respecting their well-being, because if they're in a state where they want to be passively euthanized, then they almost certainly are going to be living a life that is not going to be good. They're going to be experiencing pain. So you're meeting, the requirements of these ethical theories. But then a case like active euthanasia, you run into conflict, because if you are actively killing someone, well, see, no, even this is why I support active euthanasia, because if they have the autonomy to say, yes, I want you to kill me, who are you to say, that you shouldn't do this? But
and with passive euthanasia, I feel like you run into even more problems than you would in active euthanasia, because in passive euthanasia, you're still allowing a person to die. But I feel like if you're just allowing them to die of their disease, that probably causes a lot more harm than like just getting it over with, like putting them to sleep.
I see. Yeah, well, usually it's done in a way that, that's why there was a push for active euthanasia, is for that exact same reason. Yeah, but I mean, the issue is because the idea is you shouldn't kill someone, right? And this is you should never really kill someone, and so
generally agreed upon.
Generally.
And so if you believe in this universal rule, then even if someone wants you to kill them, the idea is, well, you shouldn't be able to do that. And that's why there was so much pushback against active euthanasia. And really, I think the best argument to be made is that there really is no real distinction to be made between allowing someone to die when you are capable of preventing them from dying and actually killing them.
I agree. Yeah, I actually totally agree.
There's this fantastic thought experiment with Jones in a bathtub, where Jones plans on entering his bathroom where his little brother is sitting in the bathtub, and he plans to drown him. And so in the first scenario, he goes in and he drowns his brother. And then the second scenario, he walks in, he's about to grab him to drown him, and he slips and falls. And he doesn't do anything. He just watches him drown. So in one case, he allowed him to die. And then in the other case, he actively drowned him. The question is allowing him to die really not as bad as drowning him?
There's a TV show or movie that I watched that they explicitly talk about this, and I wish I could remember what it was and what conclusion they came to.
House? Was it House or something?
No, it wasn't House, but it was probably something like that.
I mean, it's a tough question.
It feels like watching this happen would be just as bad as actually killing them, but then I could totally see a bunch of situations where that would it wouldn't play out the same. I don't.
Well, yeah, I think there are situations that allowing harm can be, especially if you add orders of separation to it. Like, for instance, what if I leave what if I leave the cage to my I have a dog. I leave the cage open for the dog. The dog somehow goes out of the dog door, runs all the way down the street, starves itself all of a sudden because it couldn't find its way home, and then eats a child. Am I responsible for that? All of those steps along the way. You know what I'm talking about?
So one of the reasons why the Jones scenario was set up the way it is because we want to find out if allowing or doing alone have any what is called a morally salient effect on the issue. So we isolate all the variables and purely want to determine, is there any real moral difference? And if the answer to the Jones is no, then all of a sudden, but you're right, because we want to say that, well, you shouldn't be held morally culpable for allowing this to happen. Well, then, but reaching this conclusion in the Jones case, where we say they're just as bad as each other, leads us to conclude in this dog case that it's not the allowing it to happen that mattered, right? Yeah. It was about proximity from it, and crucially, the intention behind it. Because if you intentionally left your dog's cage open, well, then suddenly you're a lot more morally culpable, I think, than otherwise. So
and I don't know. This gets into implications for instance, right, property existing in a capitalist society and things like that, or continuing to fund U.S. military. It's how how many steps also away from the issue do you need to be before you're morally culpable?
I mean,
because I think there are some
kids
people
die in Africa every day.
Exactly.
I feel like
And I'm
this
not
is a
donating
whole.
money to them actively and stuff like that. And
It goes to the moral demandingness of it's a huge issue, and that's a big issue with utilitarianism specifically. Is like utilitarianism is incredibly morally demanding.
Isn't the
it's
donating
fucking stupid at times, really, really dumb at times.
Well, that's why you modify the theory to like
Mhm.
have like clauses in there where you it's like the sleeping thing, right? If you try to go to sleep too much, you're not it's the same thing. If you try to do too much good, you're not going to be able to do good.
Yeah,
as much
exactly.
good as you could.
It's
So
a
it's
classic. Yeah.
That's like Watchmen. The whole
22.
story of Watchmen is they tried to do too much good, and so they did a whole bunch of bad.
I bought Watchmen the comic book, and I haven't. I need to read it.
I bought it for my dad and brother for Christmas because we watched the TV show, and the TV show is very, very good, and I recommend it to everyone. Yes, I loved it. I thought it was great. I was only like, I've never read the graphic novel, but I've seen the movie, and I'm familiar with the graphic novel. Yeah, the show's great. As long as you're like vaguely familiar and you know the general story of the movie or the graphic novel, yeah, no, I loved it personally. It's great. I recommend it to everyone.
Well, I will read it over the Christmas holidays then.
Oh, that sounds good. Check out the show too afterwards.
Yeah. But see, it's funny,
Yeah, sorry,
talking about all this.
sidetracked.
No, well, but Ahrelevant, it's funny, like talking about all this. I mean, you've understood what I'm saying in philosophy, like so far, right? Like I feel like I'm.
Well,
capable.
no, I mean, for sure, I understand what you're saying, and
I want to highlight though that these types of discussions are just so incredibly easier to have than questions like, what is the true nature of existence, and can we ever truly have knowledge of anything outside of us?
What does that question even mean? That question could be like, doesn't mean anything.
So it's easy to see how you can talk past each other so much when you get to such a high level, area.
Sure.
That just seems like opinion too.
I was, yeah, I was gonna say, you got something to say, Rem? But like, yeah, no, of course it happens. Like, for instance, I think in reference to like, I don't know, you've expressed complaints about me referring to myself as utilitarian, but allow me to break through this just for a moment. In reference to like me, what I'm concerning to be my utilitarian framework and what I consider, because I remember you had an earlier complaint about the problems with what well-being even is in reference to things like utilitarianism and things like that. I think we actually agree based on one of the ways that I heard you interpret things like objective morality of being an agreed upon standpoint to a degree. I know I'm gonna misinterpret what you said because I just for the simple lack of memory on my part. But like, for instance, like I ground that idea of well-being to an agreed upon standpoint in order to make it more not only pragmatic, but also more like viable to be able to have something that people can see, right? And I usually do this by appealing to a utopia, personally. So like when I refer to like utilitarianism, like what is good, it's in reference to this gets us closer to a utopia, right?
Right. The ultimate issue is like worrying about consensus, right? Is
Exactly.
a big, because I know you have the situation that I don't think it's a completely misguided intuition that consensus needs to be if someone is not capable of seeing that this is what like the truth of the matter is, if people are not capable of easily coming to appreciate what it means to be good at all, then what the fuck is the purpose of the definition?
Well, that is that stems from expressivism, right? Because if in expressivism, right, there's no way for me to say somebody's not morally right to do whatever the fuck they want.
We established, like, if you're trying to choose between the different theories of good, like whether it be expressivism or utility, I guess if you're expressivist, you can also be utilitarian. But like expressivism or a form of cognitivism or error theory, when you're trying to choose between these meta-ethical theories, you want to have a theory that is conducive to the fact that everyone should be able to arrive at the conception of the good and understand what it means. And so when
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, because you have that very pragmatic type of way of going about things. And I fundamentally disagree with that because I do not think that consensus really imparts any sort of value at the end of the day before we can establish that meta-ethical theory in the first
No,
place.
I get it. I think a great example of this is, for instance, you just I want like some people to think, like, at least deal with the idea that the Earth is flat or it wasn't necessarily made by God, and you want to get to an idea in your mind that is the Earth is not flat and was not made by God. In fact, it is round or oblate, spheroid, whatever the fuck, to be specific, and it was not made by God. You want to be more specific and not really have to worry about the pragmatism as far as like laymen go. And I mean, I've said this so much. I do concern myself with the pragmatic implications of what that is.
So okay, but like I think
Deal
we
with
could reach sort
laymen.
of a synthesis in this, maybe in the fact that we can still engage in like the purely theoretical, non-pragmatic task of arriving at certain philosophical positions, right? And then determine, based on what is the best way to get that across to people in a way that they will be able to understand it, be able to agree with it, right? But I don't think that necessarily entails
Yeah, I know. Getting rid of the accuracy of your methodology. And I completely agree with that. That's, in fact, one of the only reasons why I'm so interested in talking with you. It's because specifically I think that you're probably the best resource for me to be able to go about that.
Well,
and
thank
if
you.
I do go about that, then we're able to more accurately do that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes, our disagreement has come from a very deep-rooted disagreement of Mindwaves. This is like a couples therapy sort of thing going on right now.
It's pretty cute, yeah. I like it.
It's like it comes from a very deep-rooted methodological difference that we both have when we come to approaching philosophy. I mean, and that's one of the deepest issues. I mean, that's what divides philosophers and like puts them at each other's throats, are these methodological disagree. Like, you'll talk to a Hegelian, someone who just fucking loves Hegel, and they'll talk to someone who's in like hardcore analytic, because like Hegel writes super fucking flowery, like, ooh, the night sky, how the owl of Minerva soared. And, the fucking, logician who's like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, this isn't fucking philosophy. You're fucking writing me a poem, right? And these are two very, very stark methodological differences about how to even do philosophy in the first place. And I mean, I think if I want to go on and do my PhD and I ultimately want to write a thesis on philosophical methodology and finding sort of a neutral ground under which these different areas can discuss with one another, because I have Hegelian friends who I don't know what the fuck they are talking about. I have absolutely no fucking idea at all. Like, they talk about the unfolding of logic, of nature, and the dialectic and the motherfucking like science of logic, and I'm like, what are you saying? These are all this is meaningless garbage to me, right? Because I come from such a different standpoint. But I mean, I think at the very root of it, we're still talking about the same things.
Yeah.
It's just the method by which we talk about these things are so incredibly distinct from one another. And the attempt of good philosophy is going to be uncovering, all of underlying stuff.
I find that idea really interesting, especially I've been reading a book recently called A People's History of the United States, and he talks about in this book how the way that you were talking about, how like the way that different people talk and the way that helps them like interpret philosophy. He talks about, like, I've been reading a lot about like the Native Americans, and they say how even the Native Americans, like the way that they used language was very
yes. Oh no, okay. Okay. So this is something. Oh, wow, I love it.
Well, to make it clear what we're talking about,
Well, I've written an undergraduate thesis. Like, my area of specialty in philosophy is philosophy of language, and a very, very specific part of philosophy of language. It's a philosopher called Gottlob Frege. He basically founded like modern logic as we know it, but he had this principle in language called the context principle, which very simply states the meaning of a word can only be given in the context of its sentence. So words are only ever ascribed meaning depending on the sentence in which they're used. And through enough steps, you can basically arrive at the conclusion that the words in our language, we understand what they mean only depending on the language in which we use them. So for example, so there's something called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which basically says if you're from a completely different language family, a completely different linguistic entity, you are going to interpret the world in a completely different way. The world will literally be different for you in the way that you understand it than someone who, for example, speaks English.
Yeah, like we're very like straight and to the point, but they would say like the languages and like the Native American languages would be like they would describe things like they would say, "You have come in to us like a wolf goes to a lion," or like
exactly.
They would always say like I guess analogies like that in a way that we don't use.
It's like have you watched Star Trek at all?
I mean, it depends on which one you're talking about. Yes.
TNG.
A little bit. Is that the Picard one?
Yes.
Yeah,
There's an episode of it called Dharma, which is literally Picard. He's onto an alien planet, and their communicators stop working, and he's meeting with this ambassador of this civilization. But he keeps talking about like Dharma kat gelada, spread the ocean wide and stuff, right? Like just a bunch of fucking like statements of different events that have happened, and the whole project is him trying to understand what each of these events refer to in a way that they can then communicate with one another. And it clearly was
arms wide.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's a great Ask Historians friend, or ask. It was a great April Fool's thing. Yeah. Someone said in Ask Historians for April Fools, what happened at Shaka when the walls fell? Someone says Kira Bashi Zinda, his face black, his eyes were right in totally. But it's exactly what the Native Americans did. That's where they got their inspiration for the episode from.
That makes sense. Yeah, it was just crazy, like how Howard Zinn was like talking about like their differences and just like how they understood the world as compared to like the American, I don't know, with the imperialists. I don't know what you call them, people that were like, coming into their lands. Yeah, it was wild. And what you were talking about, the way that people like interpret philosophy, it just reminded me of that. That's
one of the things that I deeply regret is, I mean, it's not really something I can control, but they're like, I study Western philosophy. That's just the nature of the way that philosophy is currently structured in the academic setting. It's getting better over time. We are incorporating more non-Western ideas into the canon, but it's a very slow process because, the teachers have been taught the Western canon. And so the teachers are going to teach the students the Western canon. So it's about hiring people who are more familiar with the broader worldview. It's sort of a vicious cycle in a sense, but I don't have the time because of my studies to be reading, for example, Native American philosophy and, Eastern philosophy, Chinese philosophy, Middle Eastern philosophy.
Is there actually a lot of like Native American philosophy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wow,
I mean, and it's important that people learn it now because unfortunately that culture is dwindling out. A lot of very important ideas have been lost because of imperialism.
I feel like it would be, if it was a species, it would be they'd be like effectively extinct, like that culture.
Yeah,
like,
in a lot of places.
Die out. Like,
like
it's just a matter of time, which sucks.
I deeply care about like, I mean, I'm from Canada, and a lot of people think Canadians are, ooh, we're so friendly and whatnot. But I mean, we treated the native populace in Canada just horrendously. Like I think 40 years ago, we had residential schools, and we would strip children away from their parents, and it, just this awful, disgusting behavior. And it took us years and years and years to apologize for it. And people in Canada don't even know this. They have no idea. They have no idea what's going on. And I mean, we still treat them like shit in so many ways. And we need to respect their sovereignty. The Trudeau government continually tries to push their pipeline through native sacred land.
You call that subjugation, bro? We're from fucking America. We know how to subjugate our nation, all right? You want to talk about subjugation?
The most salient example of clear imperialism that has happened in the past 20 years was the which referendum was it? I believe it was the 1995 Quebec referendum, when Quebec voted whether or not to leave Canada or not and become its own country. Pardon?
They're still trying to do that too, right? Quebec?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
Parts
always
of Quebec,
there, but I don't think it'll gain any real movement.
Like nationalistic parties, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so they arranged this whole vote for all Quebec citizens to, vote whether they want to stay or not. and it ended up, it was like 50.1% voted no, 49.9% voted yes, and thank fucking God. But no one asked, the Cree people who live in the majority of Quebec as a landmass is native Cree territory, or native territory in general. Literally, basically all of the north is considered native territory, and no one fucking asked them if they wanted to leave Canada. So they conducted their own poll, and like 99.8% of the native Cree people said we want to stay in Canada. And one of the factors that the American government, because all these documents were eventually released, what they were worried about is, well, how can they leave Canada and bring the Cree people with them when the Cree people want to stay in Canada? What is Quebec going to look like? Because it can't keep its current shape. And what about those native people that are interspersed with the native Quebec, not native, the francophone Quebec populace? What the fuck are you going to do? You can't just kick them out of that territory. That's their native land. I mean, I don't fucking know what would have happened. I think that would have put the nail in the coffin of them being able to leave Canada, because I don't see any way that they can deal with that, especially when most of the natural resources are in Cree territory. So you basically leave Canada without the natural resources to really become a sovereign nation. But during this entire process, no one fucking thought about the native people. No one. And it was disgusting. And yeah, it's really fucking horrendous.
Unfortunately, too, like I feel like we hear a lot about that in the, I guess the Eurocentric world. And when I say that, I don't mean Europe necessarily, but like between Australia and like the North America, we hear about that a lot. But even in like Bolivia, now that Evo Morales has been like ousted, I've heard that like the native population's getting fucked over there.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So it's just like normal, it feels like, for like native populations to get fucked no matter where they go. And that seems pretty shitty, especially when you have like a lot of racists talking about how the founding stock needs to be the one who decides how a country works. And you're like, all right, well then how does the United States go? Founding stock just means either white people, or where that's like where white people came from, or white people wherever they conquered. So it's
I mean, people talk about black reparations. Well, what about native reparations? I mean, they committed literal genocide.
Oh yeah,
against these individuals, and
there's so many. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's just like I started to read books on it, and like it literally makes me feel physically ill thinking about how much suffering has been caused, and both the fact that people don't know about it and that people just don't care about it. And yeah, it's one of the things that pisses me off the most. Yeah,
it's pretty bad, and it seems like it would be very easy to take steps to like help these communities, at least within the United States, because right now all we've done is said, hey, we'll either like let you open casinos, which helps like a very small portion of like the indigenous population, or I don't know what else, like maybe a little bit of subsidies towards schools. But it seems like if you would just like, hey, I don't know, just like it seems like it would be pretty easy to just make some small changes that would actually like help implement these people, or help push these people towards like being accepted like the regular community the way that anybody else is. And
I mean, we're actively trying to take the right to vote away, right?
That's true. So I don't know about the United States, but in Canada, like I can't pretend like there's like it's not an easy, like people are like, well, why don't you do more to help? Because they have one of the highest poverty rates, they have the highest homicide rate, like across the board, they are suffering more than. And the question is, well, what can we do right now to help them? And there is no easy answer to this, because if you look at where these people live, they live so far away from every other habited area that, like, for example, how do we get clean water to them? Like, we can open like a water treatment plant, but that's literally for 200 people. And that would cost millions upon millions of dollars. There's no feasible way for us to do that. So we can't really provide them with clean water in a satisfactory way. And what is the alternative to that? Oh, well, come live with us. Well, then we're removing them from their sovereign land. And then there's the issue of corruption, where a lot of these native officials are super fucking corrupt, and they are not helping the native people do. But how
that's
can
a problem in the United States? Yeah.
how can the Canadian government now go into these autonomous, tribes and try to dictate who is and who isn't corrupt? Isn't that just another example of imperialism? And so the attitude is like, well, we sort of just have to let them, get through it themselves, because we can't go in and kick out these corrupt officials. The people themselves, in a sense, have to, take a stand against these corrupt individuals. And it's a really, really tough issue. And I do have a lot of sympathy for the Canadian government in a sense, because they are not at all in an easy position to deal with the issues. They were like 80 years ago, because that's when they all fucked it up. But after all the chaos that has happened and, the disaster that has struck all these people, I mean, picking up the pieces and cleaning up the mess just makes it a lot, that's a lot to ask of anyone. So I wish we could just like give them everything that they need, but there's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way that they lived, right, is not conducive to high productivity at all. But that shouldn't detract from their value as human beings.
No, I mean, like, well, look at like the Amish communities, right? Like, they're allowed to live however the fuck they want, but they're still prosperous. They still don't have the issues that like the indigenous communities have, because they haven't been just like crushed under the heel of the United States government like the indigenous community.
I mean, but in the United States, it's a bit easier because the United States is big, but it's pretty evenly inhabited. Well, Canada, basically 90% of all people who live in Canada live below like this bit, and then all of this is just,
it's all near the border, right?
Yeah, it's all near the border. It's all near the border, and all of these tribes usually live way, 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 way up north. Like it would take like a day to drive there. So
I'm from Texas, dude. I know what fucking long distance is.
Yeah, exactly.
I fucking get it.
Yeah, and so like because we don't want to be paternalistic, we want to respect their autonomy, but we also want to help them. So how do we help them in a way that isn't paternalistic?
So what I'm hearing is that Canada is like upside down world Brazil.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
And I think the best thing to do is to say that like we should probably listen to like these communities to figure out what they want us to do to help them, right? But then even then, a lot of these communities are divided on like what the right direction is. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a real. Yeah, it's all fucked, really.
Hey, at the end of the day, neither of us are Australia, so we're doing pretty good.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, Australia is probably one of the worst cases for sure.
Yeah.
So
They're still fucking it up in every possible way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's almost certainly true.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in Bolivia, of course, now they are. I mean, the interim leader is literally a fascist, so that's great.
Oh yeah, she's the one that said like the indigenous people don't belong in cities. They're like Satan's.
That was a
spawn.
fake tweet.
Oh, was that fake? I could have sworn that.
I got called out on that. That was a fake tweet, but she did call them all demons.
Okay, well then that was the bad part of the tweet. So
I thought the displacement was the worst. Was a worse than calling them demons, because like. Yeah.
Okay,
no, it's still pretty fucking bad, isn't it? I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not good, no matter how you slice it.
Nope.
Not good.
No, that's a tick off the scorecard for sure. What's the next topic, Mindwaves?
Fuck if I know. Leon, what's the next topic, my dude?
Dude, are we still going? I don't know if I got any topics.
I'm ready to wrap it up personally.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, we covered what we wanted to cover as well, Irrelevant. So
I'm not gonna lie. I'm queuing up
actually...
for Destiny 2 PvP right now.
Nice.
As we speak.
Yeah. I need to go to bed. So
I should probably go to bed. It's almost 4 a.m.